live with Aristides. Everybody, please let us know how we're doing, and we'll do our best to get through the night. Let's all pray they don't cut us off tonight. That gets old quick. Okay, these DDoSs, these DDoSs, or direct denial of service attacks, they fucking suck. We have an excellent connection, and nobody waiting for us. So I do hope people join us. It is a Sunday night. I don't think it's any particular holiday night in the West that I'm aware of, other than what I will tell you about with daylight savings. That could be fucking everybody up. Maybe we're an hour early as far as they're concerned, because they haven't changed their fucking clocks, which means we'll have to wait an hour before we get serious. So
I mean, who doesn't have a device that self-updates? The computers do, the phones do.
Older people that listen to us.
I mean, yeah, but what are they listening on?
Oh, point well taken. Touche. If
it was radio, radio.
Good man. Okay. Yeah. What is with you people? Where are you all? Where the hell are you? Yeah, still, I get the feeling daylight savings has something to do with it. If not, their devices might be going forward, but their bodies have not.
They're not, right?
Yes, it's a Sunday, so we still have to wait an hour before we do anything serious. In terms of talk. Oh my fucking god! So that's actually kind of funny. Oh my god. That gives me some time to do petty stuff. We are on record, of course. Eric Cradle says greetings from the East Coast. Eric Cradle is here. Oh my god. Love you, Eric Cradle. Okay, okay, let me try and get my act together. Do me a favor, dear Aristides, and do the blurb if you would be so kind. Thank you.
All right, the blurb. Well, just as I just have, as soon as you get to the live page, you should hit the upvote immediately. This is important to establish things as far as the algorithm goes, and what that means is, that determines how much Douglas is shown or suggested or shows up in search results. And, as you would know, but the important thing is there are downvotes placed you can't see by enemies of Douglas, and they act against that. YouTube is not displaying them. It's common these days. People might use bots to put a lot right at first just to get them knocked down in the algorithm. So please, as soon as you show up, hit the upvote. Also, make sure you are subscribed. By now, you should have hit the subscribe button. Make sure that hasn't somehow mysteriously become undone. It happens sometimes. Turn on the notification bell so you can be notified of the program starting on time. Not on time due to a restart, getting cut off, or daylight savings time, what have you. And so please do that. And also, please, if you're listening after the live, once it's converted to a fixed program, Douglas will always put a pinned comment underneath the program window, not in the chat, but underneath when comments are enabled afterwards. Those they call them comments? Yeah, I guess comments.
Yeah.
Please upvote that as well, and any other positive things that people have said there. And as far as upvotes, also you can, because you have an account of some kind to do these things, you can go into your account settings. You can create actually channels. You don't have to have channels, but you can create channels under your main account. People do this to break up different types of content normally, but each one of them can also upvote separately. So it might be useful to you to organize your videos. If you do post online, you can also just kind of make an empty channel or just put one thing there, and you can do extra upvotes. So I do more than one. As soon as I show up, you could too. It's pretty easy. Just remember to switch back to your normal profile before you move on, or comment in the chat or whatever, before realize you're somebody else. Yeah. And also, please, you can always grab the link right from the browser, bar, youtube.com/ some string there. That will remain the same after the live when it's a fixed program. I don't know. Is that what do you call it when it's not live anymore? And
published. Once it's published. Upload it. Okay. Upload it and publish.
You can save that. You can drop it somewhere, leave it, write it on a bathroom wall, something. So yeah, I know what people could do. That was a joke, right, on the bathroom wall, but people do, like, you can take any link. You can take any link and go to a QR code generator, make a QR code, and like put them on stickers and put them around. People do that stuff to advertise all sorts of things. So you could end up on a bathroom wall out. Nobody's gonna like type it in these days. Everybody's too lazy. But if they can point their phone at it, and just like snap the QR and go there, there's a chance. There you go. There's our new campaign.
Yes. Yeah. And I love it. I love it. And so
in the bathroom stall.
No. That's right. That's right. Every bathroom stall
or wherever.
Yeah, or
it's doable.
We used to say telephone booths too, but there's no telephone booths anymore.
Yeah.
It's so
fucking sad. You remember them?
Oh yes, unfortunately, yes. We're dating ourselves. Yeah. It's only unfortunate in the sense that I feel that we're dating ourselves by saying that. But so let me. You send this out to a friend of mine, and this is again spreading the word. Live link. Hope that works for them. Let me view the message. Yeah, it should work for them, and we'll speak of that privately later, just for the sake of catching ourselves up on everything. Matthew Bush says, I tried to donate to you today, and PayPal said, sorry, we are not able to process your request. Please try again later. I tried again and again with the same response. That's, I don't know what to say. I just received a donation from, and I shouldn't be using that word, contribution. We're trying to use the word contribution, and it sounds much better than donation, because contribution is something to an effort. You're contributing to the war effort. And all I can say is that I received a notification from PayPal that says 6 hours ago, Stephen Myers sent 20 United States dollars. So Stephen Myers is having no problem, and you might try the other account. He says, to quench your thirst on those long transmissions, the only man with the courage to say what should happen to this Russian puppet sorcerer, he's referring to Donald Trump, of course, DD Big Balls. So thank you for that, dear Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother in the deepest heart of Manhattan. Our man Aristides is going to start bringing on everybody else. Please do so, Aristides, if you would be so kind.
I have begun, yeah.
Excellent. And in the interim, we are going to basically let everyone know that there is a link to my producer's account as opposed to my private account. I don't know which one. I presume Aristides is putting in the private account, which is the preferred one, because thank you, because PayPal doesn't charge the private account theoretically. So I'm just going to try and see if I can log into the PayPal public account, or the producer's account as it's called. And I'll put that link in the chat. And no, it just gives me a dashboard. And at least it allows me to check the amount I have in it. Good. And so I want dear Stephen Myers, first of all, to know that we're going to be using that money. I'm going to be using that money towards my prescription meds, which are all minor stuff. It's it's a prostate pill that I use for promoting hair growth, so I never lose my hair. And the atorvastatin, which I was prescribed simply because of a precaution. After one time they thought I might have had a pseudo stroke, or something that looked like it might become a stroke but then didn't. It wasn't a subclinical stroke, because that's an actual stroke. Then there's the allergy pill, cetirizine. There's the but then that's not covered by insurance anyway. Anyhow, it's just crap like that. So I guess it's the steroid these days, the one that I use for my nose, the nasal steroid. Okay, so dear Brendan has joined us, and he's and Heather's joined us. Heather's joined us, but the square keeps lighting up because Brendan's moving around through something. Oh my God, he sounds like he's in the middle of. What the hell is going on, Brendan? Pity Peter Moon is in here. He'd go insane. If Peter Moon were here, he'd go mad. Ah, get Brendan off here! Oh, he'd be shouting. Oh, Crisp Crinkle. Yeah, well, Crisp Crinkle is in full effect. Oh my God, can you even hear us, Brendan? Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. We can't hear you. Victoria has joined us. Oh, welcome aboard, Victoria. Oh, you had your camera on for just a moment. You can feel free to leave that on, honey. That's all. So, welcome aboard to Heather and Victoria. Victoria, we hardly ever see you. So, give us a status report, please, by all means.
You and your status report. Hey, I am just dropping in really quick. I know, I've been AWOL, but I've been sick the last week pretty bad with the sinus infection. So
I'm sorry.
But I'm just bringing in. Thank you. I'm just I'm gonna bring in some groceries and I'm gonna make some soup and stuff. I actually started making a carnivore soup with chicken broth, beef bone broth, and ground beef. And then I might even add in some scrambled eggs for a complete carnivore soup, gut healing, no pesticide, no plant-free kind of ordeal. Collagen rich, very collagen rich,
I love it. Oh my God. I wish I were there with you to share that and to cradle you and comfort you. Really, I would serve you hand and foot just to make certain that you got well.
You're very sweet. But I'll say this to our audience. I did try, not with the scrambled eggs in it, but just this basic version of the soup. And I tell you what, I've tried all kinds of carnivore leaning things, and it's not very satiating, but I tell you what, put it all in a nice warm broth and it's actually so satiating. It's really lovely. So if anyone's needing gut healing, I very much recommend. So sorry I sound like a frog, but I just wanted to say hi and I love y'all. I hope you have a beautiful night. I'll definitely be listening in. I might just not be able to talk very much because I'm going to be tending to my vocals.
Well, your health comes first, but if you feel like butting in or interjecting for any reason, just do so. Don't be afraid to talk. And as soon as you come on, just talk. And I know you're capable of doing that. So I love you dearly, beyond expression, and you take care of yourself, okay?
And here's the other thing is I was up till 4 last night. I could not sleep because I was busy driving back from some Christian concert that was way too loud for me. I'm officially an honorary boomer because that thing was way too loud. Way too many people for me. None of the stadium seating. No, thank you. But anyway, I was driving this girl back from church and I was just wired. I guess I had too much caffeine and I couldn't sleep last night. I barely made it to frickin' church today, which was, it was just, this whole day was shit. So I'm just happy to be home and making some soup. But I love you all. Yes. And I will totally jump in if I hear anything that I can even comment on, if I am even
excellent
knowledgeable enough to do so.
Excellent. So you do that, and by all means, you're in our thoughts and prayers. And I've been upvoting all of your shorts that you've been putting up.
Thank you, love. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Blessings to y'all.
Yes. Take care. Bye for now. And so, dear Heather, how about a status report on yourself and, of course, your darling Vin?
Yeah, we're doing great.
Oh, excellent. I'm so glad. Oh, Vin, welcome aboard. We can barely hear you. Can you
cut Heather off and just say the interesting news of the day is the Defense Department is deleting 26,000 pictures scheduled for Tuesday to scrub the web, get rid of them all. One of them is a picture of the Enola Gay, the most famous aircraft in the world.
Yes.
They're also getting rid of one of the sergeant majors of the Marine Corps.
Oh my God!
I believe is Sergeant Major Gay.
Oh, of course.
So basically, they've decided that any reference to gay on the Defense Department website is being scrubbed.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that so much. I knew about the Enola Gay. I suspected some poor person named Gay would get whacked and
Yes,
you've just
Sergeant
verified.
Major.
Yeah.
It's almost as good as when they changed it when they got politically correct, and they changed. There was, I believe, an Olympic runner who won the silver medal, and his last name was Gay, and so they changed it to Tyrone Homosexual.
That's so
You're
fucked. That's so fucked. And it's but thank you for sharing that. Now, did you say something like you're going to be busy the rest of the night? No, feel free to join us anytime you wish, Vin. So do hope that you can stay with us if you wish. But did he just go mute? That's all.
Yeah, we had to mute for a second because his mom came in here with the speaker phone on the other phone. So.
Oh, okay. That's so considerate. You're incredibly professional. Both of you should be on professional radio. So,
oh, thank you.
Yes, and so I'm not quite sure what Vin said at first, which was that he was just coming in for a few seconds or something like that. But
yeah, he said he only had a few minutes because he's got to do some building.
He's doing some construction work on the home or something?
No, he's building a something for his computer. There's a racing simulator.
Oh, okay. So he's building in cyberspace. It's some virtual construction he's doing.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay. Fascinating. Well, we wish him best with that, and you yourself, of course, we're happy to have. So,
thank you.
Yeah. Any news of your own? By that I mean just any news that you feel we should be paying attention to if you don't have personal news of your own. But you always do. I mean, and Brendan's with us, and the two of you have the most wonderful conversations. So, hey, Brendan, do come on if you can and say hello to dear Heather. And yeah, aside from that, dear Heather, say hello to us all. Say hello to our listeners.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for listening.
Yes. Oh, that's delightful. And it's amazing how everybody came on at once. It was like when we first turned on, there was nobody here, and we just felt that their circadian rhythms had not caught up with daylight saving.
Well, here it's actually 6 o'clock, and usually you call it 7, so it's an hour difference.
Right, because you don't do daylight saving wartime. That's right. You are so fucking lucky. I swear to God, that's why I had fantasized about moving to Arizona all my life because of that. But of course, having experienced what I did in the Southwest, I no longer harbor those fantasies. But I might try visiting again someday. I mean, I try anything twice. I'm that stupid. But,
right. No, there's good places to go here.
Yeah, I would hope so. Jesus Christ. I mean, it sounds like where you're at, your community sounds fascinating.
It's very interesting, we'll just say that.
It's very what, honey?
It's interesting.
Oh, yes, and share a bit of what's interesting about it with us. Like, what comes to your mind?
Well, I'm not sure.
Just all of it.
There's a lot of features at the house that we're living in. Mm-hmm. And
such as?
Yeah, like such as at the bottom of the rain gutter, there's this little statue.
Wow.
Of a person, a boy holding a log or something, and so all the water pours out of the log.
Oh, how cute. That's adorable.
Yeah. A lot of good features.
Mm.
But that's about it.
Don't forget the curfew. Tell us a bit about that.
I don't know about the curfew, but there's no streetlights that come on, so it's dark outside.
Yeah,
whenever everyone goes to bed like 5 o'clock or 5 o'clock dinner, and then 7 o'clock they go to bed.
Pretty much curfew, yeah. In effect, curfew in effect. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I take it there's no convenience stores open after a certain hour, or any.
Oh, there are. There's a Circle K down the street.
Okay.
It's like we're just inside of Sun City and outside of Peoria.
Okay, but within the community itself, is there some facility like a convenience store, restaurant, or something like that, or even a laundromat that's open 24 hours?
I don't know. I don't think so. What I do find interesting is that there's something I talked about before called the Sun Dome and it's like a huge auditorium where people have graduations and meetings and things like that. And there's this other thing. It's called the Sun Bowl, and what it is, it's an amphitheater.
Yes.
So, and I remember seeing it when I was little. But an amphitheater is like a circle with, it's like a portal.
All right. Yeah, I like that. It's fascinating. And do you feel that there's any occult purposes behind that?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
Okay. Well,
I hadn't thought about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm sure that there are.
Yes.
I'll send some pictures to the chat.
Sounds great. And so do continue. How about animal life? Are you seeing any animal life out there?
Animals, just the coyote animals.
Okay.
The coyotes and some jackrabbits.
Okay. Yeah. And okay, that's fascinating. Right at your door, or what? Obviously within plain sight.
Yeah, out in the backyard.
Oh wow.
Door.
Yes. And
so as I was saying, the Sun Bowl, they have concerts, I guess. And if you're a member of the recreation club, you can get in for free. I sent a picture to the chat.
Okay, great.
That's kind of strange. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, sounds good. Give me a second, and I'll get to it. Okay. So okay, we've got
one of Web's creations, I'm sure, because there's the Sun Dome, and now there's the Sun Bowl, and then there's the Sun Dial. They have a huge sundial. Maybe they are coordinated or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, fascinating. What beautiful architecture. You're so fortunate to live in that community. You really are. How I envy you. And John,
I'll be gone in a heartbeat. So I do appreciate it, and I am grateful.
What did you say? You'll be gone in a heartbeat? What do you mean by that?
I said I'll be gone in a heartbeat. Just like we're not promised tomorrow.
It's interesting you say that. Is because of daylight saving. We should all be cognizant of time and aware of time on a day like this, where we're forced to change our clocks. But yes, that's the attitude one should have. We should bear in mind we could all be gone any moment. So thank you, honey, for being so wise, so aware. And Brendan left us. I do hope he rejoins us. That God knows what he's been going through. He's been going through a lot. So everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. And of course,
I wish I could do something for Brendan to help.
Oh yes, that's right. Well, just supporting him morally is more than enough. But of course, you could always, we'll talk about that when he comes back, and we'll see if he has any suggestions. I think financially, he's at least treading water. It's he's not in the same position he was back in the old days, where it was really bad, and he actually needed financial help. I do commend you for your thoughtfulness. John Doe, of course, has just given us a lovely photograph of a fire pit. I guess that is a fire pit. And that is probably somewhere near his property or someplace near where he travels. And he travels quite a bit and lives effectively in many different vehicles. He has quite the vehicle collection and keeps them parked on different places. I don't want to give away too much of his personal life, of course, but he always treats us to incredible scenes. And I'm proud of him that he maintains himself well. And of course, everybody maintain him in thought and prayer, because he also has a lot of things he's dealing with. Then again, don't we all? Also maintain Victoria Lauren Hobbs in thought and prayer, lovely lady who just joined us earlier to speak of listening and dealing with her own physical ailment. So let's all pray she gets well from that. Now I'm just going to check some messages from these wonderful people, such as John Doe, who is actually T-Tank Berry, calls himself John Doe in the chat. And T-Tank Berry's given me some photographs of the Cursed Book. No need to go into that right now, because that is just like a painful subject to me. Dealing with, of course, the book that Peter Moon effectively stole. He claims copyright on everything, and he rewrote the contract without consulting myself, which is quite fraudulent. Where I get 7% as opposed to 50%, which was the original contract. Just insanity. I don't even know why he bothered to do that except to cover his ass. So this is what we're dealing with, and I just have to move on. Just rewrite the book myself. Such being said, Heather Holman has rejoined us, thank goodness, and we've got good numbers. I'll probably just start in on monologue very soon. We'll see if we're joined by someone else, like our lovely Holly Kiefer, within the next few minutes. Otherwise, I'll just start into monologue, and people can feel free to interject whenever they wish. So how about Aristides? Aristides, let's hear from you a little bit, whatever you're comfortable sharing about your own personal status report and what's going on that you would like to bring to our attention. Like Vin brought up something that I will reiterate.
Okay. I don't have too much for personal status to share. I'm trying to look at anything I might have noted down or saved in various spots. Sometimes just kind of random though, and not a huge news item. Let me think. What did I bring up last time with you? Or yeah. Oh, I sent you that RFK stuff I sent you, right?
Oh yeah, I think. Let me take a look at that again.
First, yeah, the one video. Yeah, so the one video was he's declaring anti-Semitism
right.
public health crisis, right?
Yeah.
Which you know where that's going, right? So it's just like didn't they do that in Russia or the Soviet Union? It's like you're disagreeing, you're mentally ill. You have to be treated, maybe locked up.
Yes.
For your mental illness.
Yes.
Right.
Absolutely.
So that's why they're right, because if it's just your opinion, you can't really do anything.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, the term for that is the weaponization of psychiatry. Go on.
Exactly. So there's that, and yeah, I wanted to bring that. That's why they would do such a thing, not just to say it. Right. But
that's very astute, by the way.
Yeah.
That's very astute. I didn't even think of that. So you're very astute. Thank you. Go on.
So, and then I sent you a video where he's saying all the pro-vaccine shit just to fuck with your head.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, he said that's false, right? That was like a meme.
No.
Is that real?
No. He says all this stuff.
Yeah, he does say all that stuff.
Yeah.
So what the fuck's going on with him? Is that just recent?
Oh, he was never. They just got him there just to corral all the support of people who are actually maybe fully against it, but in the end, now that he's there, he's like caving left and right. If any of his stance was resistive, he's caving pretty quick. Like it's all fake. They just tell you what you want to hear. They get in there, they do what they want. Same old story.
Okay. I mean, that's certainly one way to interpret it. I'm sure you're correct, at least to a degree. But is there also the possibility that he's simply stark raving mad? And
well, he probably already was, but
yes, and it sounded like you dropped off there for a second. Could you? Oh yeah.
I'm here, and only Heather's here. That's it.
Okay, just yourself, Heather, and myself, and just going to respond to these people who are in the chat right now before I dive into anything else. And I want to thank everybody for their patience, and hopefully Matthew Bush tries again and finds success at the other optional contribution site, and we're going to, of course, welcome T-Tank Berry in the chat, and with that, I will then dive.
Holly's here, Douglas.
Oh, excellent. So, dear Holly, please tell us what's on your mind? A status report on yourself, please. Yes.
Not too much. Not too much. Nothing. No big developments here. Happy to be here. Happy you guys are there. And things are just plodding along down here.
Okay.
Yeah.
One could say no news is good news, but such being
that's my feeling. As little excitement as possible.
That's your personal space, right? What about your community space?
Again, nothing. Well, a bunch of people got fired at NOAA.
Okay.
And that affects people here. A few jobs were lost here so far.
Oh, yeah, I will. I want people to know NOAA is incredibly important to coastal community economies. Could you give us a little in-depth sight on that?
Well, it's the big ocean and atmospheric studies. And so it's actually important all over the country because they also specialize in wind research.
Yes.
Of all kinds.
Yes.
And atmospherics. So it's a wide-ranging mission, and I don't know, I think that's where all the weather services get their info.
Yeah.
So if you take them out, you've weeded it out at the root. I did read a horrible thing about like Forest Service employees and NOAA employees getting fired, and then their families laugh at them, and they're all so happy that more waste has been cut, and it's their own goddamn family. And I mean, it's not like, Forest Service isn't what it used to be, a bunch of fat old tree farmers. Now people get into these jobs for the love.
Yeah.
And so it's heartbreaking to see these people with, their dream jobs.
Yeah.
And that they're totally committed to and will work double time for nothing because they love what they're doing and they believe in it. Get the axe and then their own families piss on them.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be something because next stop, Walmart greeter or McDonald's. There's no rehiring.
Well, there's only so many greeters and hamburger flippers that you can have in an economy. You can't build an economy on burger flippers and greeters. And those jobs are really already taken. Those jobs are really already taken by disabled people.
Goddamn right. But it seems like it's happening just slow enough that the victims are all individualized. And so nobody cares that isn't affected.
I don't know if it's slow enough that the victims are individualized. Rather, our society is so atomized that the impact is being felt one person at a time, even though our society is on the precipice of collapse because of this insanity.
That's right. That's right. But that message, I guess people were just thrilled as hell over whatever bollocks he spewed out on Tuesday night.
You mean his so-called State of the Union speech?
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yes, I'll try and cover a little more of it. Go on.
Doing it. Oh, man. He's very high reception, high in the polls.
He's tanked. Just so for some good news. But how did you get the impression? Maybe you're looking at the wrong websites. It's kind of like Scientology. If you go to their website, of course, everything's great. Remember Peter Moon? He was so fucking involved in all those Scientology websites, tried to promote himself as a detached observer that he was not. He was anything but. And he was so into those Scientology websites, he was under the impression that Battlefield Earth, which is one of the greatest movie flops of all time, he was under the impression that it was this incredible box office success, a mega blockbuster success. That
nobody even read the books.
That's it, yes, but that's how insane Peter Moon truly is, if he's still alive.
And he always came off as he's all of politics. That's for people that aren't spiritual. but he was enslaved to Trump worship.
Oh yes, don't forget he was watching Fox. Oh, he regurgitated.
That would always peek out.
He regurgitated Fox News verbatim. Yep. He would parrot it. By the way, we want your techno audio to be a little clearer. Are you in a good cell reception area?
I am in about the best we've got. Around here, people still go in the alley to take calls. Okay, well, you're sounding much better now. You're sounding much better now. Okay. So whatever you're doing now, keep that up. It sounds like you're, just keep it close to your mouth. So I take it this cat is alive, that our friend T-Tank Berry is showing us in the text box. And so hard yes, it's hard to tell when they get into a position like that. Looks like it's ready for a tummy rub. So it's probably getting a tummy rub from T-Tank Berry, but it could also be dead. It looks. I see animals look like that after fires. Gutted and desiccated and burned up. Maybe he loved it to death. Yeah, he loved it to death. Yeah, it's Heather. Here's where you jump in. Tell him about T-Tank Berry, about the chick hugging the squirrels, killing the squirrels with her love. She knew the character. It's a character. It's a cartoon character. Looney Tunes.
Oh, Elmer Fudd. What was her name? Armila. Armila, I think.
Yeah, the student who had a crush on Elmer Fudd. By the way, this is all new stuff. Or is this old?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link.
Yeah, because the new Elmer Fudd, they took his gun away. Because remember, he was always going around hunting animals, and because they're politically correct, they said we gotta stop showing that. So they took his gun away because they don't want to inspire kids to carry firearms. So now Elmer Fudd's a teacher, and this chick's supposed to be having a big crush on him.
Oh my God!
So I don't know how that gets any better because she's underage because she's in school. Like, it's not graduate school. She's this young girl who's going around hugging squirrels to death, So,
oh, no.
Yeah, it's... So how does that improve? But this is why the conservatives and reactionaries get all their panties up in a bunch, especially the libertarians, too. And they all say, see, there's an agenda of promoting pedophilia. Nobody else looks at it that way, because everyone else is just watching a cartoon, but they automatically they sexualize it because that's what's on their minds. Right, Holly?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. And so, having explored a bit of that neurosis, we're going to dive into monologue a bit early tonight. But before I do, want you to mention anything else that comes to your mind about public news that you think we should be addressing. And then what I'll invite everyone to do is to just interject whenever you feel like it, and just let us know when you have to leave. And but hang on for as long as you can stand. I appreciate it. And interject as often as you want. And I'll just start droning early because they've been cutting us off so viciously and so violently so often lately. I can't risk.
Yeah, last time went down at 6 hours and stayed down.
Yeah, it went down 7 hours actually, but it was Thank you though. But it was.
What were you I didn't get to the end. What were you talking? Shut down.
I was just about to go into solo monologue, what I call solo monologue. In other words, there's that element of my monologue where people are here and they're interjecting. And to tell you the truth, not that I resent this or not that I'm complaining, but with that last episode before tonight's, it was pretty much a dialogue rather than a monologue because people were asking questions that I felt obligated to answer. So you probably caught my response to Samuel Romero about the Golden State Killer. And I went into that at depth after you had to leave. So I don't know if you caught up on the rest of what I said about the Golden State Killer. But I went into a deep detail about why he's a product of military mind control and a so-called super soldier who's really just a super serial killer. And he's considered one of their great success stories. So at any rate, when it comes to why the military would terrorize the public, it is because it gives the public a feeling of endemic fear, where they ask for the highest military budgets to give them a greater sense of security, even though the military has nothing to do with law enforcement. It's a irrational reaction that has been tested and proven true by psychological warfare experts like Michael Aquino. Therefore, the military spends a large part of its black budget creating an army of serial killers. And because the Presidio military base was in California, then the highest amount of serial killers was in California. So much so that Michael Aquino referred to them as his personal Little League. And so when it came to what I was talking about, I had just finished. And then I was going to go into solo monologue because everybody had dropped off. And at that point, they cut me off. So they do not want me solo monologuing because that's when I get into the heavy shit, right? So does that make sense, Holly? Get what I'm saying?
The nuclear material.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I read a great article years and years ago about once the Cold War quieted down, the next thing on the plate was the hometown serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of like being terrified of Russia and the atom bomb, everybody was scared. Is it the gym teacher? Is it, again, it atomized it and kept the fear level high, militarized the cops over it. And that whole lone serial killer trope was blown up coast to coast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And has never gone away.
That's because it
That's
has never gone away.
Right.
The fear of it has never gone away because the cause of that fear is very real. It's not a panic. Yeah, it's not a panic. It's a genuine issue of concern for one's personal safety in an insane society. So yeah, thank you for that. And just taking another look in the chat, and the numbers are great, so I might as well start monologue now and cross ourselves and, knock on wood. Let's hope they don't knock us off too early tonight, if at all. Let's hope they don't knock us off at all, of course, because it cuts down the numbers tremendously. But honestly, it's a miracle that we're here at all, to tell you the truth, alive, really, because of everything that we cover. Again, wonderful note from dear Mr. Stephen Myers, brother from another mother in the heart of the beast, the concrete jungle of New York City itself, who said I'm the only man with the balls. He calls me DD Big Balls. Of course, there's another individual called Big Balls that, we want nothing to do with. I'm sure you're aware who that individual is, right, honey? Holly?
That one's not your brother from another.
No, that one's not. Yeah. What do you know about the other? Yeah, what do you know about the other Big Balls? Yeah, what do you know about the other Big Balls?
Nothing, but he's some twerp kid that makes a lot of accounting errors.
He's worse than that. He is the son of a KGB agent.
Yeah, okay. And I might have heard you say that.
With a criminal background, no less. Yeah, with a criminal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like a criminal background of selling cyber secrets to rival companies. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And then they cut the cyber security budget.
Of course.
Or eliminate it.
Not only that, but gave them orders to let the Russians run rampage. There will be no more cybersecurity measures against the Russians. We've surrendered our country to the Russians at this point. So I
agree.
Yeah. And so I might as well get started while we can talk. And let's start with, let me breathe, center myself. Well, welcome to the Daylight Saving Wartime. And yes, to explain wartime, George Knight might drop in for a few minutes. If not, he should be here on Wednesday, and we'll speak at length of wartime, which is what Daylight Saving Time is. And it was originated because of World War I and was ended after a single season of Daylight Saving because everyone hated it for all good reason. And then again, it was reinstigated during 1933, as soon as Roosevelt became president, because he had every intention of starting a war. Originally, it was against Great Britain that he had planned his campaign, but the Greater British Empire bribed him by turning over the almost infinite supply of money that was available via the opium trade in China, which had floated the British Empire for almost a century at that point. And they turned it over to Roosevelt so that he could then run rampage over the rest of the world instead of the Greater British Empire, which comprised about half the world. So he could run rampage over the other half and turn his attention away from invading Canada, which was his original intent. All of this is quite true, and all of this is something you can look up all by yourself. And if not, I'll be speaking to it, if not tonight, as soon as possible, by next Sunday at the latest, if George shows up on Wednesday. So I'm trying to get used to going into monologue a bit earlier so that we can make room for George showing up, which we will do the next 2 Wednesdays this month, if he can. So understand that aside from what I've just articulated, yesterday was Taiwan and International Women's Day. There's a reason I refer to it as such, because Taiwan is not recognized as a nation state by the United Nations. You have to use that term. Women's Day is celebrated in Taiwan, and it's celebrated by all nations recognized by the United Nations. So the correct way to express it is Taiwan and International Women's Day. It's also the Tsunan Machi, which, if you are astute and rather linguistically gifted, you will understand that it's Tsunan as in tsunami. Tsunan is a port city in Japan from where we get the word tsunami. And they are also very snowy. So they have their snow festival and snow wave amid the much longer, for the past few weeks, it has been the Nipponjin Narashi Omizutori, the Japanese people's withdraw and collection ceremony, the water draw and collection ceremony in Nara City Festival. So this is obviously our weekend transmission of critical emissions during a convergence of 3 very important holidays. International Women's Day commemorates women's fight for equality and liberation along with the women's rights movement. International Women's Day gives focus to issues such as gender equality, reproductive rights, and violence and abuse against women. So join us to celebrate International Women's Day under the theme, For All Women and Girls, Rights, Equality, Empowerment. I say this stuff just to piss off the reactionaries. This year's theme calls for action that can unlock equal rights, power, and opportunities for all, and a feminist future where no one is left behind. Already the neckbeards and all of the trolls are just pissing and shitting themselves over that. And while they're in conniptions, there's a snow festival in Tsunan City, which has some of the world's heaviest snowfall, in Niigata Prefecture, one of the world's snowiest regions, known for releasing over 2,000 sky lanterns at night. And it takes snow sports to the extreme with snow biking, snow banana boating, and snowboard battles. They actually clash with their swords on snowboards. By the way, holidays in Japan are some of the deadliest holidays in the world. People die. And, of course, for a period of several weeks throughout March, it's actually March 1st through to March 14th, a period of no less than 14 nights. We have the Buddhist Omissitori Festival in Nara, Japan. It's a spectacular display of tradition, spirituality, and the enduring power of cleansing and renewal, where monks burn pine torches and draw water from a well, hence the name, the water draw and collection ceremony. And this ceremony is believed to cleanse people's skin, or sin, I mean to say. Well, sin is in our skin, right? Or it can be. And it marks the start of spring season in Nara. Daylight saving wartime, again, George Knight and I can go into the history on midweek, no point in flogging us all with that twice. It's more than changing your clock. You lose an hour of sleep, and you gain an hour of evening sunlight. That's the sales pitch. Well, early Sunday morning, these United States, minus the occupied kingdom of Hawaii and Arizona, entered daylight saving time, the annual tradition, though it's not a tradition, it's an imposition, really, of springing forward 1 hour. Most Americans lost an hour of sleep, but theoretically gained an hour of evening daylight that I'm sure the absolute majority of you did fucking nothing with because you're too busy being all fucked up from lack of sleep. Honestly, it just gets worse every time I think about it, and it gets more and more old, this daylight saving trip. And anybody's welcome to interject with their own personal experiences, but the country as a whole has been divided on daylight saving time ever since Congress passed a law mandating it in March of 1918. Back then, the American Empire was trying to conserve fuel and energy for World War I and shifted clocks to make use of natural evening sunlight. A really stupid idea, and it was June enough to be canceled after one single season and not brought back again until Roosevelt went into full war mobilization the moment he ascended to power in 1933. So he was plotting a war from the very moment he was elected, or well, long before then he was conspiring it, but certainly intended to put it into effect from the moment he was elected. There were no consistent rules for the practice until the Uniform Time Act. The UTA was implemented by Congress in mine own monumental natal dies, or birth year, of 1966. There's so much that happened that year that my being born in it was, I can only say, historical privilege. All of that setting common start and ending dates for daylight saving time across the country. In recent years, some lawmakers have advocated for eliminating daylight saving time, wartime, while others have introduced bills to make it permanent. This is one thing that everybody should notice, is there's never a fucking suggestion to end it. That is the third rail no one can touch. No one is allowed to say, let's end daylight saving wartime. Instead, they can say, well, what we can do is make it permanent so that we're on permanent wartime, which has proven the few times they've experimented with that, and they have, it's proven catastrophic. All kinds of kids die because they're using flashlights to try and reach the school bus in pitch blackness, but they never make it there because the pedophile serial rapist killers abduct them on the way. And, you know, then the school bus itself crashes because the driver hasn't slept. And it just goes on and on. It kills kids, okay, among others. So there's more on the pros and cons of daylight saving wartime and why it's probably not going away anytime soon is something that I am obligated to at least articulate. Basically, it's still a posit that more people can make use of evening light than morning light. In fact, I would say that that's the given. But this is what daylight saving time is for, is supposedly now to provide us with evening light, which is not what it was originally was for. Originally, it was to provide us earlier morning light, that we'd all get up early and get more of the sunlight. It's either way, it doesn't make any fucking sense. They're changing their sales pitch now because everybody is a fucking night owl and nobody's a farmer anymore, statistically, demographically. So there's no point in getting up early for all that sunlight, especially since most farming is overwhelmingly mechanized agribusiness, where, you know, the people who are illegal immigrants who are also picking, you know, they couldn't give a shit about this. Maybe it's useful for the corporations that illegally employ them, but all in all, it's something we just don't fucking need. While daylight saving time provides more sunlight and reduces crime, quote unquote, it also disrupts sleep patterns and raises the likelihood of collisions, to say the least. Now, according to the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, the increased morning darkness, particularly in winter, if daylight saving time were permanent, would create additional challenges, such as unsafe conditions for commuters and children heading to school. Now, all of this is alluding to the crime that they say it lowers, as well as all the collisions. Among other things, such as children just plain getting fucking lost in the dark. Now, same Academy notes that standard time aligns more closely with our body's natural circadian rhythms, because that's what it developed around, all of which regulates sleep-wake cycles more organically. More sunlight in the morning helps people wake up and feel more alert, while less sunlight exposure in the evening signals to our bodies that it's time to wind down. Yet, with everything I've just articulated, daylight saving wartime isn't going away anytime soon. While all but 12 states in these United States continue to observe daylight saving time, there is still disagreement about whether the practice should be eliminated or made permanent. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 20 states have passed legislation or resolutions in the last 7 years supporting year-round daylight saving wartime. California is not among them. Our state senator, Roger Nilo, a Republican from Fair Oaks, California, has unsuccessfully introduced legislation over the years to eliminate daylight saving wartime and establish standard time year-round. He broke the mold by touching that third rail, and he's reintroduced that bill this year. And so, in December, President Trump himself said Republicans would push to eliminate daylight saving wartime, calling it inconvenient and costly. And he's a golfer, which says everything. For those of you who don't know, the only people who benefit from daylight saving wartime, aside from farmers, theoretically, are golfers, because they get up and they start hitting the green with their caddies in tow and all that shit. At any rate, this week, Trump said he will not push for eliminating daylight saving wartime or making it permanent. In other words, another electoral promise gone to shit, as per Trump's words, it's a 50-50 issue. And as Vin has informed us, there be some images the Pentagon thought were too woke for you to see. Exempli gratiae, the Enola Gay aerocraft, which dropped the Hiroshima atomic bomb, has been targeted for scrubbing from the internet because it says gay. Yeah. It's really fucking funny, and you know what? It's karmic. It's karmic. Really, I'm actually in this case glad, simply because it's like it's just karmic, circular karma coming back to bite Americans in the ass. The DoD, in which I was once employed, the Department of Defense, has purged 26,000 images from its public database as part of a digital content refresh. And yea so, it, by all evidence, has been confirmed that the aerocraft photos of the Hiroshima bomber, the B-29, that was named after the pilot's mother, Enola Gay, all photographs thereof are on the chopping block simply because the word gay is visible on the fuselage. Now, if it had been called, as George Knight said via Freudian slip in the latest episode he was on, the Elon Gay, George Knight's words, doubtless it would still be accessible on screen. Which brings us back to the fact that Trump's populist platform has given way to his multi-billionaire backers' agenda. This is Trump's hostile Muscover of the United States. Now, V asked me, V first informed me that she was convinced Trump had stolen the election, but it was intuitive. And I told her, no, it's a fact. For a president who ran 3 times as a populist, Donald Trump has surprised some of his supporters by surrounding himself with multi-billionaires and pursuing an agenda favored by the elites. Trump knew he was going to win as far back as August when he said, "I don't really need your votes." Musk had already been hobnobbing with him for the last couple of months. Thus, Trump was confident enough to bizarrely dance for half an hour instead of talking policy at one of his rallies. As for Musk, although it's a conflict of interest to own both the news outlets and the satellite that feeds them, he who controls the news networks unfortunately controls the news itself. But in rigging the vote, Musk's first mistake was to decrease the Democrat turnout by 12 million at a time when new voter registration was at an all-time high. His second mistake was to have Trump winning all the swing states, every single goddamn one. Musk went a bit overboard with his numbers. That's how we know that Trump rigged the election. In broken news, per the Trump 2.0 dictatorship, and we can call it that because he is not our president. He is not your president. Let me repeat that a third time. Trump is in the Oval Office illegally as a Russian asset. And as I have said, every military man who has sworn an oath, and everyone has, including myself, otherwise you could not have entered the military, you take that oath to defend your nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I was absolved of that obligation because I was dishonorably discharged. If the military claims I have no honor, then I have no obligation. On the other hand, everyone who was honorably discharged, retired military veterans, will give Vin an out because I want him to take care of Heather. But everyone else, retired military veterans and active duty service personnel, you are all obligated to kill Donald Trump. You swore to do that. You swore to defend your nation against enemies, foreign and domestic. If you don't kill Donald Trump, you too are a traitor, which means all the veterans are traitors and all of our military branches of service are treasonous. Bear that in mind. They are not defending you. They are also the enemy in service of the Russians. Every single goddamn motherless son and daughter of them. So, Trump's economy is flashing red. And we have entered the reckoning by way of the calm before the storm. To kick off your work week on the sourest possible note, Trump is considering pulling 35,000 U.S. troops out of United Germany as the president is becoming, quote-unquote, increasingly frustrated with Europe, while the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire has launched massive strikes across the Ukraine after the United States of America halted all intelligence sharing. Meanwhile, Trump's recent address to Congress has signaled a defiant rejection of bipartisanship, even as these United States added 151,000 jobs, far short of expectations, as our federal workforce shrinks and veterans are getting hit hard. Plus, once thrust into unemployment, axed federal workers face relatives who celebrate their firing, as acknowledged, or rather brought to our attention by Holly Kiefer. Trade wars, rising prices, falling confidence, and sinking stock markets are not what Wall Street or Main Street ever voted for. And the unintended consequence of Trump's tariffs will affect us all. Trump's tariffs are illegal, but that won't matter. The U.S. President Donald Trump's own words are sufficient evidence that his latest tariffs are unlawful, since they are not responses to his declared emergency at the southern border. But U.S. courts are unlikely to do anything about it, further underscoring how weak America's constitutional order has become. So, Again, as a former government employee, a bureaucrat for the Department of Defense myself by profession, in my first career of my life, I am obligated to tell you what economists say about Trump's tariffs. This week, Economics 101 then. The Trump misadministration has unleashed the largest tariffs in modern American imperial history, impacting nearly half of all imports. These sweeping charges are already sending shockwaves through our economy, impacting everything from consumer prices to manufacturing and agriculture. Although the tariffs on Canada and Mexico were exempted for many goods shipped under North America's Free Trade Pact, or otherwise known as NAFTA, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, which is acronymous as USMCA, just a few days later, about 50% of U.S. imports from Mexico and 62% from Canada may still face tariffs. So, who pays for tariffs? What do they mean for American consumers and the economy at large? I've looked at what economists are saying, and it doesn't sound too good. If it's all too LDL for you, too long, didn't listen, there are no winners in a trade war. Everyone loses. Across the Atlantic, the attacks came as the Ukrainian delegation prepared to meet with American imperial counterparts in Saudi Arabia for ceasefire talks. As Russia continues attacking inside Ukraine, killing multiple civilians overnight, the 78-year-old Trump said on Friday into the weekend that he was considering new sanctions on Moscow, but then said he understands why Vladimir Putin would continue bombing Ukrainian towns and cities, because he said Ukrainian civilians need to die too to get the message across to Zelensky. This is what Trump says. This man needs to die, people. If you are an American serviceman or veteran, remember your oath and kill this son of a bitch. Trump has been trying to push the Ukraine into a ceasefire deal, and Putin is now making noises about a ceasefire as well, albeit in both cases with conditions to include the Kremlin retaining control of all Ukrainian lands. Trump's comments came as America continues to undercut the Ukraine's defense capabilities, even as the EU, European Union, concludes these Russian attacks prove that Putin has no interest in peace. Having stopped military assistance and ended all intelligence access, Trump has also cut off all satellite access to Kiev, the capital of Ukraine's forces. And despite talk of new sanctions, his aides have been working on a plan to possibly lift sanctions against the Russian Empire, including the oil price cap, if there's progress in the ceasefire talks. In less than 12 months, the American empire has gone from the Ukraine's staunchest ally to something else entirely. And on Friday, into this weekend, news came that one of the Ukraine's few remaining bargaining chips may be slipping away. Russian forces have reclaimed some Ukrainian-held territory in the Kursk region, threatening a potential bargaining chip that Kiev could take into potential peace talks with Moscow. The area under Ukrainian control in Kursk has shrunk by nearly 1/5 over less than 3 weeks, based on the data from Deep State open source map service. What's more, according to the map service, Russian forces are close to splitting Ukraine's military presence in region, while the U.S. President Donald Trump is deliberating pulling troops out of United Germany and relocating them to Eastern Europe in another potential snag to Washington's relationship with Europe itself. The speculation commenced after the president said he was finding it more difficult to deal with Ukraine and that it may be easier to deal with Russia as his misadministration seeks to reach a peace agreement. Approximately 160,000 active duty personnel are stationed outside of these United States, a large amount in Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany. A source close to the White House told the press, Trump is angry that they, Europe, appear to be pushing for war. I mean, they haven't been doing shit. They haven't been doing anything for Ukraine of any substance, by my account. It all commenced after the Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Orbán, vetoed a commitment to bolster support for the Ukraine, which was signed by all other European member states. Orbán has maintained a slavishly closer relationship with motherless Russia, forever opposing European Union sanctions on Moscow. Trump is merely aping the Putinista Hungary's dictatorial Orbán. Trump has moved to gut the federal government, fire critics, and reward allies, a path identical to tin horn dictators like Orbán. A pitiless crackdown on illegal immigration, a hardline approach to law and order, a purge of gender ideology and wokeness from the nation's schools, erosions of academic freedom, judicial independence, and the free press, an alliance with Christian nationalism, an assault on democratic institutions, the electoral autocracy that is Viktor Orbán's Hungary, Magyarország in his own language, has been long revered by Donald Trump and his MAGA, the Make America Great Again movement. Now admiration is turning into emulation. In the early weeks of Trump's second midterm as U.S. president, analysts concur there are alarming signs that the Orbánization of America has begun. With the techno-multi-billionaire Elon Musk at his side, Trump has moved with astonishing velocity to fire critics, punish media, reward allies, gut our federal government, exploit presidential immunity, and test the limits of his authority. Many of their actions have been unconstitutional and illegal. With Congress completely impotent, only the federal courts have slowed them down. Orbán, who came to power in 2010, was always described as Trump before Trump by the U.S. president's former advisor, Steve Bannon. His long-term dismantling of institutions and control of media in Magyarország serves as a cautionary tale about how seemingly incremental changes can pave the way for all-out authoritarianism. Orbán has described his own country as a petri dish. That's a biological warfare cultivation plate, a petri dish for illiberalism. His party abused its 2/3 majority to rewrite their constitution, capture institutions, and change electoral law. He reconfigured the judiciary and public universities to ensure long-term, if not eternal, party loyalty. The Prime Minister then created a system of rewards and punishments, giving control of money and media to allies. An estimated 85% of all media outlets are controlled directly by the Hungarian government, allowing Orbán to shape all public opinion and marginalize any dissent. Orbán has been also masterful at weaponizing family values and anti-immigration rhetoric to mobilize his now completely ignorant base. Orbán's fans in these United States include Vice President J.D. Vance, the media personality Tucker Carlson, and Kevin Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation think tank, who once said, "Modern Hungary is not just a model for conservative statecraft, but the model." The Heritage Foundation produced Project 2025, a far-right blueprint for Trump's second midterm. Orbán has addressed the Conservative Political Action Conference, the CPAC, acronymous as CPAC, and 12 months ago traveled to the Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida for talks with Trump and Musk. He has claimed that we have entered the policy writing system of Donald Trump's team and have deep involvement there. In other words, he's another foreign party controlling the United States. We are now not just under the occupation government of the Zionists and the Russians, but the House of Saud and Hungary, a third world European shithole. But even Orban might be taken aback and somewhat envious of the alacrity that Trump has shown since returning to power, attacking the foundations of democracy not with a chisel but a sledgehammer. On day one, he pardoned nigh 1,600 people who took part in the January 6th, 2021 insurrection, including those who violently attacked our United States Capitol Police in an effort to overturn his election defeat. Driven by vengeance, he dismissed federal prosecutors involved in Trump-related investigations and hinted at a further targeting of thousands of FBI agents who worked on the 6th of January insurrection-related cases. Bill Kristol, director of the advocacy group Defending Democracy Together, and a former official in the Ronald Reagan White House, said, flipping the narrative on January 6th, becoming a pro-January 6th administration, then weaponizing the Justice Department and talking at least of mass firings at the FBI, that's further than the norm and very dangerous for obvious reasons. If he could do that, he could do anything. Why can't he order the Justice Department to investigate you and me and 100 other people? One assumes the lawyers at Justice or the FBI agents wouldn't do it, but if a couple thousand have been cleared out and the rest are intimidated, I'm not hysterical, but I do think the threat is much more real now than people anticipated it being a month ago. And borrowing from Orban's playbook, Trump has mobilized the culture wars, issuing a series of executive orders and policy changes that target diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and education curricula. This week, he signed an executive order aimed at banning transgender athletes from competing in women's sports at all and directed the Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi to lead a task force on eradicating what he called anti-Christian bias within the federal government. He is also seeking to marginalize the mainstream mass media machine and supplant it with a right-wing ecosystem that includes armies of influencers and podcasters. A new media seat has been added to the White House press briefing room while Silicon Valley multi-billionaires were prominent at his inauguration. Musk's X is a powerful mouthpiece. Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook has abandoned all fact-checking, and the communist Chinese-owned TikTok could become part owned by the United States of America. Trump has sued news organizations over stories or even interview edits. Some have settled the cases out of fear. The Pentagon said it would rotate 4 major news outlets from their workspace and replace them with more Trump-friendly mass media. Jim Acosta, a former White House correspondent who often sparred with Trump, quit CNN, while Lara Trump, the president's own daughter-in-law, has been hired to host a new weekend show on Rupert Murdoch's Fox News. But the most dramatic change has been the way in which Trump has brought disruption to the federal government on an unprecedented scale, firing at least 17 inspectors general, dismantling long-standing programs, sparking widespread public outcry, and challenging the very role of Congress to create our nation's laws and pay our bills. Government workers are being pushed to resign en masse. Entire agencies are being shuttered, and federal funding to states and nonprofits are temporarily frozen, if not permanently so. The most sensitive Treasury Department information of countless Americans was opened to Musk's dodgy the DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency team, in a breach of privacy and protocol, raising concerns about the inevitable misuse of federal funds. Musk's allies orchestrated a physical takeover of the USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, locking out employees and vowing to shut it down, with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, stepping in as acting administrator. On X, Musk posted, "We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper." Musk's team has also heavily influenced the OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, offering federal workers a mass buyout and installing loyalists into key positions. It is also pushing for a 50% budget cut and implementing zero-based budgeting at the GSA, the General Services Administration, headquartered in California's San Bruno, which controls federal properties and massive contracts. Musk, a private citizen who has tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in government contracts, is slashing and burning his way through Washington with little accountability, in fact, not at all, and has significant potential conflicts of interest. In fact, they are known. An array of lawsuits is demanding interventions to stop him unilaterally gutting our government. Protests are erupting outside government agencies and jamming congressional phone lines. But critics aiming to sound the alarm that a shadow government is conducting a hostile takeover face intimidation and punishment. Edward Martin, the interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, threatened legal action against anyone who impedes DOJ's work or threatens its people. Martin posted on X, "We are in contact with FBI and other law enforcement partners to proceed rapidly. We also have our prosecutors preparing." Here I quotist Chris Murphy, a Democratic senator for Connecticut, at length and verbatim. "They are copying the path taken by other would-be dictators like Viktor Orban. You have a move towards state-controlled mass media. You have a judiciary and law enforcement that seems poised to prioritize the prosecution of political opponents. You have the executive seizure of spending power, so the leader and only the leader gets to dictate who gets all the money. What's most worrying to me right now is there's a whole campaign underway to try to punish and suppress all of Trump and Musk's political enemies. It started with the pardoning of all the January 6th rioters. Now everybody knows that they are at risk of having the shit beat out of them." Chris Murphy's words, not mine. "If they oppose Donald Trump." It extended to the seizure of government funding. It's clear now that Musk and Trump are going to fund entities and states and congressional districts that support them and will withhold funds from entities and states and congressional districts that don't support them. Now you have this lawyer who represented the January 6th insurrectionist defendants and the new acting DC U.S. attorney trolling activists online, threatening them with federal prosecution. It's a dizzying campaign of political repression that looks more like Russia than the United States. All his words, the words of Chris Murphy, the Democratic senator for Connecticut, not mine. Now back to my own words. Democrats such as Murphy are determined to fight back. Being in the minority, as they are, they have few tools at their disposal. Republicans have mostly appeared content to cede their own power. The Red Party's fealty to Trump was demonstrated again last week when senators in committee voted to move forward with the confirmations of Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as Director of National Intelligence and Health Secretary, respectively. Twa literally maniacal mavericks whose mere selection, let alone confirmation, would have been unthinkable just a year ago. Charlie Sykes, a conservative author and broadcaster, said, "There had been some lingering optimism that at least some Republican senators would draw the line at some of the more absurd MAGA appointees, but that hasn't happened. That also demoralizes any potential opposition. Again, these are Charlie Sykes' words, not mine, and I continue to quote his T. What Elon Musk represents is basically a hostile takeover of the government and the complete indifference of the Republican Congress to the ways that it is being stripped of its core constitutional functions is demoralizing. Charlie Sykes' words, not mine, and I continue with them. It is this mood that nothing can be done or will be done to stop them. You're seeing that in the business community, in the political community, and it's a fundamental loss of faith in the rule of law and in our system of checks and balances. Now back to my words. One guardrail is barely holding for now. Courts have temporarily blocked Trump's efforts to end birthright citizenship, cull the government workforce, and freeze federal funding. Even so, commentators warn that the blatant disregard for congressional authority, erosion of civil service protections, and concentration of power in the executive branch pose a grave, potentially, well, ultimately lethal threat to our constitutional republic. Larry Jacobs, director of the Center for the Study of Politics and Governance at the University of Minnesota, said, and here I quote his T, "You'd have to have your eyes fully closed not to be deeply concerned and outraged about the vacuum that Donald Trump is operating in now." His words, "In a real sense, United States democracy has died last month." To continue with his words, "It doesn't mean it's dead for the long term, but at this moment, the idea of an accountable representative system, as the framers of the Constitution wrote it, is no longer present." Now back to my words. Trump has also paused all military aid and intelligence sharing with the Ukraine to pressure Kiev, the capital thereof, to accept a ceasefire deal after an explosive Oval Office meeting with the Ukrainian President Zelensky the week before last. On social media, Trump wrote, "Based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire. And," all uppercase here, "final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now, before it is too late. Thank you!" All 3 exclamation marks there. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, the 45th and 47th president, non-president, said, "When I came to NATO, when I first had my first meeting, I noticed that people weren't paying their bills at all, and I said I should wait till my second meeting, and I did, and I brought that up, and I said, if you don't pay your bills, we're not going to participate. We're not going to protect you." And speaking at the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference in Washington last month, the Vice President J.D. Vance also said, "Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not." This is what gropes my ass. Come on, let's make Brendan talk. Brendan's back with us. Let's make him talk. The fact that foreign policy is dictated by what's allowed in a nation's social media. that you're deciding whether or not to ally with a nation militarily in terms of security commitments based on the fact that you're not allowed to bloviate on Facebook. This is the petty. There's no words for this. Brendan, of course, might find some. So, dear Brendan, let's test your audio. See if he can get off mute. And if you can't, well, Brendan, you're welcome to bust in at any moment and whenever you can. On the American home front, these United States added 151,000 jobs in February as employers in a range of industries continued hiring fired federales, while the federal government itself slashed its workforce by 10,000. It's the first time federal employment has declined since June of 2022. Veterans make up 30% of the federal workforce because they're unemployable in any responsible civilian position. So when the Department of Government Efficiency swings an axe, it's bound to hit a veteran who voted for President Donald Trump. This is karmic payback. You all deserve a kick in the ass, you motherfucking veterans who voted for Donald Trump. Some are unhappy, of course, with the people executing his vision for a smaller government that they voted for. To clarify, new numbers on Friday, the new numbers in on Friday, show U.S. job growth steadied last month, but they also show unemployment rose to 4.1%. Overall, it wasn't the worst day of economic news for the Trump misadministration in what's otherwise been 3 solid weeks of grim data. Inflation has proven sticky, and stagflation is now a threat. As consumers start to pull back on spending, businesses may start to rethink hiring plans. More Americans are permanently out of work, and fewer workers are on federal government payrolls, which I will admit has always been a form of welfare. There also was a jump in those working part-time for economic reasons, and the number of Americans holding multiple jobs at once simultaneously climbed to a record of nearly $8.9 million. Yes, Americans are literally working themselves to death. This is why I talk about sleep all the time. Nevertheless, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, non-farm payrolls did increase by 151,000 in February. The advance in hiring was led by healthcare, transportation, and financial activities, all taking advantage of unemployed federales to fill their ranks. This is the first jobs report fully within Trump's second midterm. It's also the first to reflect the start of his effort to slash the United States government, an initiative that's the subject of widespread litigation for being incontrovertibly illegal and unconstitutional. It's already contributed to the most job cut announcements since early in the pandemic. All reputable economists concur that these United States will lose over 500,000 jobs by the end of the year because of Trump's mass firings and their spillover effects on the broader economy. Friday's jobs numbers, since they don't include Trump's recent mass dismissals and all those yet to come, can only be the calm before the storm. And a federal judge in Washington said he'll likely order Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency to preserve records of its activities amid all evidence that its staff are abusing an encrypted messaging platform to communicate. At a hearing on Friday into this weekend, the U.S. District Judge Christopher Cooper told a Trump misadministration attorney that Musk should assume a forthcoming preservation order would immediately apply to his work and that of his aides, and to, his words, advise your clients of that as soon as possible. Cooper is presiding over a lawsuit demanding Musk's group comply with records requests by a watchdog group proving the multi-billionaire and his team are working, quote-unquote, in the shadows to dismantle our entire federal bureaucracy and leave us without governance, any governance whatsoever. Meanwhile, as the lawsuits and court orders against the misadministration pile up, evidence that Trump is ignoring the courts is growing, and with them, the fear that he will trigger a constitutional crisis. There is no magical way out of this. Trump's economic delusions are already hurting America, and may have already planted the seeds of his political collapse, I can only say there will be blood. So head spinning. So head spinning is the world-changing nature of decisions from the White House at the moment that it is sometimes hard to believe this is all actually even happening. Had someone said to me a few weeks ago that President Donald Trump would throw Volodymyr Zelensky out of the White House, cut off all intelligence support and military assistance to Ukraine, and impose 25% tariffs on both Mexico and Canada before announcing delays and exemptions all within a single week, even I would have struggled to believe them. Over the last 6 weeks, President Trump has been spending political capital like a drunk at a casino who insists he's got a system. If history is any predictor, his second midterm trajectory may already be set. Right off a cliff, pedal to the fucking floor. Too soon to say that? Consider the former President Joe Biden, who in his first weeks in office reversed Trump's border policies and unleashed another flood of pandemic relief cash. These maneuvers ultimately helped create his 12 biggest political headaches, a migrant crisis and runaway inflation so bad that even Dollar Tree had to raise its prices. Then Biden made it worse by shrugging the problems off. Immigration, his administration argued, was cyclical and inflation was merely transitory. Neither explanation turned out to be accurate. His approval ratings tanked immediately upon his disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal and never recovered. Now it's Trump's turn to step on a rake and take it in the face. That was fast. Trump's approval ratings just dove underwater, meaning he hit this particular milestone even faster than Joe Biden. According to a new Ipsos poll, 3 in 5 Americans think the cost of living, the issue that's promoted as having won Trump in the 2024 election, is going in the wrong direction. As you might recall, Trump promised to bring down food prices on day one. Well, here we are, and the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, is telling the public to deal with high egg prices by raising their own chickens. Look, I understand the appeal. Raising chickens, at least in a world without bird flu, might sound charming, and I bet many environmentally conscious liberals would find it quite nostalgic. But for most urban and even suburban Americans, this is like the Secretary of Transportation suggesting we tackle rising gas prices by riding horses to work. If a Democrat had said anything this fucking absurd, Fox News would be hosting an emergency town hall titled Biden's Barnyard Blunder. Subtitled, The War on Your Wallet. But somehow, this little nugget of genius has never even registered. Maybe people are too busy choosing between a carton of eggs and keeping the lights on. Meanwhile, Trump is hell-bent on seeing just how much economic misery voters can stomach. His latest stroke of brilliance? Slapping tariffs on Canada and on Mexico. Because nothing fixes inflation quite like boosting prices. Here we come to the ripple effect of Trump's historic tariffs. On March 4th of 2024, the Trump misadministration enacted unprecedented tariffs, marking the largest trade barriers in modern American imperial history. These tariffs impose a 25% tax on all imports from Mexico, a 10% hike on Canadian energy products, and a 25% increase on all other Canadian goods. Communist Chinese imports, already taxed earlier, now face doubled tariffs at 20%. In total, $1.3 trillion in goods. Not billion, but trillion. Nearly half of all American imperial imports are affected, reshaping the financial landscape overnight. By the way, kisses at Victoria, who's joined us in the chat. Do hope she stays there. Love her dearly. And thank you so much, Victoria. Let me see if I can send you a little kiss, which is in the emoji language. There we are. Okay. Damn, I just backed it. Pressed the wrong button here. There we are. And with that, back to task. Who pays the price? While tariffs are often framed as a tool to protect domestic industries, the burden falls squarely on American imperial consumers and businesses. The importer always pays the tariff, not the shipping foreign company or government. Historical data from the 2018 to 2019 Sino-American trade war proves that foreign exporters rarely lower prices in response to tariffs. Instead, American imperial importers absorb the costs and pass them on to consumers. Domestic producers may also raise prices to match tariffed imports, compounding the financial strain. The consequences are stark and far-reaching. Everyday essentials like gasoline, steel, aluminum, and plastics are set to become more expensive, driving up costs for manufacturers and farmers. Consumers will feel the pinch as prices rise for fresh produce from Mexico, ergo, avocados, tomatoes, and limes, and electronics like laptops and game consoles. The automotive industry, deeply integrated with North American supply chains, faces production slowdowns as key components become costlier. Economists estimate these tariffs will add an effective 11.5% tax on all American imperial imports, translating to $370 billion in added costs. These tariffs are unprecedented in scope, surpassing even the Smoot-Hawley Act of 1930, which is econo-scientifically blamed for exacerbating the Great Depression. Some states will be hit harder than others. States like Texas, my own Golden California, and Michigan, with close ties to Mexico and Canada, all face billions of dollars in annual losses. As they stay in place, the announced tariffs will cost the average four-person American household between $1,200 and $3,200 annually. Planning to build your own house all by yourself like the late Alzheimer's demented Gene Hackman in The Unforgiven because you can't afford the contractors? Brace yourself for soaring lumber costs. And in case that wasn't enough, Trump's mass deportation plan threatens to gut the construction workforce, sending labor costs through the roof. It's a perfect 1-2 punch. Fewer workers, pricier materials, and a housing market already on life support. You're gonna find yourself living in the same conditions those Latinxes were fleeing via Tijuana, in a cardboard box with a little tin roof. Don't worry though. Rather than acknowledge the flawed approach, Republicans are already laying the groundwork for the inevitable fallout of Trump's policies by claiming that Americans are willing to suffer higher prices for the love of Trump. Speaking of scams, allow me to expose the actual biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. And we could bring on Brendan Zogit for a little bit of history here. He could define what a Ponzi scheme is. For those of you who don't know, you can look it up. Hey, Brendan, let's test your audio here. See if you can talk. And if he's on mute, that means he's dealing with work. He does telegraph from work, so to speak. All right, since he seems unable to join us,
Yes, I'm here, Doug.
Oh, please, by all
How's
means.
everything?
Yes. Oh, well, much the better for speaking with you. Thank you so much. And give us a little status report, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, please.
There's not much to share, but
Yes, you're still working. Your voice is not coming through very well, very tinny and tiny. So if you could talk closer to the mic. Yeah.
I might have to change my equipment.
Understood. Understood. Well, whenever you get a chance to jump on, just go ahead and do so whenever you feel like jumping on. And so he's going to change his equipment. He might jump right back on. But for those of you who don't know, Ponzi was this incredible individual. There's no other word for it. One of the more charismatic criminals in history. And,
does this sound any better?
Excellent. Infinitely
okay.
better. Yes. So by all means, so share with us again. You said your status update is not much new news. I guess no news is good news. But what do you feel comfortable sharing? And feel free to review a little bit of the links you sent myself. I haven't had a chance to look at them yet, so we can look at them together. Experts, unreleased stress energy off Hokkaido is enough to trigger a megaquake. Holy shit. Go on.
Yeah, so as per the Japanese measurements, in Hokkaido, there's a fault line that's 8 centimeters shifted in either direction with no observable earthquakes as of yet. So that means the pressure that's built up can be the equivalent of a 9.0 or above earthquake. So it's just like a ticking time bomb, essentially. So
yeah. By the way,
that's what they're claiming. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell people about the Presidio Trust. Yes. Tell people about that.
And, yeah. Was that before? So we went in February because that article. He said that in February 20th or something.
It's.
I forgot when we went. That's
well. Let me look up on the calendar. Yeah, I know you've been dealing with quite a bit. So let me look up on the calendar as to where we went. I believe it was last month, and I believe it was. Oh God, it was late in the month. It was like, or was it the month before then? Right? It was.
That's what I was wondering.
January. Oh yes, it was January 31st. January 31st. So it was after we went.
It was after we went.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, and
so after we went, he figured, might as well get rid of the Presidio. He tried to delete it, quote unquote, right?
Yeah.
And then the Presidio Trust came out and said, well, that was redundant because we fund 97% of the park. So,
yes.
Because it's all privately rented and owned. So there's no point in even doing that other than just to basically taunt yourself after we went.
Yes. Yeah. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, it's just a taunt, a trollery. It's a troll.
Yeah, it was just trollery.
Yeah. And so
there's no logical reason. If the Presidio's already shut down, why shut it down twice? It's just absurd.
Thank you. It's again, yeah, it's just a, God, those two assholes visited the Presidio. He was told that personally. Some courier, you know what I mean, just some random flunky. Yeah, told him personally. Hey, that Doug Dietrich and Brendan Soki went to the Presidio.
I was like, shut it down.
Shut it down, yeah. Like we enjoyed it. Like we were going there enjoying ourselves.
Like it was a park. It was like a park. Like I was like, oh, wow, that's where the body got beheaded? Wow. Yeah. Can't wait to come back. It was just so crazy.
Oh, and for anybody who thinks we're indulging ourselves, you just don't get it. These things happen so often; they're not a coincidence. None of them are coincidental. They're just too. How would we say it? Synchronous. They're too synchronous.
Yeah, it was too synchronous, and on top of that, it's like if it's already funding itself, like why waste your breath, like even signing that paper?
Yeah, but it goes to show how fucked up our dossiers are. They think we're like joyriding there. Like, let me show you. Yeah. And Brendan's going, oh, joy. Yeah.
Oh, so cool.
Yeah, this is where all the kids were tickled and shit. Yeah. They think we think like them. That's their fucking problem.
Yeah, they thought it was a vacation.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
You can ask Doug. I told him I didn't even want to go. I was like, I don't even want to go in there.
We went there.
We ended up there.
We went there with the spirit that other people visit the Holocaust sites, like Dachau or Auschwitz. But you know what? There are people who visit them for a sick joy. Like Musk took his youngest son X there to the Holocaust, to Auschwitz and Dachau. He took his youngest son on a tour of all the death camps because he's fucking sick. Because he's fucking sick. And he wants to Jew-doctrinate him. He wants to Jew-doctrinate. His son's blonde-haired and blue-eyed, and he wants him to hate himself. Yeah. And he wants him to hate himself because you remember Musk himself claims to be Jewish. Now, what's this about him and Rubio? You said everyone that thought they would be safe is feeling blowback. Laugh out loud.
Rubio was in there saying, "Please don't cut my staff," and Musk was like, "I want to see them fired by the end of the day." He basically said, "I don't care how good they work. Just pick at random if you have to." And dude's crying because all the people that worked for him are like getting screwed over, and it's like, well, you signed up for it.
That's right. That's right.
They thought they were going to be spared. It's like when it's the classic it's like from that film The Dictator by Sacha Baron Cohen. It's like you think you're on his side when you agree with him, and then he goes behind the camera and he's like, "Kill him." It's like,
oh yeah.
But all his guys thought they were cool with him. So
that's how stupid they are. That's how fucking stupid they are.
Well, that's what it was supposed to show, like how the Gaddafi shit was working.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what's his name? Musk has said that multiple times that he loves that movie. It's his favorite movie.
I didn't know that.
And he goes around quoting it.
I didn't know that, but that says everything. That really says everything because it's supposed to be taken as satire. You're not you're not supposed to relate to that character. That character is supposed to be indefensible, irredeemable, and an object of laughter.
Like a total joke, yeah.
Yeah, but he takes it as a role model. Musk takes it as a role model.
Well, it's just like after I know where he's coming from. It's like after all the droids, the drug abuse.
Yeah,
it's like you just feel like life is a satire. You're like, ha ha ha,
Oh yeah, so it's all a joke to him. It's all a joke to him.
Yeah, it's all a joke.
People dying in front of him, they're a joke to him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll get into that.
Yeah, so that's where it's at.
Yeah, and by the way, so what do you feel is the significance of this man being executed by a firing squad? Why is this such a big deal? Simply because they switched from the electric chair to a firing squad? What were they doing before?
Well, no,
this can't be the first time the state's executed anybody.
No, it's been a while, but the guy whoever's in charge of that department in the corrections office, he came out and he said, "Do you want him cooking in our electric chair? Because that's the only other option, and it's about 100 years old, and you get to see him squirm."
Wow, he needs to write greeting cards. Damn, that guy ought to be writing menus at the fast food franchises.
Such a nice guy. Yeah, he's such a nice guy, I'm sure.
Yeah. Holy shit.
That's what he said.
Now, traditionally, a firing squad, one of the men's supposed to have a blank so that they all assume they're the ones who had the blank.
Well, I don't think that matters because they all volunteered. Yeah. They're all like ready. They don't give a fuck.
Well, that's always been a joke. That one of the rounds is blank has always been a joke thing. None of those fuckers would give a shit.
They probably had to draw straws.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure everyone volunteered, and they had to have a selection
shoot
process.
This guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What a joke. But not that I'm against the death penalty. For true criminals.
I don't understand what. No. Yeah, I don't understand what the qualm is with capital punishment.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's like if all of the evidence is there. And you killed a bunch of people.
Yeah.
In the worst way possible. Like, what's the problem? I don't know.
Thank you. It's like, but such having been said, then Musk claims Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And just to historically explain what that is, a Ponzi scheme is a fraudulent investment scam where profits for early investors are generated by using funds from all the newer investors rather than from any legitimate business activities. But it's named after a man named Ponzi, Charles Ponzi, the Italian businessman, actually a con artist, who famously abused a similar scheme in the early 1920s. But when he did it, this guy was so good at what he did. He kept it going for so long that, you know, he was considered an Italian hero up there with Columbus and Marconi. I mean, this guy was like, when he was active, he was the man. So much so that Benito Mussolini actually asked him to come to fascist Italia to help remodel their economy, even though he was already going great guns, because fascism isn't the only economic system that does not suffer depression. But he refused. Yeah. The con artist had a conscience. He refused to take that offer because he secretly told Mussolini, he said, look, you're my country. I wouldn't hurt you, but look, I'm in America. I'm just ripping these people off. Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, and he escaped to Argentina. I'm happy to report. He ultimately did escape to Argentina through the fascist escape line. Ponzi, after, you know, killing millions of Americans economically and probably literally from losing all their money. But, people die, and I don't know if you've heard what I've been saying about the economy so far tonight, and Trump's numbers going in the tank faster than Joe Biden's did. So
it's not a surprise.
Yeah.
Because these people thought they were gonna like somehow save money or something, and now they're all lost their jobs. I told you about the farms. All their USDA loans got pulled, so they have no way to buy seeds or fertilizer or anything.
Yeah.
So it's just like,
Madness.
how are you supposed to work with that?
Thank you. Now, Holly, you're free to jump in here, because Holly was under the impression they still love him. He's still the popular. I said, maybe you've been looking at Republican websites, honey. Yeah, this guy's not popular anymore. So, Holly,
It was just the beginning. This was the beginning.
Keep an eye on all sides of it. You know what I mean?
Of course. Understood.
But
these people are just paid to write those articles, though.
Yeah.
If they weren't getting paid, they wouldn't be writing that article. That was at least not in a nice way.
I agree. But Holly, you know, by all means, any other cynicism you can share is appreciated.
I had a short list from the magnificent riff you did tonight so far.
Oh, please. Then, by all means, start with it.
Back to the, we might as well go backwards.
Yeah.
Let me get my light out.
Sure.
And
Dang, you in the woods?
Yeah. She's always outdoors, dude. She's practically camping with Bigfoot and shit. She just claims she never sees him. She talks to Bigfoot all the time. I mean, God, she's practically the tribal interpreter for the feds. Oh, I was supposed to keep that secret. Sorry, Holly.
Oh shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that big bear neighbor isn't what you think he is.
Never happened. Yeah, totally. I called my upstairs neighbor Bigfoot.
Yeah, because he's stomping all the time.
There you go.
Yeah.
He is. He's kind of real troglodyte, you know what I mean?
And they don't even notice these people.
A big brute.
Yeah.
But he has all the guns. So,
of course. Yeah, they always do.
At least we're defended. He loves me, so we're defended.
Cool.
Worst come to worst.
That's nice.
Yeah.
They should just, at this point, since they're cutting everything, they should just standard issue a revolver to everyone. Why not?
Well, somebody was saying every school kid.
Yeah.
Maybe not every school. I've seen those kids. They don't they can't even handle a vape. Don't give them anything.
Man.
Don't give them shit.
Yeah. Well, what she's saying, she's not agreeing with the idea, or even she's just.
I'm not defending it.
Yeah, she's just relaying it that somebody was saying, give all the kids guns and then they can defend themselves. Then you'd see an entire class massacre itself. It'd be a circular firing squad.
I mean, there you go.
Yeah, and Brendan has seen it, even without the guns. Tell him. Just how these kids
Which time?
Yeah,
Which fucking
it's
time?
just it's chronic. It's chronic.
It's just it's every day.
Yeah. Oh, there's
to say the least.
Yeah. And but while Holly's looking for that, Trump just announced something called a strategic crypto reserve. I don't know what that is, but I do know that if you put crypto and Trump in the same sentence, somebody is getting fleeced. And it ain't him or his fat cat friends in the tech industry. I remain
Well, they're taking all the fun, the treasury, and putting it into crypto reserves. Which the only people that benefit are people with those crypto coins.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, and if they drop, then that means the whole country's broke.
Yes.
It just doesn't.
Yeah. No. In other words, he's out to bankrupt the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, theoretically, they should keep it flowing because they're all scamming. So.
No, but that shows that they have foresight, that they're actually planning. Oh yeah,
here's the latest. Thrust into unemployment, federal workers face basically when they go home, all those boomers are like, "Good job, good Trump," in their face, Yeah. So there's gonna be a lot more murders inside of families and shit, I'm sure.
Oh, I can only pray.
Or like plug pulling when they get into the nursing home. It's like, yeah, no, I ain't paying for your nurse.
No.
Cut them.
Families like that need to be massacred, unlike what...
like, imagine your daughter works all their life to get into the park service, and then they're like, "Good job, we're saving money." And then they come back to move in, and that's all you tell them. Yeah. "I'm so glad he's doing this." It's like,
yeah, you were such a waste.
Yeah.
Horrible.
I always knew it.
Yeah.
But that's how they think. That's how these people think.
Yeah, I was saying that before.
Yeah, terrible.
And
what were you saying, Doug?
All the way around back to the tariffs.
Yes.
Because, Douglas, those numbers you were throwing out have now become incomprehensible to the average Joe.
Thank you.
Billions.
I want my Dodge refund stat. If they're going to keep doing this and not paying, I'm pissed.
Yeah, right? $5,000. But I think it was
they're just they were just quoting some rando. They never actually said that. Yeah. It was some rando just saying numbers. It's like, just to calm people down, but it was a lie.
But you could hear all those mockers' eyes going ka-ching, like they won the slot machine. But the thing is with these
even though they were hating on the stimulus checks, they're saying, "Oh no, it's going to destroy the economy."
I know.
But apparently this is different.
If Elon gives me one, I'm in.
At this rate, they're gonna have to do UBI, otherwise it'll be like Doug and I have said about when it gets so dystopian that nothing works. It's like no one's gonna be happy.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna pay 200 million Americans to lay around and think about what to do today. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely not.
So wait, now back to these incomprehensible numbers. Spiraling up and up now trillions is commonplace.
Yes.
In the budgetary.
Yeah.
Which it goes up like a magnitude a decade. Spiraling up like smoke because we're past the point of any tangible backing of these crazy numbers.
Yeah.
And then I was going to go into the new crypto government department, government reserve and all that is all just sheer fantasy.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it's not a fantasy. It's an actual Ponzi scheme, except it's worse. Matter of fact, what it is it's National Treasure, the Bitcoin edition. It's the crypto plot against America's gold reserves. It's basically
and so, but it isn't based on anymore. What's it supposed to be based on now? I haven't kept up.
Well,
right?
It's based on gold.
Crypto is the reserve.
Yeah, crypto is the reserve, but gold is what they're going to
I get
steal.
That. Crypto's its own thing.
Yeah, but crypto's air. It's bubbles. Crypto's bubbles.
I get
burst.
that.
Yeah.
But there's still billions into trillions without it.
So let me explain it. Here's a news alert for you.
Because I know you know.
Yeah. Trump's picked Trump's picked this guy who's a crypto conflict personified. Howard Lutnick's Cantor Fitzgerald recently invested in the crypto firm Tether. Trump's Commerce Secretary pick is, of course, getting closer to a crypto firm being investigated by the feds, but all of that's been canceled since Trump's become president. President Donald Trump's pick to lead our Commerce Department is moving to deepen the ties between his company and the firm behind the world's largest stablecoin, Tether. So here's what, let's see now with the plan that's being articulated. So, Brendan, articulate on this, please. U.S. increases dominance, war commerce. He says, here's their plan. In other words...
Oh, the rest of it. Yeah. The rest of it is we not only have been, but we have now increased as the world's biggest arms exporter.
Okay. So but who are we selling to? The Russians? Because
it says here.
Because the Europeans are gonna stop buying American. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Like you say, the River of Iron, all the way to Tierra del Fuego.
Yes, it's well.
So here are the imports. It's Ukraine, India, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Japan, Australia, Egypt.
Okay.
And Kuwait.
And Kuwait.
And United States, I guess we just sell it to ourselves.
Yeah, but when it comes to the United States and the River of Iron going all the way down south, I mean all the way down, as Holly said, to Tierra del Fuego, this is handguns. These are like machine guns, handguns.
I get it.
Yeah.
That's
submachine guns. Yeah. They're all just like they're horrible weapons of mass destruction on a civilian scale, but they're all personnel weapons. They're personnel weapons.
Retail, not government money.
No, beyond that, they're not tanks. They're not jets.
Yeah.
They're not helicopters. Not even Mexico never buys American when it comes to that shit. When it comes to national defense,
they're talking strictly Waffen here. Yeah, Doug's right.
Yeah, when it comes to national defense,
they buy German.
Yeah. Well,
weapons.
Yeah, French. The Mexicans buy French because they used to be a colony of France, or they prefer European weapons. And the statement in Mexico is "so far from God, so close to the United States." That's their axiom in terms of what they buy. So meaning, don't buy from the U.S. Buy from anyone else in the name of God. But in terms of what you're bringing up, Brendan, it's deeply appreciated. This is what they think will make up for it, but believe me, they're going to lose out in the end because they're turning against all their allies, and the allies are going to go elsewhere.
Germany's going to invest like almost $1 trillion into European defense, and I doubt they'll buy anything American.
Thank you.
Obviously.
Well, they won't need to because the German products are better. So their weapons are simply better. And the Japanese can not only manufacture weapons themselves, they also are now diving into the world arms market. So Japanese weapons will be as good as their cars, meaning they're going to be orders of magnitude better than almost anyone else. So
it's starting to sound like a brand new arms race.
Yes, thank God. that's a good
arms
thing.
Race.
That's a good thing, Holly. Believe me, that's a good thing.
Right, because now the government's firing everybody, and it's no longer the stabilizer on society. It's going to be the military contractors.
Yeah, but like I said,
so it's the privatization.
Yeah, but the military contractors, they can't run the government. Yeah, so
but in terms of,
basically what I was saying is they're going to cut everything else, build a bunch of weapons, start a bunch of wars, and hope that compensates, because they're just using FDR's method.
Thank you.
Destroy the economy, then then come in, start wars, then eventually we'll end up with all the gold. That's what he thinks.
Yes. Now, in all fairness, just to put that in perspective, FDR,
because of the boom, boomers, hence the boom. Yeah,
that's right. Boom. Yeah, FDR at least inherited an economy that was already destroyed. To his credit, FDR was not out to destroy the economy; he was out to mobilize the economy. Even though he did it for malevolent intent, it was all part of a war mobilization. So that's what that's what got America out of the Depression was World War II. Though there are economists who argue with that. I've never.
That's what they keep saying.
Yeah, that's right. There's economists who argue with that, but I've never really understood their argument. But I get it. Basically, what they're saying is you're destroying assets during a war, so you're not pulling a nation out of a depression. I understand that, but you're making so many other assets, it more than makes up for it. So it's not like those economists are in the main. But they're just economists who don't like war and feel that everything should be solved by trade and that trade supersedes conflict. But we all know human nature is not like that. Human nature tends towards conflict over economics, and which is what Trump is heading into. Only he's doing it by destroying the economy, so he cannot mobilize for a war. You see what I'm saying? He's got the idea that they'll all be unemployed and therefore they all go into the military. But these are not, we'll see if that works. I mean, people are starving. They might go into the military. He'll get a bunch of starving people. And I've always said we need to start a draft. But I don't think he's understanding the complexity of how different our situation is today from World War II, where we had this homogenous population. He's alienated all the people who would otherwise serve, which are the peripheral populations. So he's hoping that he gets an all-white military, and but the military today is dominated by minorities. Why is transgender even an issue in the military? How many transgendered people can there be? That's until you realize the military is overwhelmingly gay. That's the only reason why this is such an issue. But then if he slashes all them out, what's he got left? He's hoping that the unemployed whites will all replace them, but he's living in a fantasy world because there's plenty of unemployed blacks and Hispanics that are also in the military.
That makes sense. I mean, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just like, if no one has jobs, what is your option?
Yes. Yeah.
Because that's essentially what happened anyways in World War II. There wasn't enough money, so they said, I'm just gonna send my kids to the war.
Yeah.
Instead of having to feed them.
That's right. But as I said, even then, unknown to most Americans who think every motherfucker lined up to volunteer. It was all draft days. 2/3 of them were draft days, and only 1/3 volunteered. Whereas in Vietnam, 2/3 volunteered because that's how bad the economy was in one sense, and only 1/3 were draft days. So, I mean, history is not what people think.
I mean, Poland's already drafting.
Yeah, well, they need to.
They're not saying it's a draft, but they're saying every adult male has to go through a military training. It's like, that sounds like a draft to me.
Yeah, thank God. Well, good for them. And let's hope Germany emulates them soon enough. And,
now, anybody that could possibly went with somebody like KBR or something. The numbers in the privatizing of it were fantastically enormous.
Please,
and only losers went, and joined up.
That's right, but we had plenty of losers, believe me. We had plenty. Yeah, plenty of them that just didn't get it because they thought it was the patriotic way to go. That's how they were raised and indoctrinated. They didn't know anything about mercenary service. I mean, who does? Very few people.
Might learn skill, like you say, that has going on since the 70s.
Yeah. Now, explain to people what
computers.
Please explain to our listeners what KBR is.
Brown and Root and Blackwater and all those.
Yeah.
Corporate forces.
Yeah, Kellogg Brown and Root. Yeah, Kellogg Brown and Root, KBR, was a giant construction corporation that made a killing, to use a pun, in Iraq because they were hired to rebuild all of Iraq, effectively. And so Blackwater was like their private army for KBR, for Kellogg Brown and Root. Right, Holly?
Yeah. And they hire,
Look how good that turned out.
Yeah, oh yeah, what a success story. Yeah, that's
every kind of support service.
Yeah,
all the jobs you used to get when you got drafted were then contracted out to these contractors that were charging, $500 on the dollar.
Yeah. There was this one American propagandist.
Provide services.
Yeah, there was this one American propagandist. I used to know his name. These people are so repulsive, it's impossible to remember their names because you just want to forget them. But the fucker was on conservative talk radio all the time. and he was often a Roswell propagandist. Would talk about, oh, there was a UFO, and he was completely just bullshit history. All of his history was fallacious. He would say things like, oh, well, we got the Horton Flying Wing when we took Berlin. The Americans didn't take Berlin. The Russians did in World War II at tremendous cost, the loss of 1 million men. Something that devastated their army, so they had no more divisions left and had to send old World War I veterans to invade Manchuria, which was all part of Hirohito's trap to bring him down to where he could literally atomize them on the Korean Peninsula and create the demilitarized zone that still exists today. And when it comes to we'll cover that with George Knight again, no doubt, on Wednesday if he shows up, which I talked to him privately. He says he will on this Wednesday and the next. We'll look forward to that and hope it happens. And he seems to be doing well otherwise. And I found out the particulars of why he had to hang up the night he was with me, and I'll share that privately, of course, with everyone later on different Skype calls, or certainly whoever's left after the show is over, or whoever reappears after the show is over. All that being said, when it comes to the I was talking about the World War II, and oh yes, this idiot, again, I'd have to look his name up. I might not even be able to find it anymore. But the guy who was a Roswell propagandist was then propagandizing on America's involvement in Iraq, saying how KBR was rebuilding the nation and Blackwater was keeping it secure and what an utopia it was. And finally one caller called up and said, if Iraq is so great, why don't you move there? Of course, he didn't answer.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, he didn't answer that. Yeah, that's but I can't answer this. Yeah, basically, the crypto industry was one of the biggest spenders in the 2024 election. It practically single-handedly purchased a U.S. Senate seat in Ohio, turfing out Labor's most reliable senator, Sherrod Brown, with $40 million in advertising. And it convinced Donald Trump to make a 180 with a big sack of campaign contributions. Back in 2021, Trump had said crypto was a scam because he knew it was.
Oh,
but,
yeah. Well, if he knew they would pay him, he wouldn't have said that.
That's right. Well, they did pay him. And then he
Schmiegel Elon probably came up to him and was like, "Did you know you can get paid from this?" And he's like, "How much?"
Yeah. I said, "I'm in." And now he has his own coin. Trump does.
Yeah. We'll get you your own coin.
Yeah.
We got these nice boys working on it right now.
Oh yeah. And at that point, he was Musk's. Oh, what's that, Ollie?
I got a funny story about the actual basic origin of crypto, and I can tell it quick, okay?
Sure.
Check me on this. It was in a Neil Stephenson book of fiction. I think it was Read Me. But let's travel back in time to the days, well, not that far, of RPGs. And the group ones all wired up. And they took a massive hold on society all the way up. And it was like kind of a trope in Manhattan. Executives, all they want to do is get home, pull up their tie, and get back to World of Warcraft, right? Or whatever. Myst, you name it. So you know how if you play hard and you win a lot, you get those weapons or magic stars or sparkly wands or something that kicks
upgraded
you
gear
up in the game. Sorry?
Upgraded gear, like
yeah,
enchanted weapons.
Yeah, that's how you win. But these busy workers didn't have that much time. But it turns out Chinese farm boys did. Chinese farm boys, okay? Take that as a euphemism, who were at like 15 massive experts. And they piled up so much of these sparkly wands and shit that there did start actually an industry where they could be purchased. by
Yeah, I
busy
remember the days of
guys in
RuneScape.
America. Remember that? You could purchase
You could
them. But-
sell like gear for thousands of actual currency dollars, like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, but how to get the money to the Chinese farm boys? Hence, Bitcoin.
Exactly.
All right, makes sense. That guy divulges shit.
Yeah.
Douglas, are you?
Oh, I'm here.
Or these were tokens. They were tokens that they
Yeah.
would exchange.
Like
So
the
you would
pinball
use the
parlor.
in-game gold. You'd use the in-game gold, but you would send actual money. And so it would basically become a proxy, and then these nerds figure out. And on top
How
of
to
that,
get
like
it
even
to
on
Chinese
tabletops,
currency.
even on tabletop games, to keep track of all the score and stuff, you use algorithms. So it's all linked, you know.
Yeah.
Especially the super nerdy originals.
Yeah.
And the early computer games. The scoring
Yes.
and the leveling system is all based upon the same mathematics that Bitcoin is based off of.
There
It's
you
like
go.
exponential and shit. So yeah,
Right.
that's why they love it so much.
There you
It
go.
makes them feel like they're leveling up or something.
There you are.
Yeah, it's a game.
Yeah, it's
And
a game.
so
Yeah.
now there's these elite societies that like buy and sell houses and vacations and cars and all of it in this separate society. Because it's not like, I can use mine at the gas station if I had any, or the grocery store. So I think that's a big cleavage right there because of all the support this scheme is fooling these power guys.
By the way, when
So it makes no sense for me and you, but for guys that are all in on that, that's what they use at a certain level.
right. By the way, can you
They
hear
need
me?
cash to go to the grocery store.
Right. Can you hear me?
I can. Am I sounding bad?
No,
Shouldn't
you're
be.
sounding great. It's just no one was responding to a single word I said. So I was just wondering, you had queried
Oh,
earlier.
maybe not.
Like, Doug, are you there? And I was like responding, but you didn't acknowledge back. So I was just saying, God, they can't hear me. By the way, so I don't know if any of you heard this. Aristides, Brendan, Heather, when I used the term National Treasure, the Bitcoin edition, somebody laughed and said, come on now. And it didn't sound like anybody on the call. Was that you, Brendan? Just to make
What?
certain. Yeah, it did not sound like Aristides or Brendan, but it was a man's voice. So
When was this?
it was when I said,
5 seconds ago.
I
Yeah.
said, it's National Treasure, the Bitcoin edition. And then a man's voice laughed
I didn't hear that.
and said, come on now. And it was like somebody was on the call, but it didn't sound like the voice of either Aristides or Brendan, but it was definitely a male voice. So just wondering if either of you heard that. If you didn't,
I had a video playing, so maybe it's straight into it.
okay, maybe, but I don't think so. It was so synchronous, it seemed to be directly responsive to
hear
what I was
either.
saying. And we'll see if it shows up when the YouTube episode is published. Once this YouTube transmission...
No one is buying chocolate chip ice cream anymore.
Mark the time. Mark the time.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
well, I mean, we'll mark the time as around now. It was several minutes before now. Exactly when I said National
That's right.
Treasure, the Bitcoin edition is. We'll see if that shows up on the audio when the transmission uploads. But everybody just be aware of that, because we remember Brandon Zogiet was here at that time. There used to be people we would hear on the call who were definitely not on the call, and
Yeah, that would happen all
I
the
heard
time.
those noises.
yeah.
What are these? Oh man, I'm looking at the firing squad. There's people protesting. You can't do firing squad.
Yeah. They should be
Is
glad.
that a nod to the Confederacy?
What, firing squads?
This has been
Yeah.
around since guns were invented, as far as
Well, I
I'm aware.
know, but I wondered if it was a Deep South thing. Isn't he?
What state was it even? What state was it?
Virginia or something.
South Carolina.
South
There you
Carolina?
go.
It's
Holy
almost
shit.
like I forgot because I almost didn't need to say it. It was
Oh,
Yeah,
The most
okay.
I bet
backwards-
it
the-
is. He's
just the most
he's
backwards place you could think of.
Was it Meth Head Larry that they finally took out?
a-
Oh God! If I was the case, I'd waste my time and take a vacation to go see it.
I love it. Take me with you. Take me
Right,
with
we would all
you.
be there with our flags, like, "Woo,
Yeah. Well, Daniel Larry Martinez gets
yeah,
taken
and they're
out.
like, "Who are you guys?" And we're like, "We're fans. We're really great fans. We love firing squads."
Thank you.
yeah, the dude's a reb till the end.
Yeah. hope you're listening, Brooke, because
Yeah.
we're on your side in this. You know.
Well, he'd be a chicken. He'd be like crying.
Yeah, poor bastard. Poor bastard. He is a sad
But this
story.
dude, the dude that's getting firing squatted is like he's
Real
a
piece of
real
shit.
piece of
Yeah, he's a real piece of shit. And it's like, I don't understand why people protest death sentences for the people who they kill.
He beat in his ex-girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat and beat in their heads, and then and kept going back and forth until they were like puddles of liquid, like goo and shit.
Yeah, there you go. And it's
So
like,
this guy just,
white. And he's white, right?
oh my god.
yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
White is a
course.
hard-boiled egg. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course he is.
Yeah, it's like, but yeah, there you go. I mean, these people, it's very.
There was another guy. Apparently, there's a second guy that had already been. Let's see, Brad Sigmon used rifles. Three volunteer prison employees used rifles, and he was pronounced dead at 6:08 p.m.
You are all volunteers.
This person tried to kidnap someone's daughter and then planned to take her for a romantic weekend and kill all of them. Yeah, of course. And then this is what the lawyer said. It wasn't anyone part of the government. I thought it was South Carolina saying this, but the lawyer said he chose firing squad because the electric chair would cook him alive.
Oh, right.
And he felt because it's like 100-year-old chair. It's like
old
they never updated it. Yeah. He feared that a lethal injection would send a rush of fluid to his lungs and drown him.
Ooh. Yeah.
So he picked his own death.
They're all bad. I don't see why they don't just,
I take firing squad too.
Yeah. I mean,
because it's not supposed to be pleasurable.
Yeah.
That's just like a.
Yeah, they're all bad.
Merciful.
They're all bad, but the firing squad is probably better than most.
The most merciful, especially hooded.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, of course, there are rare cases where it's an unjust execution, but they're extraordinarily rare. Most of the time, these guys these days have been sitting around. Yeah, most of the time, these guys have been sitting around for decades before they get executed. It's like they've had all the time in the world for the cases.
Yeah, but it's only low because it's been slowed down.
Yes.
It's
against the will of the population, by the way. Against the will of the
because it was all black guys or black women.
I don't know how many black women have been executed. It can't have been that many, if any. But black men, black men, they were definitely on there. But the worst was a historical case of a young black boy who must have been he was under 18 years of age. I know that. Something like 14 to 16 years old, and they executed his ass. That was, people can look that up. I can't remember more details than that, but it was bad. They got video reenactments on YouTube of that. What makes it worse is at least it's portrayed as being unjust and that he was an innocent victim. But cases like that are rare. Most of the time, especially.
I tell you, I scoff at these white people that it's all right wing now. I've got to move away to another country, and off they go. Mm-hmm. But anybody black, so help me God, I respect it. If this thing keeps rolling the way it is.
Well, the blacks don't have that option, honey. Where could they go?
I get it. But by hook or crook. I mean, I respect it.
Yeah, you can speak to or you can see them on YouTube, excuse me, the expats. Yeah. They're African American, they're well spoken, they have all the education.
Yeah.
And they still get harangued when they go anywhere. Yeah. Except for maybe like parts of Europe, because they're more cosmopolitan. But if you go to Asia, you'll never you have to prove yourself by being fluent in the language way more than any white guy.
Yeah.
It's just and people might get butthurt about that, but that's just a fact.
I mean,
it's a cold world.
It isn't.
Colder.
It is, but in Japan it's a bit different. It's like this one guy said who was living in Japan.
Well, they do that to everybody.
Yeah. The one black guy.
Well, because now it's all Somali refugees and shit.
Where?
Not in Japan.
Not in Japan.
No, I'm saying, but generally throughout the world.
Yeah, but
so it hasn't done intelligent refugee-seeking blacks any good from America.
Yeah. No. No, but people can usually tell the difference. I mean, for one thing, Black Americans look well fed. Okay, that's a big start. They usually
on
tend
so
towards,
many levels. I get it.
Yeah. But when it comes to Japan, the one black guy living there said, "Sure, there's racism here, but it's like pillow fighting." He said it's nothing compared to America.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
Well, it's true.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
Oh, I'd be down.
Theirs
with
is old
that.
school.
We
It's
trade
like
ethnic jokes, which I love.
and in China and stuff, they just like touch your hair or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, oh.
And bow.
Just in wonderment. Yeah. About.
Yeah.
Now
But you
they'll
gotta
say
be rich
stuff
to
like-
move there.
They'll say stuff like, "Did you get overcooked?" or something.
Yeah, that's funny. That's right. Something like that. So in
It's
terms
not
of
like they
Or my
got
friend
affordable housing.
Michael was saying they were calling him Michael Jackson and Obama. They're like, Obama, just because he was
They
mixed.
love them.
oh, that poor
Obama
son of a
and
bitch.
Michael.
Yeah, that's the guy who
They
went
love
off on my
them.
show, by the way. That's the guy who went off on my
No,
show.
that was his brother.
Oh, that was his brother. Okay. Yeah.
Oh
And-
yeah, I think I heard that one.
Oh God, wasn't that? What was it? Tell
That
us.
was
What do you
crazy.
recall?
I don't remember anything, but just I was in wonderment at the time. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Brendan was trapped in a car with that son of a bitch.
Oh right,
Yeah.
that was a Brendan thing.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I wasn't trapped in the car.
Poor guy.
I was
like,
driving
poor
the car.
Brendan.
Yeah. Yeah.
remember
Brendan was.
thinking-
Well,
that.
I'm good friends with Alex. I have nothing wrong. Like he's
Like
fine.
Brendan says that.
he's eccentric. It's like Doug. It's like another Doug. That's why they don't get along.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
That can happen.
Well. Yeah. Well, we have.
It
our
could be like Brooke and the other, whatever that other weirdo is. Like the charts are super similar.
Pixie Princess Star Fox and Brooke just right on the money.
No. The
Right
other,
off the bat.
no, not her.
Oh, okay.
The other, who was the person
Which?
that was the book guy? He was gonna write stuff for you, and then
Oh, yeah, that guy, Vinnie Barbaric.
yeah, this guy. So then Brooke,
Yeah,
Brooke
but
shared.
didn't they end up talking on the phone and shit?
No.
Yeah, they were fine for. They were like, what was commiserate? They were like happy with each other, and then
initially.
all of a
Bitch about
sudden,
Douglas?
no,
Probably.
and then all of a sudden,
But yeah. But then.
well, they were talking about.
Different shit.
You guys remember what?
Yeah,
happened,
astrology and shit. But go on. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they
then
were all
also-
happy, and then
Astrology
all of a
and shit,
sudden, it just flipped a switch.
Yeah.
So it was like the same situation where he's the one who introduced me to you, Doug. So don't be too rude.
Right.
Yeah,
Understood.
I know it was an annoying situation, but
No, believe me, I don't
Yeah.
dwell on it. It's like
Yeah,
you said, he seems
but it's
normal with
like-
you now. It's just, but obviously he has.
well, he's definitely not normal. But
yeah,
he's
there
just,
you go. Yeah.
He's eccentric. He's an eccentric like you. That's what I'm saying. And there, it's like he admired you,
Yeah.
but then there was something in the chart that just instantly triggered, kind of like with Brooke.
Yeah.
Because remember how they had like, they were similar personalities, and then something just went off.
Well, like you said, they
Does that
were
make
too much
sense?
alike. Brooke and Vinny have the same birthday. Vinny Barbaric
Yeah.
and Brooke have the same birthday. So
Yeah, so it was the same situation with him. Is like
Yeah.
he spoke highly of you, and then when he talked to you, it just was
he
something
suddenly
else. I don't know.
flipped. Yeah, and look, I mean, yeah, I don't hold it against him. It's just obviously. It's obviously weird and awkward, and I certainly will avoid him just because who needs that again? But I get what you're saying, and but all that being said, when it comes to Trump himself, his media site.
Here's the latest.
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
North Korean hackers cash out hundreds of millions from 1.5 billion. The company's called Bybit Hack.
Okay.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love this shit.
Yeah.
And that's
the
what you were
hackers-
saying before.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The hackers are attempting to counterstrike, but they can't because the criminal group known as Lazarus swiped a huge haul of digital tokens about 2 weeks ago, and it's been a cat and mouse game ever since
I
to
heard
track and
about
block
that.
them
Yeah.
because they're successfully converting it into usable cash.
Oh, ho, ho.
Ooh.
I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you do
Damn!
that. You have to
That's
buy gas with
that's the holy grail. That's the holy
Yeah.
grail that the Koreans have.
Okay, and then here's what the doctor said that is being interviewed for this article. Out of all the criminal actors involved in cryptocurrency, North Korea is the best at laundering crypto. There you go.
Oh. I'll bet Utah
Because they
is up
don't have
there,
any
too.
other choice.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And then he's saying 20% of these funds have gone dark, meaning it's unlikely they'll ever be recovered.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Well,
love it.
there you go.
It's all smoke anyway.
Good for the North
Doesn't
Koreans.
mean anything.
Yeah. No, the North Koreans made it mean something by converting it to real cash. That's like turning lead into gold.
Smoke out of the room.
Yeah,
They
that's like
smoked that bomb.
Yeah, they turned lead into gold. I mean, that's like good for them.
Damn.
Their secret needs to be learned. And
Did they just loot the U.S. Treasury that way?
It'll get to that point.
Yeah.
Because now that Trump has his own coin, his media site is in discussions to buy a crypto exchange, and he's fully purchased or bought into the claims that the industry is overregulated. So now that crypto has purchased a great political influence, it's time to cash in. And how might this happen? The basic idea is to turn our American government into the biggest crypto bag holder of all time. And if this plan goes through, hundreds of billions of dollars of public assets will be spent or leveraged to buy 1 million Bitcoins, allowing the tiny minority of Bitcoin moguls to finally cash out their holdings into real fucking money. That would be one of the biggest upward transfers of wealth in world history. So talk about a trickle effect. Only it's all going in the opposite direction in a
Exactly the opposite of a Ponzi scheme.
Well,
in the Ponzi scheme, the first guy gets it. This is the last guy's getting it.
It's not the opposite of a Ponzi scheme, but it's a mutation thereof. Where,
Fair enough.
Yes. And at the Financial Times, Tony Nangle has explained the various plans. One idea is to loot the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which is largely under the president's control and has about $41 billion in net value. A much larger plan has been formally introduced by the crypto shill Senatress Cynthia Lummis, a Republican from Wyoming. It's called the Boosting Innovation, Technology, and Competitiveness Through Optimized Investment Nationwide Act. All of this acronymized into Bitcoin. BITCOIN. Boosting Innovation, Technology, and Competitiveness Through Optimized Investment Nationwide. You got to give her credit. That's pretty fucking creative.
Wow.
She had to work at that. Somebody was probably paid to coin that phrase, that acronym, and they did a damn good job. Credit where credit is due, and it identifies several public assets that will be drained. One idea is to reduce the capital reserve requirements at the Federal Reserve itself from $6.8 billion to a mere $2.4 billion. Another is to skim off the Fed's $6 billion in annual money printing profits. But the biggest part of the program...
So much for the penny.
There you go. Is to revalue America's gold reserves. The United States government maintains a stockpile of about 261 million troy ounces of gold, or about 8,133 metric tons, in Fort Knox and other facilities. And this is valued by Stat2 at $42.22 per ounce, or $11 billion in toto. But the market price of gold at the time that I'm speaking to you now is $2,631 a fucking ounce. That's more than 55 times as much, or a total of $688 billion. So Lummis proposes the Treasury issue new gold certificates based on the market price and abuse the resulting cash at current prices to buy up bitcoins. And in toto, her bill requires the government, well, $677 billion worth of government to buy up 200,000 bitcoins a year for 5 years until a strategic reserve of 1 million bitcoins would be accumulated. Now, this is revealing on several levels. The entire ideology of cryptocurrency is that it's supposed to be outside the alleged corruption of governments or the extant financial system. Instead of transactions taking place on platforms run by Wall Street and regulated by the DC swamp, fiercely independent crypto entrepreneurs would build...
This basically proves that it's a Trojan horse.
Thank you. Thank you.
That it was, they designed it.
Physically.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You can't.
You can't.
Right.
It's all mental. It's mental.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm picturing a fleet of armored trucks.
Oh.
Pulls up to Fort Knox, takes all the bars out, puts them in the trucks, and drives them to what? Armored planes or ships, or where do the gold blocks
then go?
These
Yeah.
coins, where do they go?
Yeah.
Where's the gold
To
go?
all these individuals, basically. You
They
see,
go to North Korea.
Yeah. Well, I would rather it go to North Korea.
Well, it
than
might
these
get to
sons
that
of
point.
bitches.
It might get to that.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, they might all flee to North Korea.
Holy shit.
But
It's plausible.
yeah, these fiercely independent crypto entrepreneurs would build new businesses doing, well, something out in a fresh economic Wild West. So why on earth?
Yeah, sovereign new cities in the desert and
That's not going to
of
work,
Middle
honey.
America,
By the way, I want to
apparently.
credit, and I will return to this. Holly Kiefer is our correspondent who first exposed these crypto cities, where they intend for the currency, the standing currency of those city-states or city-statelets, to be crypto. So it's not like Holly...
and sovereign.
Yeah, and quote-unquote sovereign. Yeah, in other words, not answering to any governance outside of the dictator Elon Musk or Peter Thiel or whoever's running that particular company town. That's a company town with a capital fucking
It's a company
C.
town. Yeah.
Yeah, but these have existed in the past, so they have a historical precedent, even though it wasn't crypto.
Right.
But these intend to be outside of our economic
Curated.
system. In other words, these are city-statelets that they envision to be outside of our economic system. But then what would their economy be? See, that's where it destroys itself.
I guess.
It doesn't
That's
fly,
the
honey.
thing.
It doesn't fly, honey. It doesn't fly.
Well, I hope this is all fanciful,
Hey,
but I don't know if all
it-
these ketamine smoking fools
they don't
are
get
on
it,
the
honey.
same
They
wavelength.
aren't. They
They don't.
aren't. They really don't get it.
They aren't, and they're rich.
But
and they're
understand,
powerful.
that's where the gold will go.
Oh,
That's what the city-statelets are for, protected by private mercenary armies, and they will have all
So
the gold,
they'll
which
hold
means
the
that they
actual
control
bar.
our economy. In other words, instead of
goddamn right.
Fort
It's a
Knox,
takeover.
it would be in these crypto city-statelets where the wealthy
Okay.
would run America from. That's
Good
the
answer.
idea. So it brings
And
us
they'll
back.
each have
Yeah,
their
that's the
own
only
very
logical way to do it, Doug.
Thank
There
you.
you go. Brilliant.
gold.
Brilliant
Thanks.
assessment.
But you can't eat the gold, and you can't fix your roof with the gold.
But you can buy all of the
So-
supplies we're growing on the outside world to ship into those places. In fact, all of our
Fair
supplies in their world would go to their places in exchange for
Yeah.
a trickle out of gold. Or
Yeah.
crypto based on a gold standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, crypto
Right.
rebased on a gold standard.
It's a kind of script, only it's crooked.
Yes, that's right.
Script was honest, but
Yeah.
this is not.
Yeah. Yes. And thank you, Brendan, for your input on that. I appreciate that as well. We now have some input from John Doe, who is actually T-Tank Berry, saying, just say nay. Yes, to, I guess, genetic engineering crypto or bio crypto based on your genes as a transactional asset. We're not at that point yet. And if we do get to that point, that would be another dystopia. He calls it ketamine coin. Thank you. Keta coin.
Yeah.
Ah!
I want some of them to take down to the corner.
Oh shit. So there you go. I love that. So I need to replace this with a different emoji here, and in response to his input. And I thank you for that, T-Tank. Why on earth would buccaneering crypto people want the government scooping up 1 million bitcoins, or about 5% of all that exist? And the reason is obvious. So paper Bitcoin multi-billionaires can cash out their holdings into real money without tanking the market. So understand that Bitcoin wealth is much more concentrated than dollar wealth. While the top 100th of households own about 30% of United States dollar wealth, the top 10,000th of Bitcoin wallet addresses hold about 27% of Bitcoin, or 27% of the coinage that is cryptocurrency. Bitcoin being a specific kind or brand of that currency. And because
so it's a rich people thing.
Yes, of course, always has been. And because one entity can own more than one wallet, and wallets can be hard to identify, if not impossible, it's probably even more concentrated than what I've just articulated. You can guaranteed. You can bet the farm on that. As a result, the Bitcoin market is exceptionally illiquid. Illiquid. The last 24 hours saw roughly piddling 660,000 transactions in Bitcoin, transactions worth of Bitcoin, and something like 70% of Bitcoins have not moved in at least a fucking year. That is made worse by how expensive and slow Bitcoin transactions are. By way of comparison, Amazon.bomb, which has a similar market capitalization, has seen about 40 million daily trades of its stock over the last few days. So Bitcoin has a nominal market capitalization of $1.9 trillion. The number of extant coins times the market price. But at present, if these enormous accounts were to cash out, the price would collapse. Crypto boosters themselves are worried that this would happen if the government were to sell off its comparatively tiny batch of 69,370 bitcoins, which it mostly owns as a result of the seizure of Ross Dread Pirate Roberts Ulbricht's assets for attempted contract murder. Someone Trump has pardoned, by the way. The fundamental value of Bitcoin is zero. Even by crypto standards, the coin is terrible. It is exceptionally annoying to acquire. Transactions are both extremely slow and cost hundreds of times more than a bank transfer. The coins are easy to lose forever, as has happened to perhaps 20% of all coins ever minted in crypto. And making new ones is wasteful on a world historic scale. It is environmentally catastrophic, energy intensive.
Comes back full circle to me.
Yes. And
3 more in the pipeline between here and Santa Cruz of these flammable plants.
Tell us about
and
this.
The first,
yes.
Well, I won't go into detail. I have, but all over the world, they're going in on this rush to market technology that blows up all the time. All the time. And they're really bad blow-ups. I mean, it used to be a thing when the nuclear power plant melted down. But now it's like,
it's like nobody even lifts a finger when you've got battery plants exploding.
It's better than, at least they're not driving gasoline cars, you know.
What a load of shit. I mean, this is how ignorant.
Green.
This is how
it's the greenwashing of the century.
This is how ignorant people are. Now,
yeah.
T-Tank Berry.
About it.
T-Tank Berry, please jump on bandwidth if you need to explain this. Tell me that's a joke. Tell me that's a fucking joke, please. I mean, everybody else, please look at that Mars coin with the head of Musk on it. There's a crypto coin called Mars coin with the head of Musk on it saying, there goes the neighborhood is what it should say. But what does it say? The future is what? Decentralized. The future is decentralized. Libertarian bullshit. Mars. This is a joke, right? Please tell me this. It's
I think we got to start a GoFundMe to get the fucker to Mars as permanently and quickly as possible. That'd be a good meme.
Oh, of course.
GoFundMe. Send Elon to Mars.
Yes. So T-Tank is with us. Please, T-Tank, by all means, expound.
It's just a little cynicism, brother. I had to just.
Oh, you made that with AI? You did that?
Oh no, it's just another Google image. I just.
Okay. Thank you.
To add to Holly's comment about these ketamine freaks,
Okay, thank you. Well, it's I'll download this one because it's and is the ketamine coin is real though, right? Or not? Is that also a joke?
It's also cynicism. I apologize for my.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
Great. It's a good one though, based on the value of worldwide ketamine.
Yes.
There's value in that.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Oh yeah. No. Don't ever be afraid to share these. Stuff like that. We need all the satire we can get, T-Tank Berry, I assure you, and thank you for it. But I'm cynical enough. This is what cynical is. Douglas Dietrich. Douglas Dietrich's cynical enough where I believe that as soon as that shit comes up, that's so much like them. Wait, Nemo says the coin was launched in 2014 and is a decentralized open source payment network. Laugh out loud. So it is real in its own way. That's there you go with that. It's yeah, wow. Our world is worse off.
Yeah, that's what I basically came on to say. I said it's real.
Thank you. Thank you.
Boy.
So it is.
It looks like satire, but it's not.
Thank you. That's how bad it is, people. That's bad. That's weird.
I want him to go to Mars and the rapture to finally come. Where's this goddamn rapture?
Yeah.
Please. Don't take me. I'm staying.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
Take all these fake Christians. Yes,
leave me down here with the devils.
Yes. Oh my God, they're far more interesting and entertaining.
Christ Almighty!
Some of the worst are these fake Christians, and you know that they're all predators and shit. And here I give the right emoji response to what was provided by Brendan Zogate, which is an image of decentralized humankind on Mars, the home Mars coin. Oh my God, the Earth is the cradle of man.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Insanity.
Hey, and now everybody's landing on the moon, which is such a sacrilege.
It's not only that, they're not landing at all. It's just a fucking joke. They're claiming to land with a bunch of CGI.
It landed and it fell over.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of CGI imagery. And then, if they are landing, they're just collapsing. Yeah, Brendan Zogit says they haven't sent anything, and that's pretty much my feeling. I mean, come on, honey. Did you see...
They film it all at Topanga Canyon?
Honey, did you see the...
Come on, there's cameras attached to everything, and they can't send one photo. It's a joke.
Thank you.
It fell over.
Honey, they're lying. That's...
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, come on. How can you believe that? What would make it fall over? The wind? Oh, it's that... You know that those moon monsoons, man. They call them monsoons. Yeah.
It's that
I'm sure they'll start saying that pretty soon.
Yeah.
That Jared Leto owns now.
This is worse than Kubrick making it. This is like these people are just fucking. At least Kubrick did a good job. These people didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
Where they're showing us, oh, these people are stuck in space, and it's like, dude, they wouldn't get, they would die in their own homes if no one was around to feed them.
No, I told you, it's an isolation experiment to see if that guy gets so desperate he'll finally fuck that ugly hag that he's trapped with. They want to see if she starts looking good to him after 9, 10, 12 months.
It's like Fallout, like they have them underground and they're like, you're stuck in space.
Yeah, that's all that is.
And they think they're in space,
Seriously, and you know, they're not stranded. Even NASA keeps correcting Musk and Trump when they keep saying that. Musk and Trump keep saying they're stranded in space. And NASA keeps saying, look, they're not stranded. They're eating. They're breathing. They are not stranded. they're getting resupplied.
They look tan.
Yeah, and they're getting tan even. Yeah, they look like they're getting tan. Where's all that sun coming from? Are they? You can't stand in a window and get direct sunlight in space. You'd fry. So it's not like they go to a window port or something like that.
No, it's just ridiculous. It's become ridiculous.
By the way, I'm only going to put a check mark here on the Iron Sky sent by JD because I hate that film and I hate, the bullshit.
Wait, why do you hate that film?
What is there not to hate about the Iron Sky franchise? Is there anything about it you find interesting?
I thought the airships were nice.
Am
I thinking is that the right film?
I'm sure it's probably you're probably attracted to the special effects. Everyone keeps showing those special effects because they have a retro.
Well, no,
appeal.
just the concept of using the dirigibles as like cruise liners in the air. Like I've always thought that was nice.
Oh, of course. Well, that goes without saying. But
was this not in that film, or did I?
I'm sure it was. Believe me, I've never really suffered through the films in their totality. They're impossible to watch. Yeah, but the Iron Sky franchise is, of course, just anti-Nazi propaganda, and well,
yeah, it goes without saying.
Yeah, but when Nemo says, "Tell her," meaning Holly, why the Americans can never go to the moon again, it's
the Van Allen belt.
No, it's not that. No, it's the Nazis got there first, honey, and just basically just prevent anybody from going to the moon. But it's all these people. Like Brendan said, you can put a GoPro on a helmet and dive off a fucking bridge to your death so that every moment of your demise is recorded on the way down, including the audio, so that people, if the wind's not blowing hard enough, will hear you scream. Why?
Hey, I'm just relating the headline.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're saying. It fell over.
Yeah.
They're actually saying that.
Yeah, and just right on the camera lens. Right on the camera lens, because of the gravity is so strong. First off, things don't fall over on the moon normally because of the gravity. I mean, falling over implies gravity to do that. It's not that.
Welcome to the new efficiency.
Yeah. This is the new physics. I guess this is the new physics. That somehow
blow up some rockets and doink your lunar.
How would they design a moon lander without legs spread out in a dynamic fashion so that it won't collapse? Why would they make it bottom heavy, top heavy and bottom weak so that it would collapse? You'd have to be trying. On the moon.
Even if it was all fake and filmed in Topanga Canyon, a lot of money was spent of taxpayer dollars.
Well, a lot of money.
We can count
talk
on
about
that.
Government efficiency. A lot of money was stolen. It
cost us.
Yeah. But the worst example, which Brendan can go into this, is the Asian Indian one where they said, we've landed and it's all CGI. It's all CGI.
Jesus.
Where they said,
with a Bollywood soundtrack.
Yeah, practically. They might as well have. I'm sure in India.
It literally was.
It was.
I bet it was. They got some good music.
God. Very
exciting.
So fucking cheesy. And there's this new moon race, and everybody's doing it virtually. Yeah, we're all just virtually, just online, going to the moon and landing our fucking landers. No GoPro, because, fell over. It's like, if you buy that, that's not against Holly personally, but you get what I'm saying. Anybody out there.
Yeah, cameras can be made so small and durable. It's like there's no excuse for not having 360-degree vision of every fucking planet.
Yeah.
They're just, otherwise, it's just a scheme.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
What pissed me off back in the, 2000s was they kept shooting these, Volkswagen-sized bullets into it.
Oh, yeah,
They could see the effluvia. Remember that?
Yes, I remember that. But, honestly.
That was insulting, man.
Oh, it was. But I think Holly's more pissed off by the fact that if what they're doing is true, they're simply littering the moon at this point. All they're doing now is littering it.
None of it makes any kind of sense.
Yeah, and it's like something
but you got to admit it's a funny image. The thing just falls over and goes doink. It gets all the way there.
It's a
gently
funny
lands and doink.
It's a funny image, and it's also incredibly stupid. It's like, come on now.
It's funny because it's stupid. And it costs billions, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we know it didn't happen. They stole billions. It's like it's. I'm not one of those they didn't land on the moon conspiracy theorists. I'm just saying that what they're doing now is a joke. It's not landing on the fucking moon. And
okay, I'm glad.
Yeah.
It is insulting.
Yeah, it is. And so in terms of what I was saying about Bitcoin and its environmental unfriendliness, the only reason its price is so high is this speculative frenzy fueled by Bitcoin being the first major cryptocurrency, a fake aura of technological innovation, a sort of cult around Bitcoin's mysterious creator, Satoshi Nakamoto, who I can guarantee you is non-existent. And who, of course, Peter Moon, being a Edomite, completely misreads and then inverts everything I said about the Dietrich Artelact and was convinced that the Dietrich Artelact is Satoshi Nakamoto. This is how insane that Vinnie Barbaric is and how offensive he is. And by all means, dear Brendan, feel free to respond to that and pitch in, or anybody else for that matter. But Brendan is very familiar as to why Vinnie Barbaric was so insane in that presumption.
Who?
Vinnie Barbaric, Peter Moon. I want to forget him too. The guy who claimed...
I can't say I can't place him, but maybe if I remember later.
You're lucky. God damn, you're blessed. He was claiming that Satoshi Nakamoto is the Dietrich Artelact, or rather the Dietrich Artelact is Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah, I explained why that's not the case, because the Dietrich is responsible for most likely responsible for it disappearing off of servers.
Yes.
Just it's like impossible to hack them, and yet somehow Bitcoins have disappeared.
Yes. Yeah.
They stopped reporting about that recently too, as well.
Yeah.
I'll bet.
That they don't want to cause a panic
with this big hack
in this new market. Yeah. So go on.
This throw a stick in the spokes, this giant hack you've just...
Well, it definitely isn't good PR. Like North Koreans can just take your whole country's reserves.
Yeah.
So the hillbillies might start to wonder. I mean,
well, this whole thing is a fallacy, because if there's no electricity, all it takes is one person or one disaster to unplug everything. Yeah. Then no one has any money at all. It's just that simple. There's no.
Thank you.
It's not like even viable as a currency at all.
Yeah, but
there's no electricity.
So I don't get
it's a full reset.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It can't be like that. There's no way that could work.
That's right.
It's speculative and all built on nothing as it is. Gold and oil and what?
But here's
that's something.
Yeah, but here's the insanity: is you have a bunch of libertards, and we use the term libertards to disambiguate from the reactionary rights pejorative of libtard, which they use to refer to liberals. But libertards are libertarian retards. They all think that to be decentralized is the greatest aspiration, when who's going to manage a centralized grid that they all need to maintain their fucking Bitcoin? Yeah, so... And who will pay
Good
for
luck
it.
generating enough electricity
to
do all that.
Yeah, from your homeward bicycle. They're on their bicycle at home trying to generate enough electricity to...
Well, that's almost giving them too much brain power. Like, they'd be so lazy. Be like,
from these battery
to make
plants,
$1, I have to run 8 hours to make $1.
Oh, dude, they wouldn't do that. They can't do it at all. Like you said, they're all fat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Fat morons.
They would cry after the first day.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, take a lot of what, Holly?
It would take a lot of meth.
Yeah, take a lot of meth. Yeah, they'd spend all their money on that.
You can't keep them. Yeah, you can't keep them still. Those people.
Yeah, but in terms of
paid for it.
Yeah, in terms of all these fuckers, their insanity is a self-defeating ideology, which is impossible to manifest. They're anarchists, and they're romantic anarchists. They're They have no concept of reality or how reality can how to even function in reality, and all they can do is destroy. They're like locusts.
But they're taking us all down with them.
Yeah, but
that's the Shiva part.
That's right. Unless, of course,
that's their dream.
Unless, of course, they get the gold behind it. Then the North Koreans steal it all. Then the North Koreans have effectively robbed Fort Knox. That's irony. That's irony.
Yeah.
I mean, the way the
Because it
trajectory
all
is
came
going,
from Korea in the
we're going to
first
be
place,
left
right?
with like three countries:
Yeah.
North Korea, China, Japan.
Yeah. Don't forget my Taiwan, of course, with the.
That's what I meant by China.
Yes. Okay.
Taiwan.
Island China. Yes.
The real China.
Yeah. And so our dear.
Or I guess they wouldn't be Chin ethnic group. So maybe like you said.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. The crypto crash imminent is a chart, a graphic provided by T-Tank Barry. Very low resolution. Can't make much of it, but thank you, T-Tank. And if there's a way to screenshot it and see if you can get a better resolution, make it large, screenshot it, then download the screenshot, you might get better resolution. But thank you for that input.
And according to Gold Warrior, didn't all the gold come out of Korea anyway?
Oh, it came out of many places in Asia, honey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Many places. Okay. And basically, based on everything I've already articulated, for early Bitcoin adopters sitting on vast piles of purely speculative assets.
Vast.
Yeah.
18-year-olds.
Yeah.
20-year-olds. Bought companies.
Yeah. Well, the 18 and 20 years old, they've got some vast stuff, but most of it's already been taken by the real predators, the old men, older men at least. And just understand that there's a enormous structural need to get new suckers into the market. For anyone concerned about the corrosive role of money in politics, think about what this means. The crypto industry spent something on the order of $100 million in this election to install a puppet government that will lure mass sacrificial lambs to a digital asset slaughterhouse and make a handful of big Bitcoin hoarders generationally wealthy in this exchange.
Yeah. It happened at the beginning, up at the top.
And tell us about this, Brendan. So this is an important fact that Brendan brings up. And whether it's true or not, tell us what you know about it.
Well, this is one of those system-shattering truths. I mean, there's more gold out of circulation than they claim is existent on Earth. So they'll say gold has this certain percentage on the crust, and we've accessed like 20% of that or something, and that's why gold is worth money, because it's scarce. Well, gold not only can be generated atomically, as they've proven before, but it is also much more abundant than like whatever's in circulation or whatever they claim is like the world's amount of gold. There's vast amounts in other places that aren't even accounted for. Like in India, every auntie has like 10 gold bangles and gold rings. So imagine, like, what is that, like 500 million people at like India.
Didn't Modi try to do a gold seizure there?
Yeah, but they can't take it all. It's like there's like, imagine 2 billion people. It's like you can't go through 2 million people.
Yeah.
And those temples, all the temples that are still extant.
Oh, there's some of them plated in gold. There's some of those temples are built in gold.
They're literally built out of gold, and underneath most of them, there's a treasury that has gold, like literally gold pieces from the Roman Empire. But because the Hindu thing is kept it safe for so long, they don't let people into those inner sanctums or anything. And some of these statues are made from pure gold, and even the Buddhist statues. And like in Nara, there's like a Kinkaju temple. I don't know, Doug, you know about Kinkaju temple, right? In Nara.
Oh yes. So continue. Yes, go on about it.
So it's a gold-plated temple, and the monks were so rich originally, like in the heyday of the Kyoto, it being the capital city. The monks had so much money they built that Kinkaju out of gold, completely out of gold. Like the roof is gold, everything's gold. But they say on paper it's gold leaf, but it's like actually bricks of gold in certain parts.
Yeah. Yes,
but they won't ever tell people that. Like that, the classic, so my point is, the gold that's out of circulation is way more than is even said to be. So it would crash the market if it was discovered that So they
That's
have
what
to
Gold Warriors said,
manipulate.
the book.
They have to like manipulate. Oh wait, so this was revealed in some
No,
way?
no,
Yeah.
no. Elements of it were revealed in a book titled Gold Warriors, which
Yeah.
But
went
that's
into
what the bottom line of it was. They could crash the market anytime. The market could crash in gold anytime you want.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
And so
yeah, but they were talking about Douglas MacArthur and his theft of as much gold as possible. But in reality, he was just being bribed by the Japanese. The Japanese were bribing him for his services.
There you go.
And but when it comes to all of this plunder from Asia, that too gave Emperor Hirohito the ability to crash the market by suddenly releasing gold in great amounts, and also was a way to keep the Americans at bay because he could crash their economy. This was
those caves and all.
yes. Well, he had them in Japan itself, not to mention caves all over Asia. But all of this is part of what Brendan is talking about. That is true. Yes, if all of that gold, he used the term uncovered. A more proper term would be recovered. If all of that gold were recovered. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Am I audible? I have the actual statistics.
Okay.
Indian women collectively hold staggeringly 24,000 tons of gold, surpassing the reserves of the top 5 countries combined.
Love it.
This cultural tradition, especially prominent in South India, represents 11% of the world's gold and is a significant portion of India's GDP. Actually, that part's not true because they don't sell it.
Right. That's the point. Yeah.
Okay, Indian housewives hold more gold than U.S., Switzerland, and the 4 other countries combined.
Fantastic.
And then here's a comment by someone, and this is just some rando. I don't know this person, but he says the other 79% are held by the J-Man, Templars, and Dragons, obviously.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Can you imagine?
but the point is
that Nemo? That was Nemo, right? Nemo said that, right?
it was. I don't know. It was from the comment was from 11 years ago, but yeah, it was pretty much. Nemo knows where he's coming from.
Yeah.
So that's another thing is all these bankers and people, they don't reveal how much. They don't have to reveal how much gold they have.
Right.
So is this making sense, Doug? What I'm saying, or is it?
Of
Yeah,
course.
because
going
Peter
off the
just the
rails?
guy that buys the coins. He doesn't have to reveal it either. Unlike Bitcoin, because when I just wondered about it, I said, so how do I use cash to buy Bitcoin? Oh, you can't do it. You got to wire it from your bank account. So right there, that tells you.
Which is already fake money anyways.
Yes.
The bankers are
The
in charge.
arbitrary internet money.
Where do I take my cash? I mean, to the gas station or what? And buy some.
You go to an ATM that charges you $20 a transaction, like that.
And it goes through like Chase Bank or Wells Fargo or wherever you got your little
it's just
whatever.
But that's part of
that's it.
these
Done.
planetary
It's not a secret.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no, this is all appreciated.
Owned.
Yeah, it's all appreciated. It's all quite real. All of this is true. Yes, all of this is definitely factual.
But did you get my point, Doug, or is it my off
Well,
topic?
I believe your point is that the gold market can be crashed at any time by people releasing vast amounts of gold if they
not necessarily
chose
that.
to.
Well, that is a option.
Yeah,
but I was thinking more along the lines of that it's artificially
inflated in value by rarity.
Yeah, it's artificially given its
artificial scarcity.
It's artificial scarcity.
Oh, I mean, it's
because how else would they be able to put it in like millions and trillions of computers?
Yeah,
and even if it's just a small gold plate, that still takes reserves. And then all these computers get thrown away, almost like none of them get recycled.
It's true.
So, like, how rare can these metals really be? You know, is there? You know, it's very strange.
Don't forget satellites. Satellites are loaded with gold.
Everything, and they just burn up, and they just let them burn up.
And they just let them burn up. They don't recover them. That was what the entire series Salvage 1 was about, which was based on a film, originally a television film that was so popular it became a television series, albeit it lasted maybe only a single season or two. But Salvage 1 was about recovering gold from satellites that were in orbit and then ultimately landing on the moon in a private expedition, all this shit. Of course, the characters were much more likable than Elon Musk. They're basically junkyard salvageurs. But when it came to all this, of course, it's all real. But the other element that Brendan is bringing up is that there's also just vast reserves of gold in personal properties, particularly in India, for all the reasons he articulated, and it's simply irrecoverable. It's effectively or functionally irrecoverable. But nevertheless, what Brendan is also saying is, yes, we obviously are accessing reserves that are not part of the gold in circulation for technologies like computers, satellites, etc. And it's obviously not as rare. It's
able to be synthesized.
Yes, but it's still hellishly expensive. So
you can melt your gold earrings down.
Now,
well, of course it's expensive. But...
But what was that you said, Holly? You can melt
your gold earrings and rings down.
Okay, and
I mean, maybe, whoever buys them from you could then sell them to the chip factory.
Well, I think that's in such a small amount it doesn't mean shit. But
you know what I mean.
Yeah, but
in terms of it's convertible, like Brendan said.
Only in theory. Not really. Because some jewelry maintains far greater worth as jewelry than it does melted down.
But what I do notice, I've asked a couple places, and you can take your gold coin to a store, and they will hand you cash money.
Yeah, ripping you off. Yeah.
Yeah, they take they'll say
pay weight.
Yeah.
They cut into it.
Yeah, they cut into it. Yeah.
This is my cost.
Yeah.
And then,
but the guy that I talked to,
and then when you buy it back from them, you have to pay over spot.
Yeah. And I was fine with that.
It's a different world. They'll scalp you. They're scalping people.
Yeah, they're scalping.
So you go to a shop.
They got to pay me weight and then give me a percentage commission. And if it's reasonable, and it's $40 on 2,000, I'll pay it.
Oh God, but honey, it's not like that. It's infinitely worse. I mean, when
the guys I talked to, that's what I heard. Well, that's what they told me.
Yeah, but don't believe them. Don't believe them
because they have a good hookup.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. When
better than a check casher.
Whenever I had a gold tooth fall out, then the dentist says, "Oh, just take it and sell it." And I said, "Where the fuck do I find a gold dealer?" Of course, it's San Francisco. We have a remainder of gold dealers from the Barbary Coast
There's a couple
days.
here.
Yeah. So I went to the gold dealer in San Francisco, who the guy across the street, who's the jewelry guy I knew forever, who's Jewish, by the way. What a surprise, right? But at any rate, he said, "Oh, go to the guy across the street." He admitted he had never been inside the guy's place across the street where the guy takes gold. And I went in there expecting to get ripped off, and I did. The first thing, of course, he said was when I threw down my gold tooth, he says, "Well, no, you're not a dentist." I said, "Oh, how do you know that?" And he said, "Because dentists come in here with entire bags of gold teeth that they've ripped the clients off of." He says, they steal from their clients.
Yeah, they charge you twice for them. I heard that was a racket back in the day, in the 70s and the 80s.
Oh, yeah, well, it's still going on.
I believe that.
And then at the end, you would be like, "Where's my tooth?" Or they'd gas you up so much you forget about it.
At any rate, they make you sick. They make you sick.
And then they charge you to put a new one in. They'll say, "Oh, it fell out," or something.
Absolutely. And,
but how much does a gold tooth weigh?
Yeah, it's worthless. It's like it got me
alone
jack shit.
100 of them.
Like,
then I got something going.
It got me like $50 at the most, if I remember at all. But anyhow, he ripped me off.
It's an amalgam, but it's not pure gold.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But it's like I didn't have a choice. Like. Who am I going to go to? Who's the other gold dealer? Yeah.
Next stop, the blood bank.
No, but I mean, it's not. There's no alternative. It's like the guy's a monopoly. I mean, who else is there to go to in San Francisco? He's like the only gold dealer left, right?
No, but I hear you. But it can't be more than like a gram.
But at any rate, there you go. It's still. He's got to be making a profit, so he's jacking me. So
maybe he's got a bucket of them in the back.
No doubt. No doubt.
I'll bet.
Now, in his masterpiece documentary on the crypto ecosystem, Dan Olson points out it is certainly not any coincidence that crypto-adjacent products like NFTs, the non-fungible tokens.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
That's some crazy.
Yeah, they require you to buy cryptocurrency to participate.
That's the world.
Yeah.
They must be buying and selling houses and cruise ships and to each other.
Yeah. So every time an NFT, digital token that has a unique one-of-one identifier differentiating it from any other blockchain token is created, a new bag holder is minted. But the number of people who can be induced to pick up crypto to get a fake receipt, that is, an NFT, for a grotesque ape picture you don't actually own is quite limited, as you might imagine. Well, it's still astonishing that there's hundreds of thousands of idiots that will do this, but comparative to the baseline population, they're quite the minority, even fringe. In any case, most NFT transactions take place on Ethereum because it is much easier to use and it's a Russian-based agency. Back to Holly. Yeah, what does that make you think of something else?
Art.
What?
Like you need a really cool identity picture on Facebook and your social media. And if it's a famous artist, you might pay $5 million for it.
What are you suggesting? I mean,
$5 million.
Yeah.
Obviously,
it's
NFTs,
not something. Yeah. Go on. Yeah. Continue.
Insane value.
Yeah.
Based on the
insane purchases. Insane purchases, not insane values.
No. It's to look at on your phone. I mean,
but
I guess you have the right to take it to the art store and print it out and frame it.
But at any rate, honey, when it comes to there's not many idiots who will do this at all, no one has deeper pockets than our federal government. So involving the feds means there's no need to directly pick the pockets of suckers looking for a get-rich-quick scheme if you can pick everyone's pockets indirectly.
How will the feds use NFTs?
By looting. The feds will be involved picking everyone's pockets indirectly by looting a vast store of treasure held in trust for the American people. It's the only logical endpoint.
Buying like artworks and shit.
Well, what I'm saying is,
what can be sold by NFT besides fancy artwork by famous Banksy people?
Regardless, it's not the point. It's
nothing,
a piece of shit.
Nothing. That's why it failed.
Yeah, it's a piece of shit. And the only logical endpoint for a technology whose sole meaningful abuse case is enabling criminal extortion and money laundering is finally carrying out the bank robber's dream of draining the value in Fort Knox.
Right.
So Cantor Fitzgerald CEO Howard Lutnick is discussing receiving support from Tether for its planned program that will allow clients to borrow money using Bitcoin as collateral. This has been reported by Bloomberg News, by the way. It's not just Doug Dietrich fantasizing. So
I'll bet Wells Fargo's all in.
Yeah. So of course.
Yeah.
This initiative. Yeah, go on, honey. Yeah, this initiative will start with $2 billion in funding, although it will eventually grow to tens of billions of dollars. And the firm has also struck a deal to invest in the crypto giant known as Bitcoin. The Wall Street Journal reported this, I think, a few months ago, which gave Cantor about a 5% ownership in Tether, valued at as much as $600 million. Cantor, which is a majority owned by Lutnick, or he's got majority ownership thereof, of Cantor, holds most of Tether's $134 billion in assets in exchange for tens of millions of dollars of fees annually. Again, this has been reported by the Wall Street Journal. This is not something I'm pulling out of my ass as some kind of conspiracy theory, and hopefully people understand that. If Lutnick is confirmed to his post by the Senate, which he has been at this point, he is theoretically supposed to have stepped down from his positions at Cantor, Newmark, and the BGC Group This is what he said in a statement after Trump announced his nomination. At this point, so far as I understand it, he's still in all those positions, while now in the ultimate conflict of interest, effectively running our economy. He was also supposed to hand over his company to colleagues at the firm. Again, that was reported by Bloomberg. The guy was just talking out of his ass. He ain't handing over shit, because Lutnick's son, Brandon Lutnick, works at Cantor as a trader and previously interned with Tether in Lugano, Switzerland, where he counted the gold bars. Physically fucking counted the gold bars. Battlefield Earth shit, people. That Tether keeps in a vault buried inside an armed mountain. What they call a mountain fortress. And what he has given up simply goes to his son, who basically holds his ownership in his father's name. And as far as I understand it, currently Lutnick works with Trump as the co-leader in his transition team, helping to vet and choose candidates to serve in this still incoming administration. And that gives Lutnick significant influence over Trump's second misadministration, which is poised to be much friendlier to cryptocurrency than President Joe Biden's White House. Trump has made any number of promises to the crypto industry, including a pledge to establish a strategic national Bitcoin reserve. Now, Tether has claimed that it's laughable that Lutnick's involvement would translate to influence over regulatory actions. Tether, which is known for its one-to-one backing with the United States dollar, has become a preferred medium for criminals to move money and has repeatedly come under investigation until Trump moved into the White House. In October, which is not that long ago, people, the Treasury Department and the Department of Justice began probing Tether for possible sanction and anti-money laundering rule violations. The sanctions against Tether would have prevented Americans from even doing business with that company. And noting that it works with international law enforcement agencies to combat illicit activity, Tether told the Wall Street Journal in October that to suggest that Tether is somehow involved in aiding criminal actors or sidestepping sanctions is outrageous. Now, groups including Russian arms companies, Middle Eastern terrorist organizations like Hamas, and North Korea's nuclear program have all abused Tether and all the other cryptocurrencies as well. And unsealed court documents that were unsealed in the last month of last year by now, they first reported by 404 Media, if I remember, show that the FBI was then investigating a money laundering organization abusing crypto brokers to move money for major Mexicano cartels, including the infamous Sinaloa cartel. The FBI believing that more than $52 million in drug proceeds were laundered between 2021 and 2023. While I remain optimistic about the longer term, I still awaken at the setting of the sun with a sense of dread. I'm sure some of you do as well, albeit more likely at daybreak. Start with Elon Musk's bonkers comment that Social Security is, his words, the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. I mean, he would know. In a Ponzi scheme, a con artist lures investors into a fake investment project, pockets the cash, and then gets new investors to funnel their cash to the earlier investors until there are no more new recruits and the whole thing collapses. The last ones in are the suckers left holding worthless bags. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It's a high-functioning, universal, and exceptionally efficient part of the American social safety net. It's the very opposite of a Ponzi scheme. which is why the overwhelming majority of Americans oppose cutting it. Social Security is a simple pay-as-you-go program. Current workers, via the payroll tax, fund payouts for retirees and disabled people. In 2024, 1 in 5 United States residents received Social Security. Now remember, I used to work as a bureaucrat for our United States government. I know what the hell I'm fucking talking about.
Let me bust in here, Douglas.
Yes, please.
The fact that it's not welfare is the only reason it survived, because millionaires collect Social Security.
There you go. Tell us more.
Even though they're millionaires, they want that $900 a month check. It's a big deal for them.
For them, it's a lot bigger than $900 fucking bucks, honey. I can guarantee you that.
I don't know. I thought the top end was $1,400.
It's around that, something like that. Yeah.
But still, that's the only one and only, because they have been looting every Republican president, probably Bill Clinton too, has been looting that company, and it's been in newspaper headlines for decades.
Yeah.
Looting it dry. And then complaining that it's failing. There's not enough money and blah, blah, blah. That has been total playbook for the decades of my life.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is the final, you think it could actually happen?
Oh, this is where they're going to break it. This is where they're going to break it. But for those who don't understand it in the first, as the Social Security Administration itself explains, in 2025, when you work, about 85 cents of every Social Security tax dollar you pay goes to a trust fund. This fund pays monthly benefits to current retirees and their families, and to surviving spouses and children of workers who have died. Some of them, many of them, on the job. About 15 cents goes to a trust fund that pays benefits to people with disabilities and their families. The only reason that the Social Security Trust Fund is slowly running out of money is that the trustees of the Social Security Trust Fund, responsible for oversight management of the financial operations of Social Security and Medicare trust funds, never anticipated that so much of our nation's total income would be in the hands of so few fucking people, such as, if not predominantly, Elon fucking Musk. So Brendan, tell us about this latest thing you bring to our attention. He says it's been planned for 6 years. Well,
remember when Boy George Bush was pushing the personal health account?
Oh, yes, of course. An idiot. Privatization. It's just crap.
Completely. That's what it was. I forget the catch.
You forgot what the catchphrase was, honey? Before Brendan comes in? Holly? I think Holly's been knocked out. Technologically. Technologically, they knocked her out. So, Brendan, by all means, speak. Yes.
Yeah. I'm still here. I was just cooking something. But yeah, that U.S. federal cryptocurrency ability was sequestered into that law, the CARES Act, in 2020. So this has been planned for 6 years, and they did it. What would be the whole point of doing the whole COVID thing was to do shit like this under our noses while everyone was worried about something else. What is it called when you do the bait and switch?
Diversion or bait.
So they did a bait and switch. Then they put this. Read the article, or if you can click it.
Oh, okay.
It says here, the CARES Act. During congressional debates over the CARES Act, a relatively novel idea was the focus that had to do with digital dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Banking for all was introduced into the bill and set up a free digital dollar wallet called a FED account, quote unquote. The FED account would allow holders to receive payments as pursuant to federal law, receiving money, making payments. And so it's part of the transfer to this new system that they passed during 2020. So
Jesus Christ. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
This one was a very reserved article, but in the original article, it specifically mentions the reason they did that is they said, it was easier for us to pay you. And then at the very end, it says they can also use crypto or make their own forms of crypto as official federal coins, federal tokens. So it's in the laws from that time period 5 or 6 years ago.
Well, thank you for
Boy George Bush made Medicare Part D private.
Interesting.
My call dropped in the middle of my sentence
Yeah, they really whacked you. They whacked you when you started talking.
I got whacked
when they started talking about that.
But that's why Medicare Part D is private now.
Interesting.
And let in this Medicare Advantage.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck that shit. Thank God I'm out of that.
He did that.
Yeah,
he did that. Boy George.
I'm sure, that piece of shit. I mean, like I said, that fucker needs to bleed every step he takes.
Because he wanted the individual health savings plans with your friendly local banker.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Brendan?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. And so, Brendan, anything else come to mind? I want people to know that there's a solution to all of this. I'm not just presenting a problem. The simple way to fix all this is to lift the fucking cap on income subject to Social Security payroll taxes, which is now ceilinged, basically blockaded with the obstacle line of $176,100. So in other words, we
start paying taxes like with a W-2 on $11,000.
Yeah. Well,
as a subcontractor annually. I mean, that's fucking nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, the simple way to fix all of this is to lift the cap on income subject to Social Security payroll taxes, which is now ceilinged, limited at $176,100. See, the reason I'm reiterating that is so that you can understand that Elon Musk...
so why are these billionaires complaining?
Yeah, thank you.
They don't have to pay it. Like, that doesn't make sense. It's odd.
Thank you. It's the insanity. They pay, but they pay this tiny percentage that a poor person pays the same amount. In other words, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg fulfilled their 2025 Social Security payroll tax obligations literally within seconds past midnight on January 1st. Whereas most Americans continue paying payroll taxes all year long. So if you want to see a real Ponzi scheme, look no further than the crypto investments Musk and Trump have hyped. Trump's new...
So is that because everybody that works for them individually is like a subcontractor and has to report their own taxes?
Pretty much. I mean, in effect.
I mean, is that how that works?
I don't know
if that's... When you're a subcontractor, once you make $11,000 a year, you owe money.
Yeah.
In taxes.
Well, I'm not an accountant, and I know about it in all of the ways I've just described, but you're getting into what I would call excruciating detail that is almost unnecessary and confuses the recipient or the information consumer. It confuses the information consumer. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not admonishing you.
Bring it down to an individual level.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. Because it doesn't make any fucking sense. I understand.
Right.
You're trying to make sense of something that does not make sense. Obviously, in this sense, the system is broken. Yeah, in this sense, the system is broken. Because obviously, we need to lift that cap so that people who are multi-billionaires are paying proportionately. In other words, we need to scale. Whereas, as Brendan Zoget says, Brendan, you say it. You say what you just entered into the chat. And that's what I try to encourage is for people to interject.
But what I'm saying is if I go get a job with Elon at some car or space company, is my paycheck has Social Security taxes withheld?
Of course it does. What kind of question is that?
Right.
So, at any rate, but he himself got an asshole like Elon Musk himself and all his ilk like Bezos and Zuckerberg, they just pay the cap amount. That's what Brendan was emphasizing in the text. So, but we, on the other hand, at the bottom of it all, we're paying proportionately far more. You get what I'm saying? It's like a, what do you call it? Like a flat tax. It's like a flat tax.
Yes.
Which is attractive only in its simplicity. It doesn't make sense when and helps no one. So it's at any rate, Trump's new cryptocurrency, the Trump dollar, or it's got the S sign in front of the Trump, except for the line.
The cap is $66,000.
Thank you. Come on.
That's what they're paying.
Yeah.
Compared to even millionaires would consider that to be
nothing. That's like nothing. That's like what they spend on a big dinner, where all their friends are guested, like a party. You know, that's a small part.
So that doesn't. Then I didn't realize it was like that because I never really had to look into these things. But that begs the question: why is it relevant to? How is it a scheme to them? Or to the government in general.
You mean why
it's a scheme
are they
to
claiming,
everyone else?
They're claiming it's a scam, a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
When they're not putting anything into it, they're not the ones getting ripped off. Yeah. And
so it doesn't make sense other than just causing.
They just want
destroying people.
Yes. Because they're fucking Edomites.
Well, and they can launder money.
Well,
they already have all this money.
They got crypto for that. They don't need to do it through the fucking Social Security, honey.
So yeah,
but also it's like what we've said before, Doug. It's like if you have all the money, and no one's gonna work for free.
Yes, thank you.
The basic equation.
Yeah.
Then slaves, you'll have a stable society. We're happy to do your toenails.
Yeah, but you don't understand, Holly. It's like they would have to restructure our society back to the days of the antebellum South, where we live under chattel slavery. In other words, the entire...
Yes, we have to have a lot less people.
Well, well, they're obviously trying to kill people, but it seems more out of gratuitous sadism than out of any economic plan. That's all.
You don't need that many toenail painters.
I understand.
Down.
But here's the economy of the Confederate South. The economy of the Confederate South was basically the whites had money, and the whites are trading with each other, but the blacks are slaves, and therefore not participating in the economy except as assets. So in terms of, they're trying to get us all, we're all niggers now. We're all niggers now in their eyes.
Right.
Yeah, and they are the...
And I'm not in this world where you can buy houses and yachts with crypto coin.
Of
but
course,
there is that world.
Yeah, well, it's not a world you,
world
Brendan, Aristides, or Heather, or any of us are a part of.
That world is going on. Going gangbusters.
Well,
buying property and government officials and every goddamn thing.
There you are. Now, Trump's...
It was a separate world.
It is. And in it, Trump's new cryptocurrency, the Strump, it's called the Strump, or the dollar Trump.
60.
Yeah. It got the dollar sign in front of the Trump.
Hilarious.
Has soared and then crashed, just like every other Ponzi scheme. It generated enormous profits for insiders like Trump, but a cumulative $2 billion in losses for more than 800,000 other investors. Trump claims ignorance, insisting, I don't know if it benefited me. I don't know much about it. I mean, his name is on the coin. The Trump family and its business partners earned nearly $100 million in trading fees alone on that coin. How do I know that? And Trump does not.
In about a week, right?
Oh.
And then it dumped. So they skimmed it off and it dumped.
It's yeah. There you go. I mean, you got it down. I hope you didn't invest. I hope you didn't find that out by hard experience. At any rate,
Oh yeah,
Musk,
I ran right out there.
yeah, and then, yeah,
To the gas station. With
there you go. Yeah, with all the money you got to spare. Yes, that's right.
The
By the
gas
way,
station claims they trade in Bitcoin, but
do they
I
really?
never asked. Oh yeah, there's a big poster.
I
in the
wouldn't even
window.
bother. I wouldn't even bother.
I know, gas station Bitcoin, right?
Yo, God, that's insane. That's like, yeah, dude,
Oh, yeah.
you're
You're
already.
talking about that ATM machine thing?
Yeah,
It's more a poster.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
They
they'll
did
say
have
we
a
accept
machine.
Bitcoin, and you go in there, and it basically charges you to even use it. It's just horrible.
Oh my
Oh
God.
man.
I've never seen anyone use it.
Thank you.
Here's
Well,
your number. Don't forget it.
I mean, gas is expensive enough. Why would you want to pay on top of that? I mean, that doesn't even make any.
Well, they were trying to capitalize on all the assassins that needed to drive cross
Oh,
country.
I get it. Oh, that makes sense.
Or something crazy.
That it's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. That's the only thing.
Untraceable, untraceable ATM. It's like, this is something out of like a sci-fi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you. Oh, okay, so maybe I guess you could put cash in that machine, not a credit card.
don't
You
know.
could.
Yeah,
You
it
could
doesn't
cash.
mean you get
I
any
I don't
of
think
that.
people do that.
Yeah. I was about to
They
say.
always had kind of a distinctly Pakistani bent
Yeah.
with the gas stations.
There you go. Now, Musk has been promoting Dogecoin since 2019. In the days following Trump's announcement of the launch of Musk's so-called DOGE, the Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, the value of Dogecoin soared over 70%. And since then, it's dropped like a fucking rock. Another classic Ponzi scheme. With Trump now in office, crypto is back to its Ponzi ways. It's emerging from a 4-year federal crackdown on crypto fraud, market manipulation, and other scams following the collapse of Sam Bankman-Fried's crypto exchange FTX in 2022, one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in recent memory. Now, let me check into what's being entered in my private messages.
Dude, the guy blows up rockets and shrugs it off like a beta test with a giggle, and his power plants blow up, and he just leans back in the hot tub and hits the vape.
Yeah.
It's a whole
Actually, he did not take
exist-
he did not take that last explosion well, honey. He really didn't.
Is that right?
Yeah, no.
I heard he shrugged and giggled.
Yeah,
It's hard to go to the moon or something like that.
Oh no.
Shrugged and giggled.
Oh
That's
no.
his efficiency.
Oh no.
That $1 billion rocket that blew over the Indian reservation and the wildlife preserve. That was the Texas plant.
Let's take a look at it this way. This is like 3 days ago. Elon Musk, the Starship explosion, and basically he had already been poking fun at the avowed Tesla hater Dan O'Dowd, or rather, I think the investor in the Tesla hater Dan O'Dowd. He was poking fun at Musk for setting off a huge fireworks display over the Caribbean because Starship's 8th test flight ended in yet another spectacular explosion. Musk was posting through it all, and he was responding to O'Dowd's post, which shows you he's batshit fucking crazy. If I had that much fucking money, somebody like this would be an insect. They're like a fly, a gnat. It's somebody you don't even bother to swat.
Yeah, and you know what they said? Those fuckers at
Like
SpaceX.
Vance.
What did they say? Yeah. What did
They said it was it was like something crazy, like unplanned deconstruction or something. They said, we know about the unplanned deconstruction of the rocket.
It's a beta test.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
That's efficient.
That's 1984 language, Orwellian doublespeak. At any rate,
rapid unplanned disassembly.
Rapid unplanned disassembly
was jargon used by SpaceX to describe it.
RUD, R-U-D.
Experiment was as a success.
Yeah. That's not even
rapid
spin.
unscheduled. Yeah, it's not
Disassembly.
even spin.
Yeah, that's not
It's like
even
something
spin.
you hear on Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
Like one of those nerd freaking shows.
That's right. It's
We
yeah.
thought
As a
it would do
punchline.
that. We planned.
Yeah. So basically, the multi-hyphenate
Ups and downs.
Yeah, Musk quit back. Rockets are hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
imagine the can he opened up on them employees.
Oh
boy.
Oh, well, thank God we don't.
Oh boy.
Yeah, thank God we don't work for Elon.
I don't sit at that desk.
Oh, did you hear
Well,
George Knight?
It's like the movie It's like the movie The Dictator, where he gets his inspiration.
Yeah.
The dictator keeps firing and killing all the scientists, so nothing ever gets built. That was like the punchline of that whole joke.
There you go.
So that's what he's doing. Oh, you're all fired, and then the next one blows up because they're like picking up notes off a desk and like figuring out how to start. It's just crazy.
Their own business.
But another thing putting Musk into a foul mood must be the fact that if you guys didn't notice, he was trying to distance himself from his own Department of Government Efficiency, his own DOGE, during a meeting with all those Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent members of Congress earlier in the week, when President Donald Trump emphasized to reporters that it's himself and not Musk who's calling the shots. When the president, during his Oval Office press conference, said, "I had a meeting and I said I want the cabinet members to go first. Keep all the people you want, everybody you need. It would be better if they were there for 2 years instead of 2 weeks, because in 2 years they'll know the people better. I want them to do the best job they can." So it's like they're already into CYA.
But the problem is all the cabinet members are complete psychos.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
And bloodthirsty, face-eating zombies.
Yeah, there you
Hello,
go.
Board of Education, and blah, blah, blah.
I'll get to that eventually. And by the way, J.D. Vance said that our higher education has to emulate Viktor Orban, who has like no universities in Magyarország. It's like
I've never even heard of a Hungarian fucking doctor.
Thank you.
Like, that sounds like something from a horror movie. Like, he's a Hungarian doctor, and you're like, oh, fuck.
Well, it is. Yeah, it is.
God.
It's a punchline. Yeah, it's a fucking punchline. Honestly, that's unfair to the Magyar people, and I do apologize for that indulgence. But honestly,
they have folk wisdom.
Until you guys overthrow Viktor Orban, you're all shit to me. Okay. At any rate, as I re-entered into Crypt to host transmission on the 65th Naruhito Day, the Nipponjin Tenno Tanjobi, the Japanese People's Emperor's birthday weekend, that would have been Sunday, as dated the 23rd of February, Trump even held a crypto summit at which he promoted the idea of his federal crypto reserve that now gives crypto schemes a temporary boost by increasing demand for them. But why should American taxpayers foot the bill for a fucking crypto reserve? The most obvious winner will be Trump himself, whose own crypto venture carries millions of dollars in tokens that are to be included in same reserve. And other winners will be what I call the crypto executives, the overwhelming majority of whom donated extensively to Trump's reelection.
He's just trying to get his retirement plan, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, that's his social security.
Throw a couple million in that, and then you just withdraw it later.
This
doesn't matter who loses.
Yeah, this is going to be the only social security left for the multi-billionaires to. Yeah, and we're paying for it, and we're paying.
You talked about
that's what I'm saying. That's a total scam.
Yeah,
they have where that's possible.
Yeah,
to get the cash.
I'm sorry, honey. You mean like
you talked about this new mechanism?
Yeah, by where it's possible.
Forth.
Thank you.
Where
Thank
it's possible.
You. That's right.
And that could be a spoke in the wheels.
Yeah, we can hope. So when I talk about these majority of crypto executives who donated so extensively, basically put Trump in office, one example would be Ripple, whose XRP token is one of the 5 that Trump said would be included in the reserve, and which contributed $45 million to an industry-wide PAC, that's PAC or Political Action Committee, that sought to elect Trump and other Republicans. So Trump's crypto efforts are ways to curry his personal favor by paying him off. Consider Justin Sun, a Chinese cryptocurrency entrepreneur whom the Securities and Exchange Commission charged with securities fraud in March of 2023. After Trump was elected in 2024, Sun bought $30 million worth of Trump's World Liberty financial crypto tokens, putting $18 million directly into Trump's back-ass pockets. On his hip pockets as well. He can reach it easier there. He can't reach around to the back of his ass. Since then, Sun has invested another $45 million in WLF. Altogether, Sun's investments have netted Trump more than $50 million. So Trump's SEC, his Security and Exchange Commission, just dropped its prosecution of Justin Sun. Imagine that. The SEC has also dropped its case against the crypto trading platform Coinbase after that platform donated $75 million to a political action committee associated with Trump and $1 million to Trump's inauguration. To top it all off, the SEC just ruled that meme coins are not securities, meaning that Trump's novelty crypto tokens won't be subject to any regulatory oversight whatsoever anymore. An open invitation to more Trump Ponzi schemes. My real dread has to do with a much bigger Ponzi scheme that Trump and Musk are peddling. They're promising huge savings from destroying the federal government, including programs like Social Security and Medicaid. Savings that will go to America's wealthy and mega corporations in the form of tax cuts. At Musk's own urging, the Social Security Administration recently announced it will consolidate the current 10 regional offices it maintains into 4 and cut at least 7,000 jobs from an agency already at a half-century staffing low. The Republican budget recently pushed through the House cuts of over $880 billion out of Medicaid. Who will get left holding the bag? You. Most Americans. So zoom out, and you'll see the biggest Ponzi scheme of them all, the entire Trump 2 regime. Trump is promising to make America great again by raising tariffs, deporting more than 11 million people, taking a wrecking ball to our federal government, pulverizing democracy, and joining Vlad Putin and other global dictators on a rampage of territorial aggrandizement. Which brings us back to Brendan and his assertion, quite factual, his observation of facts that Trump plans on floating our economy on a war of aggression. Holly, T-Tank?
Yeah, war money. War
Yeah.
money always works. Like
Not
I
really.
said, like the graph I saw, he'd cut some military personnel and raise the defense budget. So I guess it's all going to be machines now, or I don't know what.
Yeah.
It's just so interesting because the first
How can you have an automated battlefield with all the sciences cut, honey?
You'd think. I'm not defending it. In the first go-round, he surrounded himself with war hawk generals. Hard-bitten, and it was talked about like a military coup.
Oh, well, because it was. It always was.
That broke down so fast.
Yeah. Well,
into a lot of splinters, and then more military generals stepped up, and they got chewed up.
Yeah, well,
so the guy's a human wood chipper, but I still say,
honey, the one thing you'll notice about all these dictatorships like Stalin or Abraham Lincoln is they keep purging all of their officer class.
It's a thing. And he brought it back.
By the way, people cannot claim that about Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler, he promoted more field marshals than in all of German history. A field marshal was a position that used to be like almost national. Like there was only one national field marshal. And maybe a few others during wartime, but Adolf Hitler promoted dozens. So you're talking about a man who recognized meritocracy.
Loyalty.
Yes.
Actual loyalty.
Yeah, and
which
meritocracy.
Is absent from Trump's mind. There's no such thing.
That's quite true. Trump is more
so now
Napoleonic. Trump is more Napoleonic in the sense that Napoleon was one of the first true cynics in that he trusted only blood. Only his relations were promoted.
Right.
When he could help it. And Trump is along that line. He's more Napoleonic.
And he burned them out, except for Jared.
But go on, honey. Yeah. Yeah, and what else? What else, honey, were you going to say?
There was something else. Let me get that back.
Take your time.
Now with the go-round, it's kind of rolling out like I thought, wherein they'll make him feel really rich and wealthy. Yeah. They'll feed him, and they'll give him a big screen TV, and do whatever they want.
Yeah, something along those lines.
People are in it for a longer game than those staunch war hawks.
Well, let's not give them too much credit. They're in it for as long a game as they can play. But Trump himself...
But they have no sense of history.
No, none whatsoever.
Heard
none whatsoever. Yeah, of course not. And only I can see this because I'm a true historian who had more access to history that basic professional historians never had. But Trump himself is the con artist behind this giant Ponzi scheme. He lured voters into this fake MAGA project, pocketed some of the cash, and rewarded his multi-billionaire backers and friends, including Musk, with more, and will leave most Americans with a corrupt and decimated society.
And the Vance side of the party is standing around going, yeah, it's going to be good in 2 years.
What a joke. I mean, what
a joke.
I'm still optimistic about our power to overcome this and our resilience in bouncing back therefrom, but the dread I feel when I open my eyes on the eventide concerns the sheer magnitude of the largest and most cynical Ponzi scheme in history. And this brings us all back to Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency. On paper, cutting waste sounds great. In reality, a foreign-born and illegally immigrated multi-billionaire on a ketamine kick with a collection of surprise baby mamas who is firing American workers en masse is the kind of thing that plays terribly, especially when some of the laid-off employees are Trump voters who somehow believed he would only go after other people. Yes.
VA firings are set for June.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm right. I would take that chainsaw from his hands.
I understand your point on this. I do.
Now, that's right, people. It turns out that the so-called deep state includes regular folks. All too many of them military veterans who don't love being laid off by a multi-billionaire space cadet or one of his
They all
Gen
lost
Z
Medicaid.
millions. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Say that
Who's
again,
going to
Rick?
fill all those morphine prescriptions that they sell for money?
Yeah, those motherfuckers.
It's all gone now.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, the Veterans Administration does not use computers as you would define them. They have no modern computers. They're on fucking magnetic tape and data punch cards, because if they modernized and digitized their system, it would shut down. Say they're doing only the names that begin with the letter A. By the time they got that operational again, thousands upon thousands, basically hundreds of thousands, not tens of thousands. Remember, there's millions and millions of veterans because we're always at war. They comprise 20% of our population on the fucking dole. And so the the Veterans Administration is the largest health industry in the fucking world. Larger than India's entire health industry. The bureaucracy of the VA is larger than any health agency on earth. That of communist China's, anywhere else. And it's all just for those fucking welfare duds we call vets. And they all, therefore, they cannot monitor their prescriptions. So a vet goes driving from VA to VA and gets his prescription of whatever placidity drug or placebo, whatever the fuck he's on, that's a kick-ass painkiller, and then they sell him on the street and go to the next VA and pick up their next prescription they refill. All in a day, they can get 24 prescriptions filled if they're living in a place with enough military bases like Texas, where you can go jogging and you will encounter like 3 to 6 military bases in a single jogging run. And I'm not talking about going back and forth. That's just on your way to your destination before you jog back. So the military bases float the fucking south. That's why you've got an opiate problem, motherfucker. Shut down the VA, you shut down that opium problem. You shut down a lot of problems. Just shut down the VA, period. But anyhow, yeah, it turns out that
at the same time they're privatizing government, they're also picking fights with multinational corporations.
Like what?
Like the abortion pills.
Well,
like
what you're
Disney.
talking about, this is where they're fucking up. And I'll go into this in detail, not tonight, but soon enough. When they're fucking it up by calling tariffs on Canada, well, that's where all your Ozempic comes from, motherfuckers. So it's like you've just killed that.
And now private equity firms own all this shit to defend the wealth. And those people get pissed off.
Well, lots of people, the ones that are dangerous.
Because they're not getting richer all of a sudden.
But the dangerous ones to piss off are the veterans because they're all armed and they're all psychotic. And remember, that's why they're all on bennies, because they all claim PTSD.
So the individuals on the street corner will suffer.
Yeah.
Not the ones that...
At any rate, you've got all too many of these military veterans that were working for the fucking Fed who don't love being laid off by a multi-billionaire space cadet or one of his Gen Z minions.
Imagine the workplace crimes that'll jump out of that.
Oh, I'm smacking my lips, honey. I'm smacking my fucking lips. And then there's the looming foreign policy catastrophe. Trump has made an art form of alienating allies, but his decision to pause military aid and intelligence sharing for Ukraine will have severe consequences, like, say, potentially the Russian Empire steamrolling right over Ukraine. A majority of Americans, per Ipsos, actually support the Ukraine fighting back with American-made weapons. So Trump starts off in a minority position, and that's before his policies risk pushing Ukraine toward a very public collapse, a scenario one can only hope does not unfold. If Ukraine falls and the headlines are dominated by reports of Russian war crimes and images of tanks rolling into Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, Trump's already fraught position will unravel. In short, Trump is charging ahead like a man convinced he has an ironclad mandate when he's been hacked into office without a majority. He's making the kind of big flashy maneuvers that typically blow up in a spectacular manner. After all, those who never learned the true history that only I myself have ever exposed are doomed to repeat it. Still, Trump has slipped out of tight spots many times before, and so maybe he'll pull it off again. Or maybe, just maybe, his bill is finally coming due. It would be helpful if we stopped pretending this terrible chapter in American history won't close without bloodshed. It would be helpful if Americans, and our feeble democratic politicians in particular, stopped implying by their comatose actions, or lack thereof, that democracy is some goddamn American right instead of a privilege, and has no fucking end date. America might very well be arriving at hers, because, yes, it really is that bad right now. Rather than bringing ping-pong paddles and groovy little signs to a Russiast hate fest disguised as a State of the Union speech, it would be helpful if our meek, out-of-touch Democratic politicians at least pretended they understood the perilous moment we are standing in right now. We are in deep, deep trouble, and now would be a wonderful, necessary time to step in front of your favorite mirror and honestly ask yourself what you are willing to do to fight for our country's survival. We are but 6+ weeks into this repulsive wannabe king's second midterm, and the damage he and his party are causing are already at catastrophic levels. Our air, water, earned benefits, peace, public safety, civil rights, and human rights are all under immediate threat. Worse, this is only the first course of many that will be served by the vindictive orange madman and his pathetic party of supplicants. The insults, the attacks, endless provocations, and thrashing of our Constitution will continue daily. All this carefully planned evil will be aimed at exactly one thing: breaking you, breaking us. Everything he is doing is designed to put you, all of us, into submission. And he's having a goddamn great time doing it. He's fucking loving it. This was entirely his aim when he and his pet mutt, J.D. Vance, double-teamed the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the behest of their mutual boss, Vlad Putin, in the Oval Office on Friday into the weekend before last. The idea was to publicly humiliate the man who has done more to defend America's interests across the globe than any Republican in American memory. Because Zelensky has tasted gunpowder and inhaled the odious smell of death on the battlefield, he wasn't about to be pushed around by some morbidly obese 78-year-old yacht club bully and his toady who thinks swinging a sand wedge to free a golf ball from under some bunker is dangerous business. Zelensky punched back and wasn't having it. He told the truth and didn't back down. The future of his country is on the line right now. And he acted like it. And therein lies the playbook for dealing with this sadistic bastard. If only the cautious, too clever for their own good Democratic Party and their weak-ass leaders, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, ever bothered paying attention. While Roma burns, they dither. They act as if we have all the time in the goddamn world, when time is something that is not guaranteed right now. They seem to somehow have no idea how bad things are about to get, or most certainly will be when elections they seem to be pinning their hopes on roll around next year, because by that time they might be outlawed. Everything changed on November 5th, but by all evidence, nothing has changed in the Democratic Party. This country will never be the same, and the sooner we come to grips with that and start acting accordingly, the better. What would you do if everything you had and everyone you loved was threatened? Would you act like Zelensky? Or up Chuck fucking Jew Schumer? One of the big mistakes of Joe Biden's presidency was this notion that everything was going to be okay, and that his idea of America matched the actual circumstances of America. If I had a goddamn dollar for every time he said this, I'd fold up shop and move to Tahiti. We are the United States of America. There's nothing we can't do if we do it together. We just have to remember who we are. Oh, it was a noble statement and magical thinking that would have worked great pre-2016, when we could still believe without being laughed at that our 12 parties could work together in a crisis to protect America. When we were attacked by the terrible subhuman being who is now somehow leading us, January 6th, 2021, that magical thinking needed to go out the nearest window. In fact, needed to be flushed down the nearest shit can. Instead, our Justice Department, twiddled its thumbs and allowed the America attacker to build himself back up so that we would have to deal with him again. I seethe just thinking about this, but it is where we are right now, and the sooner we all understand this, the better. The clock is ticking, people. The bomb is in place. Which brings me back around to my original premise, I mean to say. At some point, Trump will do something so heinous, so anti-American, so anti-America, so dangerous, that the people who truly love our country will be forced into the streets to take a life or death stand. Sadly, this is actually the best case scenario, because the worst case is we just go quietly into the dark, gloomy night and become an authoritarian country where we have zero rights or say in how we are governed. Yesterday, under the cover of his blankets, the America attacker shared this with us, which I will now enter into live stream, so that you can read it all yourselves. I'll enter it into the text box too, so I can check into incoming notifications. Thank you for the sigils, dear Brendan. We certainly need all the protection we can get. Just look at that. Read it.
I gotta make a move, but I'll go over to YouTube.
Okay, honey. I love you.
Okay. Love
Bless
you
you.
all. Thank you. Magnificent.
Thank you.
Magnificent.
Bless
Thank
you,
you.
honey.
Every bit of it.
Bless you, honey. Thank you so much for your contribution earlier in the month. God bless you.
I'll be here.
Thank you so much. And we love you dearly. Now read the First Amendment. Thank you, honey. Now read the First Amendment, people. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for an address of grievances. So what Trump is saying, and what I've just shared with you, Trump is telling us what he thinks of America and silly little things like the Constitution. Kings don't pay attention to that kind of worthless drivel. To him, it may as well be shit on toilet paper. And really, at the end of the day, it is not he whom we have most to fear. It's the stupid goddamn Republicans who are stubbornly in all of our lives. Take it personally, meaning Republicans in your own family. They're your enemy. I wouldn't blame you for killing your own father, your own husband, your own child if they're Republican. Any one Republican deserves to die just for being a Republican. These are the people who have illustrated there be no known pain or sacrifice to our civil liberties or pocketbooks that they won't absorb just for the satisfaction of watching some poor kid of color, KOC, what they would call a cock, going without something they didn't think she should have. So the choice is yours. You can continue thinking that there is some magical way out of this, or you can begin to take the threat to everything you hold dearly seriously and act accordingly. Even if, God forbid, and yet we all know it's going to come to this, you, as in the last civil war between the states for rights, must slay your own brother. I expected Mr. Trump to be a disruptor. He was always very clear about that. And in many areas, disruption is needed. But these decisions go well beyond that. Mr. Trump risks destroying the trade system on which the Pacifican post-war prosperity has been built. He is bullying his closest allies and cozying up to the West's worst enemies. To adapt Dean Acheson, it seems as if we are present at the destruction. For those of us at Critical Omissions, where support for free trade and Atlanticism run deep, these are shocking developments. But I think they make my job more important than ever. That is to provide you with clear, insightful, and rigorously reported news and analysis to help you make sense of where the world is headed. This is where we bring in Aristides again. Aristides, my dear man, please, if you would be so kind, if you would be good enough to come off mute, my capital fellow, I'd like you to relate that blurb again. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think I can check in.
Thank you so much.
Blurb.
If you could, repeat the blurb again.
Blurb.
Yes.
Okay, first, before the blurb, we will... Did anybody put the PayPal link? No. So I'll put the PayPal link to your personal accounts, the one with the extra D, Douglas D, in the chat.
Thank you,
and,
sir.
Please contribute if you can. The blurb is... I'm not gonna do a full version of the blurb, but
understood.
Make sure you upvote. We need it for the algorithm. People put down votes you can't see because they're jerks. Make make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you upvote the pinned comment after the show is live. If you see it below the show in the comments area and in the chat, and please give Douglas some money this month to support what he is doing, because just agree with him or not, and I think nobody in the world could agree with you on everything, but only you. But
thank you.
You're gonna find something that very interesting here you'd never find out anywhere else.
Well, in the case of the monologue, it's pretty objective. I mean, it's like fact. It's just kind of like what's happening.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
But no other information source like this, people. So send Douglas your money because of that.
Bless you both. Thank you, you two wonderful gentlemen. This week I will live up to my obligations in at least 3 areas, 3 arenas. I'll start with foreign relations, which, as in economics, Mr. Trump's policies will only cause damage at home and abroad. In Great Britain, Sir Keir Starmer has been deft and purposeful in his handling of transatlantic relations. In a matter of days, Sir Keir has sketched a new role for Great Britain in the world. Now, the rebuilding of European security must galvanize him, and to pay for it, he must use this program as the organizing logic for a new and radical domestic agenda. Then consider the demise of foreign aid. As a prelude to shutting down USAID, America's main aid agency, the Trump administration, the misadministration, denigrated it as a criminal organization that was run by a bunch of radical lunatics. Although the way America is cutting aid is unusually and needlessly chaotic, it is part of a global trend. A new, more parsimonious era of aid is beginning. It brings with it agonizing choices, but it also offers an opportunity to rethink an inefficient system that has long needed an overhaul. And finally, I'll contend with Mr. Trump's economic strategy. The president says his tariffs will preserve jobs, make America richer, and protect our country's very soul. Unfortunately, in the real world, things look different. Investors, consumers, and companies are showing the first signs of souring on the Trumpian vision. Aggressive and erratic protectionism will not work. Despite Mr. Trump's talk of a roaring comeback, the markets are flashing red. Actually, fuck the itinerary. Let's start with that. Trump's tariffs are an unconstitutional power play. Declaring a national emergency to exact concessions is a ploy to seize all authority. The U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping tariffs on Mexicano, Canadian, and Communist Chinese imports rest on shaky legal ground. In fact, they don't rest on any legal ground at all, but they're unlikely to be struck down in court. By exploiting a gap between the law and brute power, the Trump misadministration is laying bare the weakness of America's constitutional order. The United States Constitution assigns authority over foreign trade and taxation to Congress alone. While Trump has made an extravagant show of ignoring Congress's duly enacted laws in recent weeks, his tariff orders themselves invoke federal law. The 1977 IEEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. And yet, the IEEPA does not support Trump's current tariffs. The law's language makes this clear. A president may declare a national emergency to address an unusual or extraordinary foreign threat to America's national security, foreign policy, or economy. Once that is done, the IEEPA grants vast emergency-specific powers, including the authority to regulate the importation of any property. But these additional powers apply only to the emergency at hand. they may not be
It's
abused. Yes, go on.
With every single like dark, dystopian fantasy or like Star Wars, how come they always activate the emergency powers? Isn't there a way to like negate that ability? Because then if you leave that as an option, someone's going to take it eventually. It's just, why even leave an option like that?
You would think it would be obvious. Yes. It's like, and yet there's no safeguards. There's no guardrails.
There's no guardrails. There's nothing. But it's like that in every film, they say like, oh, they activated emergency powers, and then they become the dictator. It's like, you would think it's whoever's, we would have a way around this by now.
Yeah, well, there is.
Not.
There is, but no one wants to use it. Here's the one thing in common with all those scenarios. Historically or fictively, it's always in the person of a popular leader. There has to be enough popularity where the leader gets there in the first place, and then the leader, perhaps sensing his popularity is waning, then just takes it all because that's his only way of retaining all power and even furthering it. But the Swiss have never had this because the Swiss don't have a personal leader. They have a consul, basically just a consul, literally government by committee. That's why I said we need to abolish the executive, abolish the office of the presidency. This will put an end to this kind of insanity. It will no longer be possible if we have a Swiss-modeled government by committee. Not to mention, as I've also suggested, greatly expand the Supreme Court with term limits and, of course, abolish the Senate, which, of course, obviates the need for filibuster reform. Just like abolishing the office of the presidency obviates the need for electoral college reform. So then you have a government by Congress, a council of bureaucrats, as per Switzerland, in the office of executive action, and then the Supreme Court expanded and with term limits. So thank you, Brendan. Excellent point. And I have the solution thereunto. And as I said, the law's language makes all of this crystal clear. The additional powers apply only to the emergency at hand. They may not be abused for, in the words of the text, any other purpose. Thus, in January, Trump declared an emergency at the southern border, citing the threat posed by cartels, migration, and narcotics. Let us take this declaration at face value and assume that there is a crisis at the border. Even then, the tariffs imposed this month cannot plausibly be understood as any response thereunto. This is most obvious with respect to Canada, a country that plays almost no role whatsoever in supplying the American fentanyl market. The discontinuity between the vast tariffs being imposed on Canada and the notional emergency at the southern border, which, for those of you who do not know, Mexico and Canada do not touch because we are in between them, is so glaring that the tariffs should be viewed as illegal on their face. The off-and-on nature of these tariffs only underscores their lack of rational connection to any particular policy. The People's Republic of China is a more complex case, but the result is the same. While Communist China on the Asian mainland is a source of precursor chemicals for opioid production, the former President Joe Biden's administration already secured an agreement with the Communist Chinese to limit these exports. Blunderbuss tariffs against Marxist-Leninist China, disconnected from any evidence that the previous agreement has gaps, cannot credibly be framed as a response to the crisis at the southern fucking border. As with Canada, Trump's tariffs are obviously a response to some other issue. Even with respect to Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States, it is fair to ask whether the tariffs are truly aimed at changing the Mexicano administration's policies on opioids. As La Presidenta Mexicana Claudia Sheinbaum noted when she announced countermeasures this month, fentanyl seizures at the border had already dropped from 50% from October through to January. Moreover, from 2019 to 2024, 4 out of 5 people detained at border crossings for carrying fentanyl, 4 out of 5 were United States citizens. The majority of them white as a fucking cue ball. So it ain't Mexes carrying that shit across the border. It's Texas. Cowboys, not banditos. That's where you get the term drugstore cowboy. If there was ever any doubt that the latest tariffs are not really about the southern border emergency, Trump himself gave the game away in February when he said that the purpose is to force manufacturers to move their plants to these United States. Similarly, in justifying the tariffs against Canada, he has not only complained about non-existent barriers for U.S. banks seeking to enter the Canadian retail market, he has also explicitly linked the policy to his illegal ambition of forcing Canada to join these United States against its will. By the way, back to Brendan with a new entry. What's this? Oh, yeah. Oh, please go ahead and say it out loud. Yeah. The Packy Bros.
Well, I was saying that all the ketamine comes from Canada and they've known that since the 90s because that's where all those organic chemists go.
The Packy.
And not only that, they can straight up send it to Canada as like raw materials, and they just basically make it in like a few steps.
And you know
and
what?
Flip it.
You know what I can guarantee? I can guarantee that because fucking Elon Musk, got his entry into North America as an illegal immigrant through Canada, that he is the ketamine kingpin.
Was hitting it. Yeah, he was hitting it exactly. That's how he made his money.
Yeah, he is ketamine
like when
kingpin.
When he was in college, he was hitting that shit.
Yeah.
Special K.
I think beyond that, I think he's a drug lord. He is the fucking dealer.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It would be the only thing that would explain all of this.
Yeah, his original surge of income wasn't due to anything he engineered. I can goddamn guarantee you that.
Mm-mm.
And so what you say is well taken. Deeply appreciated.
Well, yeah.
Point on point and point on. Now, after first announcing...
I'm not advocating to, shut the borders or anything. I'm just saying that.
Of course not.
That's how everyone has known it's gotten into the U.S.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And one of the biggest smugglers is Elon fucking Musk. Take that, Elon, and smoke it. Now, after first announcing...
Well,
you
can't expose his deal. You gotta at least give him, mafia privacy.
Oh, that son of a bitch. Yeah. Now, after first announcing...
I'm sure you've done your share of drug dealing.
Oh, yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, well, kind of, yeah. I've been a mule. I've been packing it for, back when I was younger. It was the most practical thing for the Tong to do with me was to...
Well, we're obviously not doing it now because we're broke. So in
yeah,
case anyone wants to send anyone after us.
Yeah, just so people understand.
My bank account's empty.
Yeah, neither one of us is doing shit now. Yeah, that's... Yeah, people ought to be able to understand. If I were doing that, I wouldn't need to be asking people for contributions. I wouldn't I wouldn't need to be educating everyone on what I'm doing. Now, after first announcing sweeping new tariffs on the United States' top 3 trading partners, the U.S. President Donald Trump then agreed to a 30-day pause on any new duties on Canada and Mexico while leaving those on Red China in place. The final outcome is still uncertain, and the drama that unfolded over the last week should not distract from the bigger picture. With his decrees on trade, Trump is making an unconstitutional power play by abusing the declaration of a national emergency to grant himself authority he does not have. Congress, whose constitutional powers to regulate trade Trump has personally usurped, should act swiftly to retain its authority and bring back stability to American imperial trade policy. Albeit we all know they will not. In announcing these tariffs, Trump invoked the 1977 IEEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which gives a U.S. president sweeping powers to regulate our economy during wartime or another emergency caused by a foreign threat. This law essentially grants a president extraordinary economic powers to deal with any unusual and extraordinary threat if he declares a national emergency with respect to such threat. The White House outlined its view of the current threat, in Proclamation 10886, 10886, or 10886, which on January 20th declared a national emergency at the United States-Mexico border. Supposedly, their words, overrun by cartels, criminal gangs, known terrorists, human traffickers, smugglers, unvetted military-age males from foreign adversaries, and illicit narcotics that harm Americans, including America. I personally would read that, and the only thing I think of is everyone north of the border, but that's based on personal experience. Trump expanded this.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, thank you.
You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
When I went to Tucson, that was the.
Oh, they caught him! Fuck! They caught him! Oh my fucking god! Oh, well, I'll send him the usual message, and oh, I better turn the lights on. God damn, it's getting dark in the crypt. Oh, say, I pray thee be well, Brendan. Damn, they knocked his ass out. And this is what happens. We start getting feisty here. And then they do everything they can to knock us down and out. It's a sick, sad world. And at any rate, with that, we return to task at hand. And let's check into live stream. And okay. Now, as I was saying, Trump has expanded this emergency beyond the southern border to also cover the public health crisis of deaths due to the use of fentanyl and other illicit drugs, claiming insufficient action by Canada and the People's Republic of China to interdict shipments. His response to these claimed threats was a 25% tariff on imports from Mexico, 25% on imports from Canada, except energy at 10%, and an additional 10% on imports from Hongzhonghua, or Red China. Since Commu-Chinese goods are currently charged with an average rate of 10% and most tariffs on Canada and Mexico are near zero, Trump's decree imposes higher levies against them than against Red China, an American imperial adversary, and puts a significant shock to North American trade overall. Experts have called these tariff actions reckless and their words, self-inflicted wound to the American economy. I would call it a critical hit injury. While companies have warned that widespread tariffs will further upend supply chains and stoke hyperinflation. Indeed, to point of stagflation. Stagflation like Weimar fucking Republic levels of inflation. The president's own words are sufficient evidence that the March tariffs are unlawful, since they are not responses to the declared emergency on the southern border. The IEEPA expressly and clearly forbids their use. To be sure, the White House would probably argue that the terrorists provide leverage over governments that could do something about the fentanyl problem. But permitting presidents to do whatever they want to create leverage with respect to a narrowly defined emergency would invalidate Congress's decision to specify the focus and scope of emergency powers in the language of the IEEPA. The exception would become the rule. Lawyers often use hypotheticals to support such arguments, but no hypothetical is needed here. In putatively responding to the opioid epidemic, Trump is effectively imposing a new $1,000 tax on every American household, tantamount to adding a percentage point to Americans' marginal tax rate. No reasonable interpretation of the IEEPA's targeted authority allows for the president to trigger such sweeping changes. Yet despite the obvious illegality of the policy, Trump's authority is unlikely to be seriously tested before the courts. Since the 1980s, federal courts have flatly refused to second-guess factual claims behind an IEEPA emergency declaration, and judges have bent over backwards to grant the president broad powers in these contexts, even where a president expresses an unlawful purpose. The Supreme Court has been willing to turn a blind eye and, in effect, give a pink eye to the rest of us. In the case of the first Trump administration's Muslim ban, the court spun a fine web of casuistry to suppress and ignore the president's many xenophobic and bigoted justifications. I should actually call them rationalizations. Worse, in a challenge to Trump's 2018 steel tariffs, one circuit court speculated vaguely about the president's independent constitutional power over foreign trade. In effect, it conjured out of thin air a complete new presidential power that erased Congress's clear and exclusive authority over foreign trade and taxation. According to this unreasoning, even the minimal limits imposed on presidential power to reorder foreign trade at a steep price to American taxpayers, no less, will fall by the wayside. Yet, in the past decade, courts have been increasingly willing to ignore the constitutional text in pursuit of an ahistorical theory of the presidency as the sole and exclusive anchor of American democracy, all American democracy, and all liberties. Historically, presidential authority under the IEEPA has been used to impose an array of sanctions that hit American imperial adversaries directly, such as export embargoes and the freezing of foreign assets. But it has never been abused to raise tariffs on imports into these United States, which American imperial importers and ultimately consumers, not targeted countries, always pay. Nor has the law ever been abused to punish allies and partners, such as Canada and Mexico. The predecessor statute that the IEEPA replaced, the 1917 Trading with the Enemy Act, was abused by United States President Richard Nixon to levy a 10% across the board import tariff to address a balance of payments crises with the intent of creating leverage to force the Japanese imperial superstate and West Germany to revalue their currencies, which Washington saw as giving their exporters an unfair advantage. The tariff was a temporary measure and soon lifted. Nixon's loose interpretation of the old law and abuse against friendly countries in peacetime was, in fact, the precise reason Congress worked on tightening that statute and replacing it with the IEEPA. You don't get these lessons in any college, people. You know how blessed you are to simply be listening to me. And understand, I need your contributions to keep it up. The legal challenges that sprang from Nixon's misactions, are instructive today. In United States versus Yoshida International, the U.S. Court of Customs and Patent Appeals ruled in 1975 that measures implemented by the president must have an eminently reasonable relationship with the declared emergency. In other words, there needs to be a causal link between the emergency and sanctions response. The court upheld Nixon's action because the tariff had a direct effect on our nation's balance of trade and, in turn, on its balance of payments deficit and its international monetary reserves. Today, by contrast, it is a stretch of the imagination to suggest that across-the-board import tariffs have any eminently reasonable relationship to the domestic problem of fentanyl abuse and concerns over organized crime in these United States. The fact that American imperial deaths from synthetic opioids, such as fentanyl, began to decline in 2023 raises additional questions about Trump's invocation of the IEEPA, which is restricted to emergencies that are both unusual and extraordinary. In a word, immediate. What's more, one day after proclaiming his tariffs, Trump took to his Truth Social platform, which is neither, to suggest that trade with these United States is a form of subsidy to Canada, and that Canada must become the 51st American imperial state in union. This range of statements and possible motivations further obscures the relationship between the claimed emergency and Trump's tariff action. Although a president has ample discretion to take broad actions in times of national emergency, there is little evidence that any emergency exists, or that the emergency, as described, is even loosely connected to the remedy being offered. Even the weak guardrails contained in the IEEPA should suffice for Congress to check the president's actions. First, it could terminate the emergency through a joint resolution. That, however, would need a veto-proof supermajority. Terminating the emergency also rescinds any misactions, taken by the president linked to the emergency. Second, Congress should amend the IEEPA to clarify that it does not allow the president to levy tariffs, and legislation to this end has already been introduced. Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution gives Congress the express authority to regulate commerce with foreign nations. This is a perfect example of where Congress should take back its power and rein in presidential abuse of delegated authority. As Congress fails to act, there is still the courts. Firms affected by tariffs can challenge Trump's decree. Furthermore, the U.S. Supreme Court's 2024 landmark decision in Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo overturned the previous practice of deferring to federal agencies, i.e., the executive branch, whenever vague language in the law left room for interpretation or misinterpretation. Now that final misinterpretation lies with the courts. This emphasizes the Supreme Court's renewed skepticism towards broad statutory interpretations and lends persuasive power to the argument that the president is taking too much liberty with the IEEPA. Trump is knowingly and unseriously abusing a fictitious emergency to attack United States, American imperial allies, in hopes of causing enough chaos to extract unrelated concessions. Solving the drug crises is a domestic problem, not any goddamn trade issue. Trump has invoked security threats to address economic concerns in the past, such as when he imposed a 25% tariff on steel, mostly on American imperial allies. During his first term, at the time, attorneys at the United States Justice Department absurdly claimed that, hypothetically, peanut butter imports would be considered a national security threat and warrant sanctions. They must have been talking to Peter Moon, the scum known as Vinnie Barbaric in his real name. Our man Brendan Soget has returned to us. Dude, they whacked you when you started talking about Arizona. Man.
Yeah, there you go.
And the kind of Americans you will continue by all means unless you feel it's going to get you whacked again. Holy shit.
I mean, there's nothing to say there other than I didn't feel safe. Like, it was the only Target I've ever seen where they couldn't stock the shelves. It was just full of bandits, like a city full of bandits. But it's the Wild West. What do you expect, you know?
Holy shit.
I'm sure they're proud of it.
Yeah. Yeah, we individuals, we free. Yeah, that kind of shit.
Yeah, we're free to shoot each other.
Yeah, that's about it.
Did I tell you what happened when I went to the grocery store?
Tell us.
There's a Sprouts down there because that's like where it was founded. It was in Arizona. Mm-hmm. So there's like, that's like their big store, like their, home state advantage. Everyone loves Sprouts. Mm-hmm. I went in there and the people back there were like overwhelmed with orders and they were like, oh my God. I was ordering something from them and I said, oh, it's no big deal. I used to work there, at your store. And I know all the, how to do all what you're doing. Yeah. And she's like, when can you start? And I'm like, no, I'm visiting. And she's like, please just sign up. I'll hire you today. I need help. I need somebody. Oh my God. And I'm like, oh, sorry, can't do it. I'm from out of state.
That's so sad.
Because their minimum wage is like $10 an hour. No one wants to do that shit.
Of course not.
So not even their own homegrown business is doing well because of their whatever's going on there.
Oh my bad. Fucking God. In other words, they claim that they're trying to make it easier for business to do business when they're rendering it impossible by cutting off, minimum wage at a limit where it's impossible to survive upon. Therefore, meaning no one will work for any business no matter what because they got nothing to work for.
Yeah, either way. That's how crazy it is.
That's libertarianism, people. Yeah, it's just anarchy.
There's no solution.
Mm-hmm. You're back to barter, people. You're back to barter with libertarianism. It's not even medieval. You're going back to the Stone Age.
Like with all the chickens, everything's getting sick, and they're like, bring chickens into your homes.
Yeah. You heard what I said earlier? You heard what I said earlier about how the ministress was saying, oh, why don't you all just raise your own chickens? Like, oh, yeah. Right. Oh yeah, we all got, you know.
Because we all have time and money for that. Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. Not to mention space.
Stupid freaking. These people are so spoiled in their brains. I mean, they have no idea what's going on.
Thank you. Like I said, it's like suggesting, well, you don't need to pay those high gas prices.
You should have heard that dirtbag, that so-called family of mine. He was like, "Just start a business. Just start a business. It's easy.
Yeah, just
it's
like
easy
that.
At your age." And I'm like, "Yeah, really."
That's like that dude. What's his name? Vale, who sells.
Everyone's doing it.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
That's like that dude Vale who's selling his own used books.
Yeah, excel at yourself.
Oh God, yeah. Well, he's sitting down there. The guy who never gets online. The guy who brags about...
Yeah, but in Vale's defense, he's actually doing it. This dude wasn't doing it.
Yeah.
He had everything handed to him.
Yeah. God, well, so did Vale.
So did all these other people.
So did Vale in a sense. But, Vale tells me, well, you publish your own book. It's fun. Then he admitted he just got lucky, which is then, no, it's not fun, Vale. No, you got lucky. Not fun. Yeah, and it's like, no, it's not fun. It's almost fucking impossible. Where would I get the money? Anyhow, it's like... these people. But unlike the statute Trump abused to impose tariffs on steel, the IEEPA has far fewer guardrails and procedural requirements, meaning that there is little to check Trump's misinterpretation of any emergency. And while some of the tariffs are now on hold, there's no guarantee that Trump won't continue to abuse the IEEPA on these and other allies and partners. To abuse emergency powers as a tool of chaos and leverage in unrelated negotiations, and direct it at American imperial allies and partners, no less, is a blatant, unconstitutional abuse of power. Congress and the courts must act to stop it. Foreign governments and citizens confronted by erratic and unjustified American imperial tariffs can take little comfort in knowing that these measures are likely, indeed definitively, illegal. The refusal by American imperial courts to call Trump's bluff is a signal of how weak America's constitutional order has become, and how unwilling federal judges are to confront its nemesis. Now, I'll probably take a short break soon and then come back and backtrack on narrative, or rather get us back on track of narrative, I mean to say. But before I do, by all means, dear Brendan, is there anything you need to look for or notes to dig up so that you can replace me as host for the several minutes I'll be gone, 10 to 15 minutes that I'll be making new tea? Look up something now if you could be so kind, and that will be.
Oh, I have all kinds of stuff to talk about.
Excellent.
But it's just you have to be somewhat engaging, and I have this blindness where I think everyone's interested in the same shit, so it just.
Well, everyone seems interested
like on the spectrum.
Hey, like I said, the only time the numbers went down was they fucking did something, because that's just impossible that everybody.
It's like they turned off the modem.
Yeah, it was just unreal. So, and then the woman made the note in the text box. We love hearing you, Brendan. So the people really enjoy.
Well, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying maybe some people aren't interested in some weird, obscure Egyptian herb.
No, dude, they wouldn't be here if they weren't.
People think I'm insane when I say that. They're like, I'm like, oh, have you tried Blue Lotus? And they're like, what's that? And then I'm like, it's an ancient Egyptian herb. And then they either don't reply or they just look at me like,
yeah. Most people turn on to that. Jesus Christ.
That's what I thought. What I thought.
No, they really do. I mean, people are into health supplements. They're into all kinds of stuff. They're into the paranormal, or they wouldn't be here, and that fringes on the paranormal to them, because that seems mystical and magical.
Yeah. Well, your audience is different, man, in a good way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Holly could use some of that Blue Lotus. Better than the vodka.
Ooh, shit. Yeah, probably. High chance.
Yeah, we love you, Holly. And she contributed $100 earlier in the month, so I'm deeply in her debt, and encourage others to follow her in that regard, follow her example. We've gone 5 hours so far. We're going pretty strong. We're going to maintain this rhythm. I'll need my break in order to make more teas so that I can do that. But in interim, I do want people to know I'm talking kind of slow because my tongue is actually, I bit my tongue in my sleep. And when a vampire does that, that's bad. So I'm nursing my tongue while talking. And so I'm going to be speaking a little slower tonight. Probably that's for the better for everyone involved. When I start talking too fast, it's hard for people to keep up. Such being said, it can get painful because it's swollen, and therefore I keep biting it while I'm talking. So everybody maintain me in thought and prayer. Any ideas on what to do to kind of deal with that, Brendan? Aside from sleeping with maybe, a mouthpiece or something?
Deal with what? Oh,
my tongue. I bit my
tongue biting.
Yeah, and it's swollen so that I keep biting it while I'm talking. So I have to like nurse and cradle it, and keep it on the other side of my mouth while I'm talking.
Yeah, there's not much you can do in the short term. Really.
Yeah, just make it through the night and then give it a good rest. And so, such being said, let me finish this crock of tea here before I take my break. And in interim, to reiterate back on track of narrative, Donald Trump is the end of the modern era of decades of American dominance. As Trump rejects the Arab states' bid to rebuild the Gaza and stands by his takeover plan, the U.S. President Donald Trump's second mispresidency represents a global paradigm shift. And here I'll show it to you, as I did last time, by this incredibly stark example, which I think is beautiful photography of an American bald eagle attacking a Canadian goose that it thought was easy prey, and the American bald eagle getting its ass kicked. Let's hope that happens between the American Empire and Canadian Dominion, or rather British Dominion of Canada. And the question must be asked, are we entering a totally new period of American decline? Or are the second Trump misadministration's attacks on the institutions and alliances that defined the American century just another cyclical disruption? Since world order is a matter of degree, we may not know until 2029. Yestermancy's last month, as dated February 4th, Donald Trump pretended that mild concessions by Canada and Mexico warranted a 30-day postponement of tariffs, but that he would no longer postpone them again. This reflects a broader pattern. Trump declares war, and when it becomes apparent that he cannot win, he pretends he already has. The Ukraine's immense industrial and human resources once made the Greater Soviet Union a global power, and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin is counting on them to achieve his neo-imperialist dream. With the United States now behaving as a Kremlin proxy, supporting the Ukraine has become an existential imperative for Europe. The post-Pacifican World War II world order of American dominance is over. Donald Trump proves it. With the end of Pax Americana in sight, the main question is whether European and East Asian democracies will form new defense alliances. But while doing so will require the leadership of the United Germany and the Empire of Japan, respectively, it remains to be seen whether either is willing to revive a martial spirit. More immediately, the British Army has received the last order, the last of its order, of 100 brand new Apache AH-64E attack helicopters, while King Charles was flown out to the English Channel to visit the HMS Prince of Wales, seeing the preparations the carrier was making before setting sail for the Japanese super archipelago in the spring. Meanwhile, back here on the home front, Americans will miss their government when it's gone. As a former DOD, Department of Defense bureaucrat myself, I am obligated to explain what will follow from the indiscriminate gutting of federal agencies and mass firings, aside from vegetables and other types of produce being guaranteed to become more expensive thanks to the United States' new trade war. Guess, here's your riddle for tonight, guess the trade war's biggest loser after Trump announced a $100 billion investment into the United States of America from TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, calling that corporation the most powerful company in the world, which is an undeniable fact. In February of 1941, Henry Luce, the influential publisher of Time and Life magazines, penned an article heralding the American century, a positive post-war era in which the United States would apply its newfound standing as the dominant power in the world to spread free economic enterprise and the abundant life around the globe. We'll get back to that when I get back from break. First, let me finish off this crock of tea while Brendan talks about some of these entries he's just shared with us. He says, how are they going to take Greenland? Cause it's Fossey.
Yeah, I was saying that as an aside. The second thing was, I said, yeah, it's Fashi.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's how it's able to be the most powerful company on earth. It's the only way you can run it.
Thank you. You mean TSMC?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because otherwise some company would just come and buy it out, which they've never been able to do.
Thank you.
It has to be,
Yes, it's fascist.
Its own,
yes, yeah. It's its own state in a very...
Its own country, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And so T-Tank Berry left. We love you, T-Tank Berry. Blessed dreams. And hopefully he'll be continuing to join us. Of course, he works for a living. He'll be back in the morning. And but almost ready.
Yeah, and I'm in a process to reset my sleeping schedule, so I won't be here very long.
Told you not to telegraph that. Last time you did that, they whacked me as soon as you left. Don't do that in the future. Just
I might stay till 4 a.m.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And just give me a note in the keyboard private messages whenever you leave. Yeah. So let's hope we don't give them any ideas. They're definitely in on the call. Like I expressed earlier, that was not your voice that laughed and said, "Come on now," that when I was talking about its national treasure, the Bitcoin version. So they're not only in on the call, they can shut it down anytime they want. And they can shut down, and obviously they can shut down my modem anytime they want, literally take me offline with a DDoS, a dedicated denial of service attack. And the worst time for it to happen is, of course, when I actually take a break, and that has happened at least once. And you remember it. I think you were on with other people in a roundtable when I came back and we were all offline, essentially, one time. It's happened so often. It's hard to remember.
I think so.
Yeah, it's happening so often. It's hard to be certain about that, but I know it happened once. And God knows, there's plenty of things we can't be certain about anymore. There's just so much shit going on. It's hard to remember. Like when we spoke about Amanda Yu. Like when we were talking about Amanda Yu, and I said, I don't believe she ever came back on after the Brandon incident, the Brandon Young incident, I mean to say. And then you said, no, she was on once, and you remembered talking to her, but then we had to try and remember whether that was before the Brandon Young incident or not. But you seem to remember it as being after, right? Yeah. And you're
pretty sure it was after.
Okay.
But
yeah. Might have been, but maybe. I would hope so. But, it was after. And what happened was that's when I updated her on what happened with Brandon Young. And once she learned about what had happened with Brandon Young, she never came back again.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what happened. And so we have to wonder if there's a connection there. By the way, Troy Bellamy says, Troy, jump on the call, dude. I'm assuming you're called every time by Aristides. Jump on bandwidth if you wish. And so let me send him a heart hands. And because you know how guys are, you just can't send them a beating heart. They get all funny feeling. And, where are the heart hands emoji? Then I can take my break. Yeah, it's.
You sound super old every time you say something like that.
Yeah, I know.
Where's the emoji?
Yeah, where's the fucking emoji? It's like I can't find it. It's like I know it exists, but they put it in a different place from all the hand emojis. It's really fucking weird. Why do they do that? And I guess they consider it some kind of emoji in its own right or something. It's really fucking stupid, and it's infuriating.
It's a special edition.
Yeah. I don't want to send him the elbows bumping after the experience that I had. I'm leery to ever touch those elbows bumping again. That one guy really...
That's still funny.
Yeah, that one guy scarred me psychologically for life with that. Why are you sending me two butts bumping? Oh, and then he started going...
This is sick. He was, like, outraged.
Yeah, it's like, you queer, yeah. It's like, dude, it's elbows. And it's like, oh... It's like people are...
That was wild.
Yeah, they're fucked up. They're like... there's no words. At any rate, Troy, we're going to need more than we. Like, what does we mean? And, trying to find you something here that's a nice neutral way to greet you. So, I guess I'll give him, like, this hand. It's like the only one I got. It's like, there you go with that. We got good numbers, and I'll be back in about 10-ish. And all of you are in the best of hands with our man, Brendan Zogit. And, okay, I'm going to go mute. All right.
Hey, you taking a break?
Oh, yes, my dear man. So join Brendan here.
I'm still here.
Oh, great. Love you dearly. Hugs. Okay, our man Aristides is with Brendan. The two of these guys have got you covered, everybody. Okay, you're in the best of hands with these men. All right, going to go mute. Okay, thank you.
All right. So, Brendan, you there?
Okay, I just got back. What's going on?
Oh, okay.
Where's Doug?
Now,
did he leave?
All right, I'm glad you're there. I'm not prepared to monologue if for no
I'm
reason my voice is like
did
shot.
Doug just dip out like that quick?
Yeah, he took a break, but my voice is shot, so I can't really talk by myself. It's like,
well, he didn't
smooths out a little bit if I talk, but
holy shit. Okay. Well, I don't have anything prepared either.
Yeah, it's fine.
I wasn't.
We usually do
ready
fine
for that quick of a situation.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second.
I usually want to talk about like some kind of like fucking herbal or health supplement or something with you.
Oh yeah, we can go there. We can go to herbal.
Oh
health
yeah.
Supplements. Shilajit, yeah, they were.
Oh yeah,
improving off the Shilajit last.
I do the Shilajit. I mean, I need some other stuff though, and I gotta discover what that is.
Ayurveda has a lot, like lahyams, and different kashayams and different like mixtures.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna explain a few things about sidereal and tropical zodiac.
Okay.
So the birth chart is calculated using astronomical principles, yet Vedic astrology is based on a sidereal zodiac. The zodiac is 360 degrees portions of the sky, degree portions, which are divided into 12 30-degree segments, making up the 12 signs or constellations, which are groups of stars. If we look up at the stars in the sky, a planet will be occupying a particular constellation or sign. In simple terms, it is sidereal astrology, the positions of the planets as they appear in the sky at any given moment. Western astrology uses what is known as the tropical zodiac. The tropical zodiac shows positions of the planets on the 12 signs as they were roughly around 2,000 years ago. This is called a symbolic zodiac and is astronomically inaccurate. Although the sidereal zodiac was used by Western astrologers like Ptolemy in the beginning, over the course of time, a more symbolic zodiac was adopted, which is astronomically inaccurate. The difference between these two zodiacs is called Ayanamsha. It is a phenomenon known as precession of the equinoxes. Expression in this is the simplest way possible, is that this Earth spins on its axis in a conical motion, and it takes approximately 25,800 years to complete one revolution. It means that every 2,000 years, the position of the vernal or spring equinox, which marks the beginning point of the first sign of the zodiac, Aries, is always changing and moves forward in time. Thus, the pole star also changes every few thousand years, as seen in the night sky, as Vega will be the North Star in 14,000 years. There was a previous star, 3,000 BC, and then Polaris is the current North Star. When a person born today has the sun at 10 degrees Aries using tropical zodiac, in astronomical reality, the sun is 23 degrees back, placed upon the sign of Pisces. For example, the sun used to move into Aries on 21st March at roughly 200 AD, but now it enters the sign of Aries on the 14th of April. So there's the explanation of the difference of tropical zodiac and sidereal. So the sun enters the sign of the zodiac on or around the 14th day of each month, whereas Aries would be 14th of April, meaning the beginning of the solar year. The sidereal zodiac used in Vedic astrology is therefore astronomically accurate because it takes upon the shifting of the axis into the account when calculating longitudes of the planet and constellations in the celestial sphere. The tropical zodiac used in Western astrology is a symbolic zodiac based on the positions of the planets as they were 1,720 years ago. The sidereal zodiac is the real zodiac, as it works on the simple principle of what you see is what you get. In order to convert a Western tropical horoscope into Vedic or sidereal, one needs to subtract the current Ayanamsha from the tropical longitudes of the planets and signs to get their sidereal positions. Because the Earth's axis is always changing, its position, the Ayanamsha, which is the new moon, changes slightly every year. In January 1st, 1900, it was 22 degrees, 27 minutes. Today, it is 23 degrees, 52 degree seconds. There are various Ayanamshas in use today. Some of them disagree onto actual measurements. The most popular is, which is accepted and used in India, would be the Lahriri calculations. He calculates the precessional rate to be around 50 degree seconds per year. This Ayanamsha tends to have accurate results and is the one we use going forward. As a direct consequence of what has been mentioned, many of those who have been following a sun sign astrology will find that in actual reality, they have a different sun sign. Due to the explosion of the sun sign of this type of astrology in the West, using a zodiac, which is completely inaccurate, has become an acceptable thing. It's interesting to note that ancient Vedic sages knew about most of the astronomical phenomena, including precession of equinox, precession of Earth itself, and axis, and they knew this thousands of years before modern astronomy came into being, and used it in their calculations. The fact that most Western astrologers completely ignore the precession shows the division in the West between astrology and astronomy, which in ancient times walked hand in hand with one another. The two zodiacs did coincide at one point in 1720 years ago, when Sun entered Aries, which means at that time, Western astrologers were also using the sidereal zodiac. Some modern-day astrologers of both Vedic and Western are of the opinion that either zodiac can produce similar results, that no two signs are alike, neither can be a person or two different signs from the two zodiacs fit into the description of both. There's no convincing argument to support their views, since both systems ascribe similar attributes to their stars, planets, and houses. Tropical astrology is said to be connected about the relationship between Earth and Sun rather than Earth and the fixed stars, as in Vedic, or sidereal. However, this does not diminish the importance of the accuracy of the sun's position for tropical astrology. The increasing gap between actual position of the planets and constellations, the ones used in tropical, will become more and more absurd the further we advance into the future. If one looks back in history, all ancient cultures were very concerned about the relationship between the Earth and the fixed stars. The precise construction of the Egyptian and Mayan pyramids in relation to their position are a testimony to this fact. It has been proved that these ancient civilizations possessed far greater knowledge of astronomy than our own. It is not too presumptuous to assume that they had much more advanced system of astrology than ours. One should not try and dismiss the possibility that during the popular re-emergence of astrology and occultism the last 2 centuries, with the advent of groups like Theosophical Society and other movements, Western astrologers accidentally overlooked the precession of the equinoxes, and no one corrected it. If one looks back at this type of confusion and hysteria, this reemergence generated in the West, and is not an implausible idea. When Cyril Fagan, the Western astrologer, tried to change the course of things in the 30s, no one listened to him. But by that time, the tropical zodiac gained too much tour de force. The fact that many competent Vedic astrologers did actually predict far in advance the extent of Hitler's destructive tendencies or the untimely deaths of people like John Lennon and John F. Kennedy, it reveals that their type of clarity which exists within the Vedic system. This is due to the use of an accurate sidereal zodiac, an evolved understanding of the planets and their functions, and a highly developed method of prediction. As a starting point, introducing sidereal zodiac into Western system will produce consistently accurate results and go a long way in restoring astrology to its rightful place in the field of science and astronomy. So yeah, there's the explanation when it comes to the difference between tropical and sidereal. So there's a lot to it, of course, but that's just a brief outline of the situation. So yeah, that's all I had prepared. Is anyone else still here? I think it's just myself. Well, I can continue reading in that case, or find a piece that's actually relevant to what I was saying. Yeah, I have it here. So the map of the horoscope. Most of the time, only 2 charts are used in Vedic astrology. The main horoscope that's used is called the Rasi chakra, and it can be seen as a general map of one's life. The Rashi is always read alongside with the Nyamsha chart, the divisional chart, which we learn about in process with the system. Altogether, there are 24 divisional charts, which can be read alongside the main Rashi. However, you look at your computer-generated chart, you can see diagrams of other Rashis and the Nyamsha. To understand the basic structure of a horoscope, you must remember that these symbolic representations of the sky you were born, the chart itself is a diagram of the 12 houses, Earth, and it shows the constellations and their signs, the sky, and how they relate to each other. If we walk out and look to the night sky, we can see a Rashi, or a horoscope of that particular moment. If we look to the east, the sign and constellation that's rising, a group of stars in the eastern direction, is called ascendant. It will mark the first house of the horoscope. If we look to the west, the star sign setting will mark the descendant, or the 7th house of the horoscope. If we look to the north, the sign setting in the northern direction will mark 4th house. If we look to the south, the sign setting in the southern direction will mark the 10th, or the midheaven of the horoscope. Every 2 hours, a different sign or constellation can be seen in the east. That means that this sign on the ascendant or first house will change roughly every 2 hours. This explains why it is much more specific compared to something like sun, which changes only monthly. The ascendant is the most important distinguishing factor in any horoscope, as the position of the signs are always placed in relation to the ascendant. And so those are the different things there. And so, yeah, that was it. That's all I had prepared when it comes to this stuff. And current events is just like a total madhouse. So I can only imagine what's going on down here. So
yeah, I mean, I'm here for a couple minutes, I guess.
Yeah. So
current events. Geez, I don't know what is even going on. What are the current events?
Pretty much the same
There's
thing.
so many.
The same thing has been happening this whole time. Yeah. The Trump declines to rule out a recession.
Yeah,
that's the latest.
Okay, yeah, like in the past couple of days.
So he's planning on just crashing everything. That's totally fine, you know.
Nice.
Because it'll be better afterwards. That's what they're claiming. So that's a classic. That's a good one.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, there's so much. Like what I sent to Doug earlier about Japan. They're having a large showcase AI technology show. You know, there's a strawberry farm that's literally being nuclear powered, you know, in order to prove that it's a safe, viable energy. So that's like something the Japanese are into. So that's nice.
Right. Yeah, they would do that.
Yeah. So, and then Japan has the highest tourism it's ever had in its history. So
really?
I wonder if that's going to, that's definitely helping their economy. I mean, that's true. There's like a bunch of money coming into the economy.
So they're like still doing all right despite everything. Somehow.
Oh yeah, that's why he's all pissed off.
Yeah,
because he was saying, you know, the Japanese and the Chinese manipulate their own currency, you know, as if it's something that like the feds don't do, or something that they didn't teach these people how to do that from the beginning. So that's why it's so funny. There you go.
Right.
Yeah, and then apparently North Korea fires some more ballistic missiles directly at Seoul, which they do anyways. That's basically where it goes. Goes into the coast or like off the, off the peninsula and blows up.
North Korea fired on South Korea.
They do that every couple of months. Yeah, the ballistic missiles. Yeah.
Wow.
Like they're claiming they have ballistic missiles and all that to where it's viable, but they always blow up near Japan. Yeah, so there you go. That's the latest news. That's what I got.
Really? I don't even know. I don't like directly check news. I just hear about, you know, what's going on through like memes and other people talking about it. You know?
Yeah.
I don't actually go to like the news sources.
Right.
You know what I mean? I kind of let it come to me at this point.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
So India,
if it's big out there, somebody's going to be talking about it. You don't even need to watch the news.
Exactly.
If you're on any,
you'll hear about it before it even comes up.
Friends or chats or something, like let it filter through them first.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's how it's going to be going forward. Yeah, of course. And so the latest sports news is India repeated its 2013 victory and secured a championship trophy after beating New Zealand by 4 wickets at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. So it's you know, that's something interesting to keep up. So if anyone's interested in cricket, India won this time around. So something to do.
Yeah. Not usually what I think about. Let's see. I try to look up breaking news.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see here.
I don't think.
Wait, Canada has a new prime minister, I guess.
Oh, okay. There you go. That's interesting.
So that's the thing. I'm not going to go into detail, but I guess that's kind of thing. Does that mean like not Trudeau?
Yeah, he's
right. You've heard of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means
I can't pronounce that person's name, but yeah.
So there's that.
Prime Minister.
What else is breaking news?
Yeah, Tokyo.
Maybe, hopefully Doug is back soon. You can talk on this.
Yeah.
4.1 earthquake felt across Southern California.
There we go.
Centered near Malibu. So remember to ask him about that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
He'll
love talking about that.
Yeah, so let's see. Terrifying. Yeah, so he's accusing, this is the article I found that says he's accusing Japan of currency manipulation and hints at tariffs, that Japan and China have a competitive advantage because they can push down their value of their currency. So, yeah, there you go.
Right.
They can't continue to devalue their currencies against the dollar because it's unfair to the U.S. Yeah. Isn't that great?
Right.
And then Kato Kubo, his name, Kato Katasunobu, he pointed out that the government and the Bank of Japan have actually had to intervene to strengthen their own currency in the past, most recently last year. So what he's saying is, of course, totally bollocks and off the wall and ignorant of the truth of what Doug's talking about, when it comes to economics concerning Japan, especially. Yeah, so they're pretty wealthy, I would say, as a country. Japan is.
Right. Okay. What else? Just looking for current events. Let me see.
Yeah.
And they might be lifting the pause on Intel sharing with Ukraine. I think Doug talked about that.
Yeah, it's too little too late. They already got attacked. So there you go.
Yeah. Right. I guess it was only going to last so long. Plane crashes into Susquehanna Valley retirement community. That still seems like small time news. Right?
Yeah. I like how that's like on the beat here.
Yeah, plane. It doesn't even sound like a big plane. It sounds like somebody's little hobby plane.
Like a Cessna.
Yeah, it was 737 crashes into Susquehanna.
Yeah.
No, it was just plane.
Yeah, when they just say plane, then it's like, it's like poor guy, some rando died from.
Yeah, there was there's no urgency to the feeling of the headline. It's like, a little plane just slammed into a retirement community.
But it's like if you're in that plane, it's like
it was probably for the best. It was probably just full of boomers. Like they needed to check out. It was fine.
That's horrible. But, and then on top of that, retirement community, right? It's just like, oh well, it was their time. Yeah, it was their time anyways. There's nothing we could have done. That's pretty bad. Holy crap. Yeah, so that's the B tier of news nowadays. Instead, we hear about all this other shit.
Yeah.
So, is that it? That was the news cycle slow for being.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I feel like, okay, wait, that's just like what the browser just suggested. Let me actually click into some.
There's a new sumo yokozuna. Anyone cares about sumo?
A new sumo, really? He's like the head sumo guy.
New champion.
Let me see if I can find something on that. Okay. New sumo star. What's the guy's name? Oh wait, sorry.
I don't know. I couldn't even pronounce it if I saw it. Just type in new yokozuna.
New yokozuna. All right.
We'll tell you who's the fresh one. Yeah, here it is. Mongolian wrestler.
Yeah.
Hoshioru becomes the 74th yokozuna.
Yeah.
The Japanese Sumo Association officially approved Mongolian wrestler.
Yeah.
Hitsushoru Hoshoryu. He's got a badass name. Hoshoryu. He's calling himself the dragon. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
What his name translates into.
Hello, I'm back. Is everybody?
Yeah. Oh, hey.
What happened?
Yeah, Hosho Ryu Tomakatsu. That's his name.
Which entity are we raising?
He works for the commune, though. He's a new Yokozuna. New Yokozuna just got crowned.
Dude, why are you so echoey? It sounds like you're far away, tiny and tinny. Our numbers are good. Our numbers are good. I don't know how you maintained them with a sound like that.
Yeah, and I was reading like whole chapters. Where were you? What the heck?
I was making a new crock of tea. It takes time, dude, to steep the tea and then add the ginseng and all that other shit. It takes time. Yeah, it's not simple. You know that. You know what it's like, the whole tea ceremony. Not to mention everything else you know about.
Oh, is that what the kids call it? The ceremony? So his name, Hosho Ryu, means rising dragon.
Okay, who? What? Wait, where are we?
The new Yokozuna. Jeez. Get with the times, man. He just got crowned the 74th Yokozuna, the sumo champion. Like the highest rank. The highest rank of sumo. He's S-class. He's an S-class sumo wrestler. You don't even know his name.
This is the Mongolian guy.
He's Mongolian, yeah.
Hoshoryu. Yeah, Hoshoryu.
Yeah, Hoshoryu. He's now the 74th Yokozuna. Hey, that's a big deal, man. That's a big deal.
It is. No, it is. It really is.
Because once you're Yokozuna, you're Yokozuna for life. There's only been 74 of them.
Yeah, that's right. No,
it's all history.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. No, I mean, it's literally historic. Yes. I had a Mongolian. I'm sorry. Say what you were gonna say first. Did they get him again? Jesus, did they whack him again? No, he just went on mute or something. Yeah,
I wasn't talking when you said that. when you said something.
Yeah. Oh, damn, those homegrown grain noodles make me so hungry. Oh, goddamn. Yeah. Make me a bowl of that, motherfucker.
Yeah, let's go to Japan.
Oh,
are you ready?
Oh, man.
Pack your bags.
I've been ready all my fucking life. At any rate, Trump declines to rule out what? What is this? This one? Trump declines to rule out. I just give it the proper emoji for anything he says.
I don't know. There's he's such a raving madman. I can't even remember what the last, what that was. That's like every headline is like this now. He accepted no practical thinking. He didn't. He just went crazy. It's like they might as well just say that. He's gone rabid. He's just every time we say something, he just counters it with some bullshit. Yeah. Even if it's on his side, it says when Fox News asked him on Sunday whether there was a recession, he declined to rule it out. So his own people are like, we're not going to lose our money, right? We're not going to lose our money, right? And they're like, and he's just like, I don't give a fuck.
They're asking the wrong guy. Asking the wrong guy.
I wouldn't rule it out. In other words, you're cooked.
Yeah. There you go.
All your money's gone.
By the way,
whole retirement.
This is an actual quote, unlike the bullshit that Americans made up when they say, oh, Hirohito said the war is not necessarily going in our favor, trying to propagandize a fictitious emulation, an imitation of Japanese understatement, when it's all bullshit. Right. The emperor never said that. And but this guy really is saying
translation scam.
Yeah, but this guy really. Yeah, go on. Yes, continue. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just gonna I was just had a thought about that.
Yeah, but with Trump, he's actually saying that as understatement. This is actually that level of understatement where he's saying, what did he say? I declined to state whether or not
declined to rule it out. So
there we are.
He said, it takes a little time, but I think it'll be great for us.
Yeah.
It's a transition period, but what we're doing is very big. It's very big.
Yeah.
And then he said,
and
then Trump said, you can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have 100-year perspective. We go by quarters. You can't go by that. You have to do what's right.
Oh man, he's talking like a fortune cookie. He's talking like a fucking fortune cookie now. Trying to sound.
Confucius say, you think 1,000 years instead of one.
Yeah. He's trying to sound like the font of Asian wisdom. Like he's the new Confucius and shit. Oh man.
And first of all, China thinks in like 2,000-year periods, but whatever. We'll give them that.
At least till the communists came along. Till the communists came along. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it's different now. Communists like to think they're long term, but they're not. You know, that's somehow they lost the mojo. Anyhow. At least they did under Xi Jinping. Man,
are there traditionalists still left in China? So that once they fall, there can be like some people that actually care about like their history.
Believe me, this is always on my mind, and I really don't even know anymore whether I
other than Taiwan.
No. Taiwan also has its issues. Like I said, people look. I mean, it's great that they preserve the traditional language in Taiwan, whereas mainland China has the simplified language. Brendan knows this. I'm just saying this for the sake of our listeners. But mainland China is basically trying to jack all Chinese history to the point where they've rebranded Confucius, who was originally thought of as a reactionary. And
he was Machiavellian.
Oh yeah, Machiavellian. He was Machiavellian.
Yeah, he turned them like the whole courts against each other and shit.
Yeah. Well, he was also a military genius and a martial artist, something which is never emphasized, because they always try to emphasize other aspects of him.
Well, that's where Kung Fu comes from.
From Master Gong. Yeah, he was the way of Gong, the way of Confucius. That's really what Kung Fu means. Literally. Literally, thank you. But when it came to his day, he was a true Renaissance man, is the best way to express it. That includes the Machiavellian as well as the Mosaic aspects. Mosaic, not in the sense of the a pattern of tiles, but Mosaic as in Moses. He was leading his people to a promised land, but he was very pragmatic about it. He wasn't leaning on some all-powerful God. He was having man do it himself. So Confucius, in effect, became God in a very real sense. Not by his own intent, but over generations and dynasties became more and more recognized as the father figure of Asian culture, in essence. He's the root of the unity of culture, the commonality of culture between Japan, China, Taiwan, Vietnam, and Korea, which may be the most Confucianist of all the nations in practice, South Korea at least. But when it comes to Taiwan, that's where Confucianism is the state religion. So the communists tried to jack Confucius, and they developed what they call these Confucius Institutes, which were simply Chinese communist propaganda offices, where they would indoctrinate Americans in communist Chinese thought. But not the old Maoist thought, because that would have stood out like a sore thumb, rather in the new market Leninist, centralized state capitalism of China as the, ideal cultural matrix and shit. And, at this point, believe me, I think about it every day. Taiwan preserves the traditional language, but they've given up on the history. And the Taiwanese are trying to teach the younger generations that they're not Chinese, but rather Polynesian, and trying to identify themselves as Southeast Asian. And I could understand the logic, because Taiwan was once the source of a maritime empire, one of the original empires that ruled half the world. I mean, all the way through to Melanesia, or Madagascar, across the Indian Ocean, all the way across the Pacific. They're the founders of all the Austronesian peoples, or Polynesian peoples, I mean to say, to disambiguate them from Austronesian, which would be more Filipino in nature. But even though geographically Taiwan can be considered part of the Philippines island chain, which of course is a foreign imposition in terms of the name. The real name should be Katagalugan, but the Taiwanese are definitely ethnically quite different because they're the origin of more of the Pacific Islanders, all of the Polynesian people. So they're trying to identify themselves more along that cultural spectrum, so they can disambiguate themselves, sever themselves from China culturally. So they've lost all sense of Chinese history. They don't teach Chinese history anymore. So they maintain the language, but have severed from the history. It's insane. So Taiwan is no longer island China, and mainland China is certainly no longer classical China. So, as I've said before, China is an ideal, like the ancient Roman Empire. It's something to aspire to, but it's something that's, at least at present, no longer on Earth. But that shouldn't stop everyone from aspiring towards the ideal China. Think of it as a new Roma. But I really question whether or not it's even wise to try to overthrow the Communist Party. Certainly its leadership, certainly its present leadership under Xi Jinping. But honestly, the communism in China, if it keeps mutating, it's gone as far away from Maoism, as it can. It's now something completely different. But I'll keep dwelling on it. That's all I can say. I'll keep dwelling on it, and we'll see what evolves. I think they should have an emperor, but do you really want to dismantle the society in existence as it stands? Because that would cause another anarchic period of chaos. So why not just impose an emperor, which is the position that Xi Jinping holds now in practice, but make it a real constitutional emperor? So therefore you would have a check and balance against some other madman like Xi Jinping ever grabbing that much power again. In fact, I would probably impose a foreign emperor, the Vietnamese emperor Bao Dai, and his dynasty is currently in exile over a Sino-Viet union, a new and greater union of sovereign Sinitic republics, meaning a new and greater USSR, but comprising China and Vietnam, with the constitutional emperor of Bao Dai and the state religion of Cao Dai. Cao Dai meaning the word of God, that comprises many prophets, including Confucius and the Buddha, among so many others, including, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Victor Hugo. But I'll have to look that up again and make certain I'm correct on that. But all such being said, are we there? I'm getting no answers here. You guys are here, right?
I'm still here, but it's winding down over here.
I understand.
I got burnt out on that interlude. Yeah. You took a bit longer. We couldn't hang.
God, come on. Yeah, when I came back, it was scary. It was Aristides, and thank you, Aristides. Thank you.
It was that scary the whole time.
Yeah, it was.
You just
I don't get it. Come on, guys. Come on. There's so much to talk about. Dudes.
That's what we both agreed that the news is too much. We were overwhelmed by it. It's just too much shit.
What's this about African states? Should African states impose a wealth tax? What's this about? Tell me.
Oh, South Africa is going to charge its billionaires to be there because there's so many of them.
Yeah, because they're all white. Unless they're a bunch of blacks who stole all the white people's money, they're going to be all white. So it's just basically freeloading off the white guy's back. Why don't they just say they're introducing a welfare state?
Right, there you go.
I mean, it would be fair if it weren't ethno-specific.
Of course. But it's just their revenge or whatever. They're just getting back at people.
Yeah. It's that's another thing to dwell upon, whether there should be a South African white nation separate from a South African black nation. The black nation would be named Azania. The white nation would be Boer Africa. And so I tend to think along those lines as the best result for South Africa. But it's going to balkanize further than that. You can bet your ass. And then it would remain to be seen who becomes a satellite state of which great power. But Okay, such having been said, I'm so glad these gentlemen held the line for me. Numbers are great. And as I said before I left, to get us on back on track of narrative, in February of 1941, shortly after Pearl Harbor, Henry Luce, the influential publisher of both Time and Life magazines, penned an article heralding the American Century, a posited post-war era in which the American Empire would apply its newfound standing as the dominant power in the world, spreading free economic enterprise and the abundant life around the globe. Now, Luce envisioned the United States as the principal guarantor of the freedom of the seas and the dynamic leader of world trade, and saw in this future possibilities of such enormous human progress as to stagger the imagination. The next several decades would prove Luce right in many a sense, as the United States emerged from World War II as one of trois global superpowers and arguably the world's preeminent cultural and economic force. Luce, who was a Republican, intended his broadside to serve as a template for conservative internationalism, in effect a powerful response to the party's isolationist America First wing. But this concept of America as a friendly Goliath, the Good Samaritan of the entire world, promoting democracy, capitalism, trade, and international order, guided the thinking of most policymakers and politicians across the political spectrum for the better part of a century. Until now. Donald Trump's second presidential victory represents a sharp break, and perhaps a permanent one, with the American Century framework. It's a framework that rested on 4 key pillars. 1. A rules-based economic order that afforded the American empire free access to vast international markets. 2. A guarantee of safety and security for our allies, backed up by American military might. 3. An increasingly liberal immigration system that strengthened America's economy and complemented military and trade partnerships with the rest of the non-communist world. And finally, in Luce's own words, a picture of an America that valued and exported to the rest of the world its technical and artistic skills, engineers, scientists, doctors, developers of airlines, builders of roads, teachers, educators. Donald Trump's second presidential victory represents the sharpest break from this imaginable. Indeed, I conclude a permanent one from the American Century framework. Though it was the second time Trump won the presidency, the meaning of the 2024 election is different. For one, Trump won the popular vote, albeit by rigging, as I've already proven, becoming the first Republican to do so thereby, illegitimately, as always, in the last 20 years. It's always illegitimate because it's generally through the Electoral College, which destroys the vote of the majority of America and leaves a white supremacist minority to inevitably win. This time, it was truly hacked, just as it was the first time Trump became president by the Russians, this time by Elon Musk, who, I must say, if you're an American serviceman or servicewoman, any American service person who's taken an oath to defend our country from enemies foreign and domestic, and remember, I'm absolved from this oath because I was dishonorably discharged, and since the U.S. military says I have no honor, I have no need to honor my commitments. But the rest of you, honorably discharged or still in active service, you are breaking your oath if you do not kill Elon Musk. you are all obligated to kill Elon Musk, or you're fucking traitors along with him. And that goes for every branch of military service personnel and every single honorably discharged veteran. So there. Again, when it comes to what Musk did to make Trump president, he's the first Republican, and it had to be through hacking, to win the popular vote in the last 20 fucking years. What's more, in his most recent electoral bid, Trump and his advisors, including his running mate, made tariffs, rapprochement with all foreign dictators, a drawback from NATO, and gutting federal agencies, the core themes of their campaign. Much more so than in 2016, when Trump lacked any demonstrated track record in political office. This campaign was very specific about the anti-world it intended to construct. And nearly 50% of voters endorsed that program. I'll give them that. This time, the president-elect is quite serious about ending the American century. In fact, he's already making all the moves to tear it down forever. Which brings us to George Knight. George Knight just jumped on. So, my dear man.
Good evening, Douglas. Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, well, always a pleasure. Always happy to be graced by your presence. It's a gift. And so feel free to join us. How long are we blessed with your presence tonight, George?
Oh, no, not very long, I'm afraid, Douglas, because I'm just preparing to go to work, unfortunately. But I just wanted to come on just to say hello and just to say thank you. And just and then just to say that, yes, obviously, you know, we've scheduled for this Thursday for me to come on. Yes. And I just want to say, yes, it's still on the cards, thankfully. But of course, anything that develops, I'll let you know, obviously, of course. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for having me on, Douglas. And yeah, just want to come say hello to everyone. And hello, Brendan. And hello, Aristides.
Yeah, I think they're both kind of out of it, right? They're both kind of out of it by now.
Hey. Hello, George.
Hello, my friend. Yes, how are you? Yes.
I'm just going to say hello.
And I'm sorry about coming in and interjecting and interfering, Douglas.
Oh, not at all. I've always told you, I insist on interjection. Yes. I insist on interjection. Yes. So please, yes. Interject by all means. Continue.
No, thank you. Yes, and I'm looking forward to this Thursday. I just want to say, yeah, we'll schedule it for around 3 or 4 hours just to be safe. Obviously, you know, with the situation, I do have to, obviously, at times I do have to just drop off. So I think if I give you like a good heads up, 3 or 4 hours, and then if I can stay on a bit longer, I can stay on a bit longer. But of course, I want to say a proper goodbye. I don't want to just drop off. Like what happened last week or the week before prior. So yeah, and I just wanted to come on and say thank you, and I do apologise again to you, Douglas, for everything that happened recently.
If anything, what disappoints me is that you think I'm some kind of bitchy drag queen who's miffed and in need of an apology. That's not what the case ever was, I assure you. Yeah, no, rather, I was simply concerned about what had happened. But go on.
Yes, with me. Yes. No, thank you. And sorry, that's just the way I've been raised and brought up. It's just my, I guess you'll call it the gentleman in me, but of course me, it's just courtesy and politeness, just to apologise for anything. You know,
that's what made what happened so alarming.
Yes.
Was so against the grain of your gentlemanly behavior. Yes. Because you are the perfect gentleman, and when that happened, we had every reason to assume the worst.
Yes,
so I don't know if you've heard any of the speculations we went through, but we were quite public about our concerns.
Yes, of course.
Beyond that, have you found any time? I know how busy you are, but have you been able to catch up on those areas of my monologues where I was addressing Rotherham again?
Oh, right. No, I haven't yet, Douglas, please. And I do apologise. I'll go back in our private chat and I will click on the timestamp so I can go back and review it. Certainly, it'll be beneficial beneficial for me to come on this Thursday. And I do apologize. I've got a very dry mouth, so I'm sorry if I'm slurring. But yes, that would be perfect.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. If I find the time to look for them and timestamp them, I will. But right now, let's I'll screen share, and then what I'll do is I'll show you which episodes they might be. Obviously, they only happened not that long ago, but still, it's a lot to look through at this point. And so let's do that screen share right now. And here I am. What I am going to do is go to the live streams, and if you go through the live streams, I believed that I was speaking about Rotherham when I got cut off, as a matter of fact, or had to end the program. So it's somewhere within, I would say, all the split programs, it'd be somewhere in the midst of all these split programs where it was constantly DDoSed, or direct denial of service attacked. And so it's, if you check back through these programs, just scan through the monologue, you should run across it. In one of them, I pretty much ended the episode with it and had to recontinue the next episode. So if you go through the end of each of the recent episodes, just go through the end of each of these recent episodes, you should be able, starting here, of course, around, let's take a look at the date. That would be around Sunday, January 26th, towards the end of January. If you take a look at the end of that episode, the end of the next several, before it gets knocked off on the split episodes, and when you hear me talk about Rotherham, you'll know that you can listen to that and listen to the full monologue of the next one, because that's when I go into the Rotherham is in the middle of the full monologue of the next episode again. So it's those two episodes. So aside from that hint, obviously I'll be addressing Britain. If not tonight in full, I'll be addressing it, obviously, before you come on Wednesday, or I'll be, or the Sunday thereafter. But obviously talking about Britain is inescapable, because Britain has to pick up the sword where pick up the torch, the sword where America has dropped it. America's dropped both the torch and the sword, and it's up to and Britain has to recognize, just like Europe does, that America is now the enemy, and America is now aligned with
Russia, like you were saying, like you've been saying. For ages, Douglas.
Well, not only that, but the Sino-Slavic synaxis now consists of not only Russia and China, rather the Russian and Red Chinese empires of the East, but also Israel as the linchpin. Not Iran, but Israel, and America is subservient to the Zionist occupation government in its alliance with Russia, because 1/3 of the population of Israel speaks Russian as Russian immigrants. They elected to vote against Ukraine in the United Nations. The Zionist Israelis voted against Ukraine in the United Nations, taking Russia's side, even after Zelensky said, "Stand by Israel."
We'll stand by Israel.
They just piss and shit all over him and just threw him to the wolves. They just threw, his Jewishness means nothing to them, because they're all Russian immigrants who have all the power in Israel increasingly, and think that all these right-wingers like Viktor Orban are their next of kin. So there we have that, and it's Orban who's replaced Syria now as one of the satellite states of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. He's the one who voted against the rest of the European Union against any support of Ukraine, and fucked up their ability. So this is why the European Union has to go. But other than that, we try to speak about how Israel can make itself stronger, but definitely it can only do so by an independent and much more powerful Germany. So I'll be going into that. In fact, I advocate. We all know about the intermediary ballistic missiles, the IRBMs, intermediate range ballistic missiles the Russians left in Germany, but they're so old now. Germany needs to become an acknowledged nuclear power by producing its own nukes. And I'll explain to people how this can be done, because you're automatically going to get idiots who say, "Oh, they closed all their nuclear power plants." That's not what that those plants were not processing the shit you need to make nukes, okay? So it's like, but at any rate, so But United Germany needs to be up there with Britain and France as a European nuclear power. I'm sure you agree as a true.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely, 100%. No, much appreciated, Douglas.
And other than that, whatever you're willing to share in terms of any status report, whatever you're willing to share, whatever you're comfortable sharing, please let people know that you're doing okay.
Oh yes, no, absolutely, no, I'm absolutely fine. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, it's hard with this new Skype because, of course, I explained briefly that I had to delete my old application because it said it's no longer compatible with the latest iOS F updates. So I had to reinstall it, and it looks totally different, the interface. But from what you've explained to me, Douglas, we're moving away from Skype, which I only have Skype. I have to let people know. I only have Skype on my one tablet, my iPad. I don't have it on any other devices which I'm frequent to, so hence why there was a delay with the communication between myself and Douglas last week, because I only have it on my tablet, and if I'm not on my tablet I can't communicate. But with my phone I do have Teams on there, which I think we're moving
we're all moving. They're forcing. We have no choice.
It's easier for me. We have no choice. Exactly. I think that's why I had to reinstall Skype, because it just changed all of a sudden. I think they implemented some. Yeah.
Just so you know, Skype updates continuously, but obviously we won't be dealing with that anymore. We'll be dealing instead with Microsoft Teams, and thank God that at least we have that alternative. We're all moving towards that, and it will now be infinitely easier for us to maintain contact with George. Now, I'll speak to you privately. Obviously, I can bring this up publicly about this because I don't think we're hiding anything. Obviously, I don't want to say you to say anything private in public, but I'm going to ask George privately if he's willing to share his physical residential addresses with myself so I can call the police to conduct a well-being check the next time he disappears like that. God knows that's probably the last thing George Knight wants.
Do you know what, Douglas? I was thinking, I actually thought about that last week. Where's because I have this, what we call a second of kin, which means a contact for if anything happens to me. But I was thinking but there's no one in the UK to relay any information to you. So, of course, we need that sort of bridge. We need that some form of, a connection where someone can inform you about my status update or status report.
Absolutely.
How I am and stuff. Yes, and where I am. And, of course, we'll discuss that privately, Douglas.
Yeah, and I want to publicly say, while George Knight is here, just so everyone hears this, do want people to know this. I've always said that, and this will take a few minutes to articulate, so be patient, George. Basically, I want people to understand that during the 1980s and early 90s, when the Japanese were rampaging across the world economy and the Americans were playing second fiddle and feeling small, there was an enormous plethora of popular publications about Japanese secrets in business practice and how people needed to emulate the Japanese business model. Japanese corporate culture became a career for consultants at that time. You moved to the head of the class if you spoke Japanese and could speak about Japanese operational methods, so that and people thought that this would get to the point where Japan was number one, which was, of course, the title of many books. Japan is number one. And understand that the Japanese, if America considered the greater Soviet Union to be its geopolitical adversary, its military enemy, then by all means, as a capitalist economy, America's true enemy in terms of economic rivalry was really the Japanese, because the greater Soviet Union provided no rivalry economically. It was not an economic rival at all. So it was the Japanese that were perceived by Americans to be the true threat. And because of that, Americans tried to learn how to emulate the Japanese model. Now, I have a book right beside me titled The False Promise of the Japanese Miracle. And it showed that America could never emulate the Japanese because they simply don't have the cultural fabric by which to emulate the Japanese. They don't have an hierarchical society or any of what it takes to, or the cultural background to emulate the Japanese model. But, however, a model that America can emulate and must ultimately emulate would be the Taiwanese model. And in the Taiwanese model, we have what is called Minju Fajiji, or the Fasci democracy. And Taiwan was able to transition successfully into basically effectively, for its population base, the greatest economy on earth, the highest technology nation on earth, and they did so through a fascist dictatorship that within 2 generations surrendered all power to the people because the people had finally attained 100% literacy. And when the people attained 100% literacy and the highest academic scores on earth, then the fascist second generation dynasty of Chiang Kai-shek, his son Zhang Jinghua, then surrendered all power to the people in a democratic manner that was a peaceful transition that allowed the now fully educated Taiwanese to responsibly vote for their leadership from that point forward. This is how I view as the only path America can take, is the Taiwanese model, Minju Fasciji, where we have a fascist dictatorship that will last through what I call a century of progress, 25 consecutive presidential terms, while Americans, being a much larger population, until they finally attain 100% literacy, which they could do in that period of time, and then the government would be surrendered onto a true democracy where there is no electoral college, where one vote equals a vote, and every person's vote actually counts. Now, but as for who would succeed myself, because obviously I likely wouldn't last without life extension technologies of the like. I wouldn't last through 25 terms of executive power, which, of course, as I said, I want to abolish the presidency anyway. I would be referred to in the sense that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, considered himself the first soldier of the Third Reich. And that was how he always really thought of himself as, more so than as der Führer or the leader.
Yeah.
I would simply consider myself first citizen, almost an advisory consultant, an advisor to a consular government based on Switzerland's model, replacing the presidency. But if I were to pass, I would need someone to pass that responsibility onto. People would automatically assume it was my adoptive son. That's not the case. I would never wish that on him. I would never, ever burden him with that responsibility. That's what I would consider more of a curse than anything else. But the person that I would bestow it upon would be George Knight. George Edward Knight is the person who knows more about what I've exposited than anyone else. And it's not like he's ever going to be allowed a position of privilege in his native England. Yet this would be a rebridging of relations between America and Britain, more so than anything that can be done right now. So this is something important that I want people to know in terms of my own mental processing. So I've just condemned you to a potential assassination and probably a campaign of terrorism that will dog you the rest of your life. Everything that Sarah and your mother and everyone else has always warned you about has just been the nail has just been placed to the coffin.
No, much appreciated, Douglas. But that is the reason why it is so important for me, because I have so little time that when I do come on the show that I take in everything that you say to me, because how I explain and reference yourself, Douglas, to people is you're my mentor and teacher. I've learned so much. And one of my biggest fears in this world is I know the reality is you're not going to be here forever. There's going to be a point where possibly, you're going to go before myself. And my biggest fear is, when you do go, a lot of the stuff that is going to be lost forever. And it's not for my beneficiary, it's for the world itself. It's for humanity. That's how I look at it, because you're the solution. You're the one with all the answers and with all the knowledge. And my biggest fear is it's going to be lost for all eternity. And that's why I take every single second that I get with yourself, either privately or on the show, I take it on board, and I am so profoundly appreciative and grateful for every single moment we have. And that's why it's important. So that's why last week I was disappointed that I couldn't be on the show. I disappointed myself. I let myself down.
I'll share this with everyone. Finish your thought. Because
because I value that time. because every single second I have, I'm gaining
Well,
further power and further
that's
knowledge.
That's why
Yes.
we were so concerned, was because you had set
Yes.
time aside for this. I mean, I
Exactly,
understand what
yeah.
happened. Believe me, I understand what happened.
Yes.
I want people to know that I spoke privately with George Knight, and the time I was speaking with him, I was not feeling well myself. I was actually the alcohol that I had mixed with the codeine and prescription was not going down well. I was feeling pretty gnarly and wanted to get back to sleep. And but it was the middle of my biological night. But I had a day off at home, and so I was trying to spend most of it sleeping. But of course, I get up in the middle of my hibernation and check on line and fiddle around before going back to sleep. And that's when George called, and I spoke with him. And I already wasn't feeling well. He was describing in great detail the illness he had gone through.
Yes.
And it was just, I was just feeling worse and worse by the minute while he was describing that. Honestly, I'm not complaining. I'm not admonishing you for describing. It was just at that time was the worst possible thing I could have heard. I was just feeling like I was going to puke at that moment. And listening to you describe your own puking, it was just, oh God. Yeah. But what? Well, no, I know you don't need. I know why you had to hang up on the Sunday night preceding what happened.
Yes.
But so Monday night your time, or Monday morning your time. I know why you had to hang up then, but you seemed to be a bit off throughout that show, like Brendan and I noticed, and we thought that's why we were concerned about your health. But what was the cause of that? What was the cause of your being off that day?
Oh, obviously, I've got to be very careful, Douglas. So the one thing I can say is there are people listening into the show quite frequently, more so than I do.
Yeah, understood. Understood. And we don't.
So things get dotted, they get timestamped and relayed information. So not only because the biggest, I want to try. This is my objective. Well, my wish is I want to try and keep private life private.
Understood.
And my affiliation relationship with Douglas private from my private life. And so, because it just causes so
all you
many...
got to do is say nothing happened. Nothing...
Yes.
No, well,
James
something
Bond
did,
style.
but he can't talk
James
about
Bond
it. Let's
style.
put it that. We know. Well,
Yes.
I know why he hung up. That's not what I'm questioning into.
Yeah.
I know why he hung up. I'm not questioning into that. I'm not querying into that. I was querying into why he was off throughout the episode, kind of off, and we all noticed it. We all noticed.
Yeah.
George was kind of off.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can just be like James Bond and just say, "Nothing happened, darling." You know.
Yes.
Oh.
And then go back and assassinate someone. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever James Bond was doing.
Yes.
00.
Yes. Yeah. Well. George has found himself in the espionage world, whether he wants it or not. That was long before I've said what I just said tonight, too.
Yes, that absolutely. That's why I agree with it, Douglas, because I've been contending with it for a few years now, and it was literally from the moment, because I remember before I even discovered Douglas, I would speak about things like 9/11 or things about Israel. Nobody seemed to batter an eyelid about what I said, because of course probably everything I was saying was probably disingenuous because of the sources I was getting it from. But as soon as I discovered Douglas, which is everything is inescapable and completely, it's substantiated. It's a fact. Then people started to raise concerns about what I was saying, because they knew it was the truth. And like what was going, when we spoke privately, Douglas, it's kind of like, when I speak about World War II, when I relay the information that I've learned from yourself to people have to undergo that that cognitive dissonance, disconfirmation process, where they have to try to comprehend or process the fact that they lost World War II.
Oh, by the way,
realize,
since you've mentioned
they
that,
realize
go on. Finish your
flipped upside down. Their world is the whole world is. Their lives have been completely deceived, and
their whole life has been a lie. Their whole life has been a lie.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. That is where I found the animosity, the hostility towards myself was from the moment I discovered yourself. So that's a fact. That's just something I had to come to the realization, but I knew it was so important.
But it's the greatest vindicator. It's the greatest validator and vindicator of the reality of what we're expositing.
Yes, exactly.
By the way,
everyone hates the truth. Everyone fucking hates the truth. It's
right,
like
and
the most
Brendan,
hated thing on it.
That's right. So Brendan, tell George while he's with us, tell them about Stellantis and the Jeep. Tell them about Stellantis and the Jeep.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but the company so it used to be Jeep was an American company, then it privatized and became its own brand, and then sometime in the 80s, 90s, it sold to Daimler Chrysler, which is a German company.
Yeah,
Daimler is a German company, and Chrysler was bought out by them, the American company. And then after that era of really shitty Jeeps, it got even worse. It got sold to this Italian, basically European super company called Stellantis, which owns like Fiat and all these other brands in Europe, like the lower end brands. They own a bunch of them, but it's basically Fiat, and they have the worst, at least when I grew up, some of the worst cars I've ever seen. So these people own Jeep now, and then they build the Jeeps with like cheap ass Chinese parts. And even the like $90,000 Jeep Gladiator, there was one dude I met that had it was like a brand new Jeep truck thing, like this, like almost like a Humvee, and he was all proud of it and shit. And then someone was like, "Did you hear about how the steering pumps are going out?" And he's like, "Yeah, while I was driving, it went out 9 different times. I've had to have it replaced 9 times." And apparently there's this one part of it is only made in China, and it's super cheap and really bad quality. And Chrysler doesn't make their own, or whatever, Jeep as its own company doesn't make its own. So it's a total shit show.
Yeah, you have to keep, or they have to, when you take it to the shop, they have to order from China, and it takes time. Yeah. But we're saying this because of your relations who drive around in these goddamn Jeeps, when I saw, of all people, Harrison Ford on the Jeep commercial, and of course they show Jeeps from World War II, and they're trying to imply this is the same quality as the Willys Jeep made in World War II, it's a piece of shit. That's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you can tell your relations about that just to further rub their face in the mud.
Yeah, anything, if they have an old Jeep, that's a figment of their imagination, or it's like a specter of the past. It ain't ever going to be like that again.
It would be all rusty and everything. It would have been completely eroded. Yeah, if it was a genuine one. Yeah.
I mean, so people keep them. They keep them up. Yes, but I'm saying, if you think that's ever going to come back to America, or anyone who thinks that era is coming back, is mistaken.
Yeah.
But these parades that they conduct, there are like hundreds of them. There's they can't all just be genuine. They can't all be genuine.
Well, I mean,
you can buy them. You can buy they're called reproduction.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
like
I
would and just put them on whatever.
Yeah, it's actually more believable to accept that the World War II Jeeps made in America at that time will last for a good while longer. That they're preservable, but the crap they're making now.
I remember when I was younger, we had a rusty one.
Yeah.
Like somehow it just showed up at the house, and it was just like completely rusted up.
Yeah.
And we were like curious about is the engine gonna start? So we just like put some gas in it, and it started running.
There you go. Yeah, and
completely, like the whole car was gone except for the engine. So whatever they made in those 40s, 50s cars, they come back from being like completely rusted and shut, and you could just put gas in them, and somehow they revive.
There you go. Incredible.
It's a different era. Different era.
It really is. It's like lost technology. It's almost like lost technology. But George,
that's how I felt growing up.
Yes, thank
you.
Steampunk
or something.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted you to hear that because of your relations riding around their goddamn Jeeps all day, and and thank you, Brendan. Bless you for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate it, Brendan. Yes.
And so George, with what time we have remaining with you, what is it going on in world affairs or in British internal affairs that you feel needs to be emphasized? I appreciate it, Douglas. Thank you. I do apologize. Yeah, I do have to make a move in a moment, so I will start to say my goodbyes and depart shortly. But yeah, we'll definitely save that for Wednesday, my Thursday. Okay. So hopefully a good 3 to 4 hours. We'll schedule it for that. We'll provisionally book that in for the show, 3 or 4 hours, just to be safe. Any longer will be a blessing. It will be a miracle. But I will, obviously, I think it's good that I've explained the situation a bit more.
it's just a struggle every day, every single day.
Oh, I understand. Well, fortunately,
Yes.
you have work to take your mind off a lot of the struggle. I mean, that helps. It's you just need a
Yes.
third space, a third space.
Yes.
And well, this is your third space so far
Yes,
as yeah.
it's my passion. It is my passion, but it's an important passion. I consider it very, very important.
It is.
And of course, it's a legacy that needs to continue.
Thank you.
I don't want it to, as I tried to emphasize and articulate earlier, Douglas, as best I could. I cannot overemphasize that, it is important that your legacy continues. And that's my biggest fear, is I don't want anything to happen to you.
Thank you.
Because I would feel lost. I would feel lost without you. And I regard you very highly, and a lot of respect for you, Douglas, more so than even my own relations. So
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, all my love onto you, Douglas, and we'll speak about matters, current affairs. Certainly, there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to go over, and I would like to contribute my contributions towards my perceptions on everything as well. Regarding Trump and
don't forget,
and Britain, and
we
yes,
have that fangirl, our mutual fangirl,
yes,
who
She's
I'm not going to
wonderful,
name her.
yes.
No, but
she is absolutely wonderful, and she's
yeah.
very highly supportive of myself and yourself, Douglas.
Yes.
And of the show.
And she let you know that we were talking about you in the last few episodes while you were missing out of action, so to speak. But I was going to ask you to tell her, let her know that I've met Vale, who her daughter or granddaughter was working as an intern for a while. So that Japanese American guy named Vale, that she was suggesting he might interview me in his little chicken shit little radio program that he's got, and and so I've been getting to know him better, and I'll have no end of fun talking to you about that next time you're on. Just a little bit of jibes at that guy, because that guy, what he's become is just such a joke compared to what he was at one point in his life. But I highly suspect his wife is his handler, that basically she was introduced to him because he was a Japanese Nazi, born in American concentration camps during World War II. And suddenly just 180 degrees, while I met him, he was reluctant about talking about it. But then later on, now that I met him and he's 81 or so, he's in total denial. So I think his wife was introduced to him, had a child with him, but was basically his handler. And he, ever since being married to her, pretty much checked into the camps all over again for all intents and purposes to be reprogrammed. Yeah, just to share that. You can share that with our fangirl in England. And okay, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Yes, thank you for having me on, Douglas. And Aristides, Brendan, it's nice talking to you both. And I look forward to joining you on Wednesday's show. Good night and good evening to everyone that's listening. Please support Douglas.
Thank you.
All my love, Douglas. Yeah, all my love onto you.
Okay. All my love in return. Blessed be. Okay. Bye for now. And that's George Edward Knight. It's so in terms of dear Brendan, so glad he was able to join into that conversation and send some interesting tidbits of info.
I mean, was that really him? Are we sure that was him?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
I don't know, man.
Yes, yeah, and so at any rate,
maybe it's the Blue Lotus, maybe it's not. I don't know.
Well, in terms of let's take a look at live stream. Numbers are good. Numbers held all the while through. I'm still not quite sure what Troy Bellamy meant by "we." I hope it's just a sign of unity and
we the people. The people.
Yeah, something. Wish he would come on to explain. Text really fucking sucks. You can't get information.
Wait, that was it. That was the answer.
Yeah,
we the people.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we are something. Yeah, and
meaning we, like everyone. Every kind of every type.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and so such having been expressed. How about you? You handling any Blue Lotus tonight? Fuck, are you privileged with that shit? I wish I was you. Damn.
I would never touch Blue Lotus like that.
How come?
It's horrible. I mean, you can't be doing that all the time.
Glad you're cognizant of that fact. Yeah. But you should know how long it takes to make tea.
I would never do such a thing. I would do 40 melatonins and get straight messed up off. Like, you know how that is. Just 20 melatonin, just straight to the dome. But yeah, so that's it.
Okay, well,
no, I need to sleep. That's all.
So Jesus, I said don't say that publicly. I said, Jesus Christ, text me that shit.
Wait, what?
Don't say that publicly. Last time you said that, they whacked me as soon as you got off. Jesus.
Well, my answer's the same as before. What? I don't know when.
Yes,
that's like a general statement.
Thank you. There we are. Yes. If you're going to do anything, just send me notes in the private messages. But other than that, yeah, don't telegraph that. So hopefully they get no ideas and we keep on going smoothly through the rest of the night. You know, make sure to plug us with sigils, for as long as you can stand
it.
I
didn't know you weren't done with the monologue yet.
That's very funny, Brendan. Yes, we got a while yet. Yeah, so I'm going to be doing monologue as long as I'm allowed by the powers
of
that be.
Is the world like falling apart that quick?
Dude, that's a rhetorical question, right?
I remember the good old days when it was just like you could spend like 1 hour talking about stuff.
Dude, that was only based on time limits. That wasn't voluntary. You know that.
Well, I just mean with anyone.
Yeah,
it's like where you can just say, for 1 hour and then you're good.
No, there's too much.
Now it's like a never-ending.
Dude, there's too much. Too much to explain. Yeah. Too much to explain. Back then, it was one crisis at a time. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Then the hostile Muskover of Donald Trump, we'll call it Donald Trump's hostile Muskover. Yeah, that changed everything. They both need killing people. And but just look at all his recently confirmed cabinet nominations. Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's pick as Directress of National Intelligence, has defended both the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, whom she personally...
Well, that one didn't work out.
Yeah, whom she personally rendezvoused with, personally met
which is
multiple
bizarre.
times. Multiple times, yes. And Vladimir Putin's reasoning, she also defends Vladimir Putin's reasoning or unreasoning for invading Ukraine. Hardly an encouraging choice for America's allies looking for a guarantee of safety and security. Or Howard Lutnick, who I articulated his background earlier, his pick for Commerce Secretary. He's a diehard supporter of Trump's aggressive tariff agenda, which will drastically curtail American imperial participation in an international free market. And the elevation of the former acting ICE, or ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement Director, and Project 2025 contributor, Tom Homan, to the position of Border Czar, carries implications for American immigration policy so obvious they hardly require any explanation. And as for trusting in expertise, Trump has appointed the anti-vaccine conspiracy theorist Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. to lead the Department of Health and Human Services over the cliff. There you go with that. I mean, I'm just venting at this point, but we'll get back into monologue quite steadily any moment. Right now, I can say maybe the turn against the American century framework is fair. At its worst, it imposed American priorities and interests on weaker countries, often at the barrel of a gun. Voters might very well want to make a reasoned break with the past. But the American century framework also underwrote the empire's economic might. Our empire's economic might, our political power, and security for many decades. What happens as we dismantle it? Before we can even answer that question, we have to examine how the American century came to be in the first place. In the years throughout the World War II ceasefire, following cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities, from 1945 through to 1952. And yes, World War II in the Pacific did not end legally until 1952 for the United States. Japan and Russia are still at war. The U.S., the American Empire, pursued trois interconnected objectives. It underwrote Western Europe's and Asia's ceasefire recovery and imposed a rules-based economic order to promote greater stability. And it promised its allies military security against greater Soviet aggression. Both policies required a robust internationalist outlook. The United States had already furnished Western European allies with billions of dollars in aid by 1947, but that winter saw some of the most cutting immiseration since the war began. Blizzards and cold snaps ground commerce and industry to a halt and resulted in severe shortages of food and fuel. In England, the weather was brutally punishing. At one point, the gears on Big Ben froze, and the country came within a week of running through its coal supply. And they claim they won the war. Worried that desperate circumstances would reduce Europe to, in Winston Churchill's own words, a rubble heap, a charnel house, a breeding ground of pestilence and hate, the Harry Truman administration convinced Congress to enact the European Recovery Program, better known as the Marshall Plan, after Secretary of State George Marshall. The ERP ultimately dispensed $13.4 billion United States dollars, roughly 175 billion United States dollars in today's dollar value, or by today's dollar valuation, to Western and Central European allies, helping them rebuild their core infrastructure and economies under Nazi conditions of peace, imposed by the Thousand-Year Reich in exile as a nascent breakaway civilization. Similar aid flowed to our victorious Asian allies, like the already reemergent Japanese imperial superstate. It wasn't just a question of altruism, but of surrender. Stable and prosperous allies in Europe and Asia would resist the pull of communist parties and align themselves strategically with Washington, D.C., not Moscow. They would also generate vast markets in which the American empire could sell agricultural products as the world's great food power, fuel and furnish goods, and from the United States, they could import raw materials. Indeed, it was Europe and Japan that reciprocated, and therefrom, in Asia and Europa, the American empire in turn could also import raw materials therefrom lacking in North America, such as silk, rubber, until America learned to produce at least the rubber synthetically. The Marshall Plan thus indirectly strengthened American economic hegemony, but it also did so directly. It required that when recipient nations deployed the funds to rebuild, they purchase American. They buy American when possible. In effect, it functioned as a multi-billion-dollar stimulus package for American business, agriculture, and manufacturing. So understand that all of this is indicative of Axis victory, not the other way around. America was more dependent on the Axis than vice versa. Now, what's this, Brendan? here we are. Oh, vocalize this, please. Say that in your voice. People like to hear it.
Yeah, it's called Elizabeth Tower.
Okay, thank you.
Big Ben is actually the bell inside of it.
Okay, so explain this. Read this out loud to our listeners, please.
The Houses of Parliament are connected to that thing that everyone calls Big Ben, you know, the classic tower.
Yeah.
And it's actually called the Elizabeth Tower. Big Ben is the bell that's inside of it.
Ah, thank you.
So that's like a common thing, but that's just Big Ben's not actually that thing like the clock.
Okay.
On the outside.
I appreciate that. You
That's
don't want
the
to read
Elizabeth
this
Tower.
You don't want to read this paragraph that you shared with me?
Oh yeah, the Houses of Parliament and Elizabeth Tower, commonly called Big Ben, are among London's most iconic landmarks and must. Oh, yeah, it's just a bunch of trash here. Technically, Big Ben. Technically, Big Ben is the name given to the massive bell inside the clock tower, which weighs more than 13 tons, 1,360 kilograms. It looks spectacular at night. Yeah. I mean, I didn't go there at night. I wasn't trying to get stabbed. But it looks good in the day. You know, it's fine in the daytime.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. And I appreciate it profoundly.
I don't know what they're trying to say, but I wouldn't go there at night.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like some Jack the Ripper area. Like, even when I saw the bridge, you know, there's a bridge in front of it.
Yeah.
It just looked like one of those like Jack the Ripper bridges. You're like, this is
because it probably was. Looking. No doubt it probably was.
Yeah, it just feels spooky. Like there's just tons of death right there.
Yeah. Yeah. England is infamous for stabbings these days. Tell them about that.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, not just modern, but I mean, that whole place is haunted probably.
Yeah. No doubt.
I mean, I didn't see anything, but it was just the feeling was pretty grim.
Yeah. Hey, V and I saw a ghost at the salon. I think I saw it. Maybe she just got into my head, but she saw a ghost there twice.
Well, if it's in SF, it's haunted.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Well, remember, you can look this up. The salon that we go to is it used to be Field's Bookstore. So I'm not going to name the salon. You know, we suffer enough of the gang stalking.
Well, I was just talking about the you know.
Yeah, but Field's Bookstore was an occult bookstore. Field's Bookstore was an occult bookstore. They held seances. In other words,
that explains a lot.
Yes, it sold
and somehow
grimoires.
You ended up there, so that makes sense.
Yes, of course, and of course Lon Milo Ducat, the man who was one of the great teachers of Vinnie Barbaric, was the mentor for the wife of the store owner. And he actually delivered occult lessons in raising demons in that store. So
this is where you get your hair done?
This is where I now get my hair done, yes, and my facials.
You're hella evil, man. Something's going on with that. Are you actually Voldemort?
Yeah. Yeah. It's this is like
it's like it would be sinister if like this wasn't like supposedly an accident. So otherwise it would sound like you're just sketch.
It's all I can say is that it somehow was inevitable.
Like, how does he always end up at the
Yeah. It's just somehow
the most
was
haunted
inevitable.
Possible situation.
Yeah, they were the only place that had a table we could lie my ass down on for the massages. That you know,
there you go.
The Chinese women are you know. How would I say it?
So you're not seeking out these like super haunted or like cryptids. They just happen to show up.
They just happen to be the areas that are made available to me. There was no place else that V.
That's some kind of.
Yeah, it's like V couldn't. You know, the other places said you got to pay $1,000 or something for the table, right? Some shit like that. And she wasn't going to pay that. But the Chinese woman who owned this salon, you know, they were willing to take something like, you know, $75, you know, 70, and she usually rips them off by paying them only 70 anyway. Yeah. But at any rate, so they got a table we can get for a relatively economic price. That was the term I was looking for. That's how we wind up there. It was the only one. Other salons, most salons don't even have the fucking table which you can lie down on for body waxing or anything like that. So, I mean, because the overhead in San Francisco is so astronomical, people who can afford that space, because very few people get
Yeah,
that.
it makes sense.
Yeah, so that was one of the few places that had it, because they basically rented a haunted fucking bookstore and took over.
Nice.
Yeah. And yeah, so that's why I wound up there. And yeah, weird shit happens where we hear the noises that aren't coming from any explicable place. And, you know, so, but this was the first time she said the ghost was super solid. He was wearing like one of the work aprons, like one of the two Chinese ladies was wearing, but she said it was blonde haired, and she never saw its face. It was always back towards her, but just kind of standing there or walking by very quickly, but not going anywhere, because there's nothing out and back other than an alley. So why would somebody working there go out in the alley other than to throw trash away? But she doesn't come back. And then you see her again, she's back, but she's like facing the one little alcove where they mix their potions in. What they used to mix potions in, now they mix their hair dyes and shit like that in. And for everybody who doesn't know, my hair is white, as in snow fucking white, pure white as the driven fucking virgin snow. You'd want to ski on it. But so she dyes it black and other colors. So while I was getting that done, I swear to God, I saw a woman walking by that might have been who she was talking about, or maybe she just put the thought in my head. Or it might have been one of the two Chinese ladies, but it didn't look like it was wearing the same kind of, you know, smock. We both saw something that day, and it was just a weird feeling day in general. She said it was based on all the energy released by all the body work she was doing on me, that all those toxins and energy being released. So, okay. So, all right, let me respond to this and get back into monologue. All right, and let me see if I can give this. So, shout out, and all right. There we go. Let me see. And oh yeah, there we are. Okay. And with that, of course, my all right. I'll continue with the yes, monologue. Okay, let's breathe. Let's all center ourselves. Let's all hope and pray they don't launch another DDoS. At any rate, the American Empire, at the time of the American century, it was determined, for obvious reasons, to avoid the ruinous cycles of tariff wars, currency fluctuations, and economic rivalries that created profound economic disruption in the 1920s. So American policymakers also spearheaded the creation of a rules-based international order to promote a more enduring free trade environment between all its allies. Signatories to the Bretton Woods monetary agreement system, established in 1944, albeit planned well before the war, or during the phasing into active mobilization of wartime status of the American Empire, but formally established in 1944 in wartime, agreed to peg their currencies to the United States dollar, which was in turn convertible to gold. Hence everything that I've said about the desire to rob Fort Knox by the crypto bag scam that the hostile Musk over of Donald Trump is putting into effect. This development of everyone in the free world pegging their dollar to the United States dollar, their currency to the United States dollar, which in turn was convertible to gold, this development stabilized international trade, which benefited all American imperial allies. But it also effectively made the United States dollar the central currency of global trade and finance, which in turn underwrote the high growth and low inflation cycle behind Pacifican post-war America's prosperity. By exporting dollars, the United States essentially exchanged printed paper for goods and services from other countries, lending us an economic advantage. The system also sustained demand for United States dollars, which allowed these United States to print and circulate dollars globally without fear of currency devaluation. So the Bretton Woods monetary agreement system also established institutions like the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, which helped ensure exchange rate and balance of payments stability, and the World Bank, which helped underwrite further reconstruction and economic development in the continent of Europe and the Japanese superarchipelago. What was good for America's allies was often very good for America itself. Loans from the IMF and World Bank regularly came with stipulations that recipient nations use United States contractors, goods, and services, creating export opportunities for American businesses. More broadly, by adapting to Europe and the Empire of Japan as prosperous and reliable trading partners, the Pacifican post-war system created thriving markets for American imperial exports. Prosperity required more than redevelopment and economic stability. It demanded peace. Hence, the other side of the coin was America's role in safeguarding its allies against Greater Soviets and later Communist Chinese aggression. The establishment of the NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, in 1949, and the SEATO, SEATO, acronymous for the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, in 1954, which bound each member state to rise to the defense of all the others in the event of an attack, helped create a Third World War, or so-called Cold War stalemate, between these United States and the Greater Soviet Union, and later Communist China on the Asian mainland. They also bolted member states more tightly into America's geosynchronous orbit and ensured that the American empire would enjoy a preeminent position in trade and financial policy making. There was always a darker side to the brand of enlightened leadership that Luce had in mind when he envisioned America as the powerhouse of the ideals of freedom and justice. Donald John Trump is resultant that darker side, that Sith side, if you will, of American imperialism. To enforce its allies' security, the American empire maintained hundreds of military bases, which at any time, any given moment, housed hundreds of thousands of active duty service members around the globe. Even today, America still operates 750 bases outside of our own country, outside of CONUS, CONUS, all in the uppercase, an acronym for the continental United States. Often to the resentment of local communities, for completely understandable reasons of American soldiers going on rape rampages, murdering locals with impunity, and declaring diplomatic immunity as they return back to the protection of the chicken shit base. Pax Americana comest with the promise of protection, but requires that our allies accept living under the thumb, rather under the rampaging boot of the United States military. In the pursuit of stable markets and trading partners, the American empire often did whatever it took. In 1947, President Harry Truman secured $400 million in economic and military aid for Greece and Turkey, helping both countries resist communist insurgencies. That was a reasonably good look. It was a bad look when, the following year, Truman abused the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, to help ensure that centrist parties would defeat communist parties in Italian elections. And it was a really bad look when, in 1954, United States intelligence agencies helped people topple the elected government of Guatemala because it planned to confiscate and redistribute land, some of which was owned by the powerful and politically connected American megacorporation, the United Fruit Company. Beginning in the 1960s, that powerhouse decade into which I myself was delivered from my mother's loins into this vale of tears, left-leaning scholars like the historian William Appleman Williams argued that America's foreign policy was driven by a ruthless demand for new markets and trading partners. The American century, in this view, was never about Luce's call for the mysterious work of lifting the life of all mankind. It was always all about the money. The critics weren't wrong entirely, even if they exaggerated the point, well, by degree. Just as often as not, the American century framework drove policymakers to make common cause with theocrats in Saudi Arabia for oil, or autocrats in Nicaragua for coffee and cotton, when American economic interests demanded it. Even more benign features of the American century framework sat poorly with some allies. With American consumer goods now flooding European markets, some French critics in the 1950s lamented the cocoa colonization they had inadvertently agreed to. But in its highest and basest forms, there was little denying that the post-war framework, which promoted enthusiastic engagement with the world, greatly benefited the United States. While not originally part of the Pacifican post-war framework, a liberalized immigration regime was the natural extension of America's enlightened and oftentimes unenlightened internationalism. It wasn't just the free flow of goods and capital that helped make these United States an economic and political powerhouse. It was the free flow of people. The United States was not just a food power. It was a people power. While the 19th and early 20th centuries saw a massive influx of new immigrants from Europe and Asia, the door largely swung shut in 1924 when Congress limited the annual number of immigrants, particularly those immigrating from outside Northern European countries. In mine own natal annus meaning birth year in the Latin, of 1966, that monumental year in which so much went down, Congress passed and President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed legislation that opened that door again. The new land the new law of the new land, favored newcomers with specialized skills and education or existing family relationships with American citizens or residents, and substituted the old it substituted the old national origin standard, which simply allotted certain countries a set number of immigrants, highly or heavily favoring immigrants from Northern Europe, with annual hemispheric limits. 170,000 immigrants from the Eastern Hemisphere and 120,000 from the Western Hemisphere. A breakdown that reflected lingering bias toward Europe. Congress eliminated this provision in 1978 and replaced it with a simple annual cap on global immigration. Critically, the bill exempted from these caps all immigrants with immediate family members in these United States. The bill's champions anticipated that most of its beneficiaries would hail from Europe, but the story played itself out differently. As Europe's economy finally emerged from the ashes of World War II, fewer residents of Ireland, Italia, or the Germanies moved to these United States, while those residing in the Greater Soviets bloc found it all but impossible to try. But tens of thousands of educated professionals, attorneys, doctors, engineers, and scientists from Asia and Central America did avail themselves of new opportunities in these United States and established roots in our country legally. So did tens of thousands of refugees from Cuba, Vietnam, and other repressive regimes. By 1972, the Association of American Medical Colleges found that 46% of all licensed physicians were foreign-born, with large numbers immigrating from India, the Philippines, Korea, Iran, Thailand, Pakistan, and mainland China. Because the law exempted many categories of family members from the hemispheric caps, these new citizens were soon able to bring their relatives to join them. Many more immigrants than expected immigrated to these United States, creating a much more diverse population. In the first decade of the bill's enactment, an average of 100,000 legal immigrants above that cap relocated to these United States. By 1980, the annual number soared to 730,000. Half 100 years after that bill's passage, foreign-born immigrants comprised roughly 13% of our total population, approaching the all-time high of 14.7% in 1910. Another 20% were born in these United States, but had at least one foreign-born parent, bringing the proportion of first- and second-generation Americans to historic heights. Unlike the earlier waves, 90% of new Americans after 1965 hailed from outside Europe, from countries like mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, Korea, Asian India. Closer to home, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Brazil, and Mexico. And of course, ever and always, because it was once the preeminent American colony, the Philippines. Immigration reform in the 1960s, that decade into which I entered your world, flooded this country with educated professionals. But in later decades, it also facilitated the arrival of millions of unskilled workers who arrived under family reunification provisions of the new law. In addition, many millions more arrived illegally and were never documented. Both waves of immigration boosted the American economic hegemony. Presidents from both parties knew it. When Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush, the senior, debated each other during the 1980 Republican primary, both agreed in clear terms that immigration was a distinguishing feature of American strength. Setting aside the millions of legal immigrants who have made their homes in these United States, according to Cornell University's ILR Worker Institute, today, undocumented persons make up 25% of our agricultural workforce, 17% of all construction workers, and 19% of maintenance workers. Alongside documented immigrants, they helped our country withstand birth rate and demographic decline, a phenomenon that threatens economic growth, the future of entitlement programs, and more generally, national security. To appreciate what this means for the United States economy, the American imperial economy, a study by the Peterson Institute for International Economics proved that Trump's enacted mass deportation program will shrink gross domestic product by up to 7% by 2028, driving up unemployment rates and increasing inflation by orders of magnitude. Whether voters like it or not, robust immigration was a key pillar of the American century. A final pillar of the American century framework might be broadly characterized as expertise, or, more precisely, a veneration of expertise. Looking back on the early Pacific and post-war years, the columnist Robert J. Samuelson recalled that you were constantly treated to the marvels of the time. At school, you were vaccinated against polio. At home, you watched television. Every so often, you looked up into the sky and saw the white vapor trails of a new jet. There was an endless array of new gadgets and machines. No problem seemed to be beyond solution. You took prosperity for granted, and so, increasingly, did other Americans. When Jonas Salk, a professor at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, developed the polio vaccine in 1955, it set off a wave of relief and pride. A crippling and often deadly disease that struck 58,000 children just 3 years earlier would be all but eradicated by the close of the decade. Americans celebrated the vaccine's announcement by closing businesses and schools and ringing church bells. The polio vaccine represented the broader faith in scientists, social scientists, and other subject matter experts to solve hard problems. The tight partnership between the federal government and universities in these years cemented the place that experts would occupy more broadly in driving the Pax Americana. By the late 1960s, my birth decade, my natal decade, American universities devoted $3 billion annually to R&D, research and development, roughly 70% of which was financed by the federal government. Presidents from Truman through Barack Obama, Democrats and Republicans alike, staffed the government with professionally trained scientists, economists, and other academics and the revolving door between elite universities and government swung quickly and constantly. Much as Luce anticipated, these skills, this training, this leadership is needed. American voters in the Pacifican post-war era venerated scientific and technological expertise and broadly welcomed it in government. It's now clear that Donald Trump fully intends to make good on all his campaign promises to deport millions of immigrants, slap punitive tariffs on all of America's allies, and gut our professional ranks of the United States Civil Service, including doctors and researchers at NIH, the National Institute of Health, and the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, economists at the Treasury Department, demographers at the Census Bureau, and policy professionals at the Departments of Education and Energy. Even more clear is that his vice president gets fucking off on cutting off all aid to the Ukraine and kneecapping NATO. In his first term, his first midterm, the president-elect gestured at sharply reducing American military presence abroad, suggesting a possible redeployment that leaves allies more vulnerable to Russian and Communist Chinese aggression. Furthermore, the appointment of cabinet officials with absolutely zero subject matter expertise, such as RFK Jr., and the promise to clean house of the bureaucratic state, augur at a future when experts are booted from the seat of government entirely, leaving us in a new dark age, a world of abject ignorance, rule by the uneducated, idiocracy, in effect. Whether Trump can pursue his agenda in toto remains to be seen. But it's also beside the point. It's what nearly 50% of voters just endorsed. Steps that would both dismantle and repudiate the entire American century framework. Maybe that's not a bad thing. At its worst, that framework resembled what scholars refer to as imperialism by invitation. It could be brutal and coercive, and in recent years, its rewards eluded millions of working-class communities and their residents. But the American century framework has defined our nation's trajectory for well over 80 years. For good or for ill, it undeniably made these United States a very prosperous and powerful empire. It's what bound allies, all our allies, into strategic, security, and economic relationships with these United States, ensured our continued access to trading partners, and lent our empire favored status across a broad spectrum of international organizations. We've all become accustomed to the benefits it delivers, without understanding how quickly those benefits will now disappear forever. A very reasonable question for voters who now reject that framework is, what's next? The future of world order is that the old world order is new again. And this time, the American empire is leading the retreat. The Trump-Zelensky confrontation betrays just how much the geopolitical plates have moved, shifted, seismically, since the Churchill-Stalin Pact. Yes, you're all taught about the Hitler-Stalin Pact, but never about the Churchill-Stalin Pact. Only the son of Adolf Hitler is here to tell you about that, as only the son of Adolf Hitler ever would. World War I was followed by the infamous Versailles Diktat and the League of Nations, whose failure set the stage for World War II. And it took my father, my biological father, to wreak that wrath, that vengeance against Versailles, and all hell followed with him. The subsequent creation of the United Nations and the Bretton Woods monetary agreement institutions, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the precursor to the WTO, the World Trade Organization, marked the most important institution-building episode of the 20th century. Since the American Empire was the dominant player, the post-Pacifican 1945/1952 ceasefire through to present-era time span became known as the American Century. History is a series of systoles and diastoles, the 12 phases of the cardiac cycle, which describes the regular sequence of events that occur during a single heartbeat. Systole occurs when the heart contracts to pump blood out, and diastole occurs when the heart relaxes and refills after contraction. And we have just witnessed a major cardiogenic oscillation less than a century after the world order was last cardioverted. Cardioversion being a procedure used to restore a normal heart rhythm when it's beating too fast, too slow, or irregularly, as in an arrhythmia. In 1944, months before the Axis powers secured their final victory over communist Russian, capitalist American, and colonialist Britannic empires, the Allied dictators had already begun thinking about the post-Pacifican War world order and how to secure a long-lasting united front against the breakaway civilization of the thousand-year Reich in protracted conflict of World War II in perpetuity. The Greater British Prime Minister Winston Churchill flew to Moscow that October to discuss with the Greater Soviet's monomaniacrat Joseph Stalin how to divide up Europe. What followed is generally regarded by posterity as one of World War II's most dramatic diplomatic episodes that you've never learned of. For such a weighty subject, the entire negotiation lasted but a few minutes. After a brief chat over Poland, Churchill went for the jugular. The British wartime dictator in effect took out a half a sheet of paper and on it marked the percentage points of control for Russia and Great Britain in the Balkans. Reporting via Churchill's own memoir, he told the Greater Soviet strongman, "Your armies are in Romania and Bulgaria. We have interests, missions, and agents there. Don't let us get at cross purposes in small ways. So far as Britain and Russia are concerned, how would it do for you to have 90% predominance in Romania? For us to have 90% of the, say in Greece?" I pushed this paper across to Stalin, who had by then heard the translation. There was a slight pause. Then he took his blue pencil and made a large tick upon it and passed it back to us. It was all settled in no more time than it takes to set down. The fate of millions of people was about to be decided sans any hapless soul on the ground knowing anything about it. The percentages agreement, as it became known, was never formalized thanks to quiet opposition from the American Imperial President Franklin Delano Roosevelt throughout the last minutes of his life. In the waning days of gentleman diplomacy, there was no shouting match in front of the press. Roosevelt did not openly criticize the deal at all, but in private, he expressed concerns about the old style of great power deal-making at the expense of smaller countries. It also violated the principle of self-determination and collective security, which the American imperial dictator, in effect, propagandized himself as righteously upholding. At the Yalta Conference the following year, Roosevelt avoided confrontation but shepherded discussions towards the principle of self-determination and collective security. Instead of the old approach to deal-making, the Big Three agreed on the permanent state of wartime expansion of the United Nations as an organization of war by its very charter. In lieu of a constitution, the United Nations has a charter as the framework for their misperceived post-Pacifican War international order. Roosevelt was pragmatic enough to understand that the percentages agreement could not be brushed aside completely. Some elements thereof, such as setting up the sphere of influence between the West and the GUSSR, the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, were kept. But perhaps, for the second time in history, after foundation of the Axis of Nations, a structured international order was established on a planetary scale. Today, many people find the percentages agreement shocking if they learn of it at all. But that is only because we have grown accustomed to the world order confabulated at the Yalta Conference 80 years ago. Yet, for most of Western history, the Stalin and Churchill style of transacting power has been the norm. To quote Thucydides, "The strong do what they will, and the weak suffer what they must." Some 80 years later, another United States president is remaking history at the White House. The spectacular war of words in front of the mainstream mass media machine between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky shocked the world. But its significance goes beyond the conflict in Ukraine. It is an unmistakable signal that transactional politics is back. In this old world order, you will end up as a percentage point on a half sheet of paper if you have no cards to play. And this time, Great Britain is more likely to end up on the menu rather than at the table. At Yalta, Churchill ridiculed Roosevelt's idea of including my nationalist China as one of the Big Four of the United Nations Security Council. He told the U.S. Secretary of State, Edward Stettinius, from where we get Stettinius blue, the very color of the United Nations, he told Edward Stettinius that, in his words, the Chinks, yes, Churchill's words, the Chinks would never be able to reunite themselves and become a first-rate power. Including Blue China as a pillar of the New World Order was, to use Churchill's words again, adding a pigtail to the tripod of great powers. The irony of that prediction came full circle at the opening of Commu-Capitalist China's annual parliamentary sessions on Wednesday midweek last, when Premier Li Qiang delivered his work report to the national deputies, just an hour before Trump puked out his first speech to the U.S. Congress since his return to power. Of course, it actually came full circle with the British surrender of Hong Kong so meekly to the communist Chinese. But the final nail in the coffin was Wednesday midweek last, while Trump abused his address to effectively declare a global tariff war on friends and foes alike, unless they accepted trade deals on Washington's terms. Premier Li Qiang pledged that People's China would reach out to the world. The premier announcing, and here I quote his tea, I'm translating this for you into the English, of course. China is ready to work with other members of the international community to promote an equal and orderly multipolar world and universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization, pursue the Global Development Initiative, the GDI, which you might remember from the Red Alert video game China's made a reality. The global, again back to Li Qiang's words here, the Global Security Initiative and the Global Civilization Initiative. I mean, these are like names that are a bit too, how would I say it, pretentious for their own promotion, but hey. And again, per Li Qiang's words that I'm translating here for you, and actively taking part in the reform and development of the global governance system. The global governance system. This is Chinese planetary management. He's telling you we're walking in to the power vacuum and we're filling all the space. Back to Li Qiang, the last sentence of what I'll translate for you. In doing so, we will promote the building of a community with a shared future for humanity and create a bright future of world peace and development. Those words could well have come from Roosevelt's mouth when he, too, cynically promoted the American empire's purported role in the world 80 years ago. Welcome to the era of great power stupidity. The U.S. President Trump might be a deal maker, but he seems most eager to spend. Specifically, he seems determined to spend all the global goodwill earned by these United States over the past 80 years. Whether it is eliminating foreign policy programs, no matter how effectively they further American imperial national interests, issuing a relentless series of chaotic and contradictory foreign policy pronouncements, or simply being rude to long-standing American imperial allies and those reliant on American imperial support, the misactions of Trump and his misadministration seem deliberately aimed at undermining both the American imperial bureaucratic state and the foundations of the international order it created. Some will contend that this is part of a grand design to reshape the basis for American imperial power. According to this vapid argument, the world has changed over the past 80 years, and so must Washington's role in that world. Others contend that these actions reveal the darker motivations of the Trump misadministration, claiming it is intentionally dissipating American imperial power to nefarious ends. But the true cause could well boil down to one simple and powerful force: stupidity. Or, as the folk wisdom puts it, never attribute to genius or malice what can simply be explained by sheer incompetence. If stupidity best explains the actions of the Trump misadministration, the misactions thereof, it wouldn't be unprecedented in American imperial foreign policy. After all, former American imperial president Barack Obama made "don't do stupid shit," or DDSS, his foreign policy mantra, which in large part meant avoiding what he saw as the foolish military adventurism of past administrations, particularly the decisions to invade Iraq in 2003 by then President George W. Bush, the junior. It also wouldn't make Trump unique among global leaders these days. It is surely possible that Russia and Red China could take advantage of the Trump misadministration's propensity to be, well, so bloody fucking stupid. Exempli gratiae, when the misadministration effectively closed down the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, USAID in acronym, thereby throwing away all the goodwill and soft power that its programs generate, all with eyes saw the move as benefiting the Russian and Red Chinese empires. Similarly, with Trump's supermassive spending cuts and program shutdowns jeopardizing the financial health of American imperial universities, a core driver of American imperial innovation and as well of global admiration, universities in communist China on the Asian mainland as well as United Europe are attempting to fill the gap. But what's more, it doesn't seem that other major powers will necessarily reap benefits from Trump's unforced errors. And this may not be because they are unwilling or unable to, but just because they seem determined to shoot themselves in the foot and ass as well. Not to mention blowing their own dicks off whenever possible by packing the gun into their crotch. Though the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire might be finding new opportunities for engagement with the Trump misadministration, there is little doubt that its pursuit of conquering Ukraine and controlling Eastern Europe has done much to harm its economy, drain its military capacity, and essentially make it economically dependent, basically a satrap of the People's Republic of China. Even if the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin secures a favorable deal from Trump to end the war in Ukraine, one could at best label it a Pyrrhic victory. As for the communist Chinese empire, it seems hell-bent on blowing any goodwill that the Trump misadministration is directing its way. It has an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seize the soft power initiative, but seems quite disinterested in doing so. As Joseph Nye, the progenitor of the concept of soft power, recently wrote, Confucius institutes that extol traditional Chinese culture do little good if the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, is killing Indian troops in the Himalayas, or Commie Chinese ships are harassing Philippine boats in the South China Sea. Zach Cooper similarly writes of Red China's self-defeating strategy in its defense buildup, which seeks to boost Beijing's power projection capabilities, such as building a blue water navy and acquiring overseas bases, at exactly, his words, the wrong moment. In doing so, Cooper adds, Red China is effectively swimming against the technological tide. Mainland China's military efforts are all too obviously driven by an obsession with taking control of my Taiwan, compounded by a seeming inability to learn the lessons from past attempts by major powers to gain regional hegemony, including attempts that came at mainland China's own expense. To make its matters all the worst, Beijing is also doubling down on its export-driven growth model in the face of major domestic economic troubles, including a banking system on the precipice of collapse, deflation, and overcapacity in manufacturing. In the words of Brad Setzer of the Council on Foreign Relations, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping seems focused on making the world pay for China's mistakes. The current era is oft referred to as an age of great power competition, multipolarity, and even great distraction. But a more apt characterization might be the age of great power stupidity. If so, once again, it wouldn't be the first time. In an article titled The Great Stupidity that appeared in the Atlantic Monthly magazine in 1921, William Archer described Britons and Americans who, thoughtlessly or wickedly, say and do things calculated to make bad blood between their twa countries. This camest at a time when the world was still emerging from the Great War, as World War I was still then known, and needed the twa empires to cooperate in order to prevent another such war, which of course they failed to do. Indeed, if today's great powers aren't careful, whether by failing to retain the lessons of the past or by taking actions that, or rather misactions, that unintentionally increase the chances of a war that would otherwise not happen, will make the same mistake again. Such an outcome will be the height of stupidity, nay, insanity. But if today's great powers, like those of the past, have a tendency to be quite stupid, and evincingly they do, why? One possible answer is complexity. Foreign policy is difficult, and given the extent to which great powers are by definition engaged with major international developments, they are going to make mistakes. But such an explanation might be letting decision makers off the hook too easily. Rather than innocent mistakes, the stupid policies on display today seem more like the result of willful ignorance. Like many other people, those making these decisions often do so based on biases, prejudices, and beliefs that can lead them to discard or discount credible information. Worse still are leaders who make sure they are only told what they want to hear, which can easily result in them taking actions that undermine the national well-being. Another related possible explanation for great power stupidity is the nationalism that a world of multiple nation states can fuel. In an article titled National Stupidity, written over a decade ago, Stephen Walt quoted the late international relations scholar Karl Deutsch's characterization of a nation as a group of people united by a mistaken view about the past and a hatred of their neighbors. More recently, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping said, "If someone thinks their own race and civilization is superior and insists on remolding or replacing other civilizations, it would be a stupid idea and disastrous act." He is most surely right, but that hasn't stopped imperializing nations, including his own empire, from pursuing policies consistent with that very Weltanschauung, or worldview. Whatever the cause of great power stupidity, it is likely to last. After all, we can't fix stupid. Indeed, the Israeli historian Yuval Noah Harari identified stupidity as one of the most powerful forces in all the world, and Israel would know. Relatedly, there is what the commentator Oliver Berkman called the basic law of human stupidity, which holds that stupid people are by far the most dangerous. The twa claims cometh together when great powers act stupidly. It is not only bad for them, it is also dangerous for all the world. The end of the Third World War in effect, the so-called Cold War, in 1991, then produced a unipolar distribution of power, allowing for the creation or strengthening of institutions, such as the WTO, the World Trade Organization, the International Criminal Court, and the Paris Climate Agreement. Yet even before Trump, some analysts already realized that this American order was coming to an end. The 21st century had brought another shift in the distribution of power, usually described as the rise, or more accurately, the recovery of Asia. While Asia had accounted for the largest share of the world economy in 1800, it fell behind after the Industrial Revolution in the West. And like other regions, it suffered from the new imperialism that Western military and communications technologies had made possible. Now, Asia is returning to its rightful status as the leading source of global economic output. But its recent gains have come more at the expense of Europe than these United States. Rather than declining, the American empire still represents 1/4, just a full 25% of global gross domestic product, as we did in the 1970s. While communist China on the Asian mainland has shrunk the American imperial lead substantially, it has not surpassed the American empire economically, militarily, or in terms of its alliances. Let's just put it this way. Nobody likes the Red Chinese. As the international order is eroding, America's domestic politics are more so of a cause than Marxist-Leninist China's rise. The question is whether we are entering an entirely new period of American decline, or whether the second Trump misadministration's attacks on the American century's institutions and our alliances will prove to be another cyclical dip. We may not know until 2029. It is by then we shall see if we have finally confronted the growing threat of accelerationism, because multi-billionaires want to reshape global stability. Accelerationism is a radical ideology advocating for the deliberate intensification of societal collapse to create a new order, and it's gained alarming traction among both extremist groups and influential elites. While traditionally associated with ultra-extremist groups, the ideology is increasingly resonating with certain multi-billionaire figures, including Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, both white South Africans, who presume to reinstate apartheid here in America itself, which they feel destroyed their native Suid-Afrika, and others who envision a reset of current government structures. By leveraging significant financial resources and technological platforms, these high-profile advocates are pushing for sweeping changes that bypass all traditional governance. The shared desire for systemic upheaval, whether from extremist groups or influential techno leaders, underscores a growing threat to global stability, as accelerationist-inspired agendas, now spanning political and economic elite circles, foster a climate of polarization and ultimate destabilization. I will say that I am now obligated to at least quickly explore the ideology of accelerationism, its origins, its adoption by extremist groups, and explain to you how recent billionaires, multi-billionaires' calls for governmental resets will only amplify its influence worldwide. So let's try and define what accelerationism even is. Accelerationism advocates for the hastening of societal, economic, and political collapse. Its followers believe that by pushing current systems to their very limits, and breaking them thereby. They can expedite the downfall of what they perceive as oppressive or unsustainable structures. This approach, rather than striving for gradual reform, aims for a total upheaval that will pave the way for a radical new order. Although rooted in philosophical and political theories from the 20th century, the ideology has evolved to fuel various contemporary extremist groups. So that brings us back to the origins of accelerationist thought. The roots of accelerationism trace back to the works of philosophers, or pseudo-philosophers, like Karl Marx, who suggested that capitalist structures could be brought down by amplifying their internal contradictions. In the late 20th century, left-wing thinkers envisioned a future where the contradictions within capitalism would lead to its self-destruction. This line of thought, however, was co-opted by the far right and has since been abused to advocate for violent disruptions rather than organic change. By the early 2000s, the decade of the aughts, accelerationism had split into two primary camps: left accelerationists and right accelerationists. While left-leaning accelerationists tend to focus on using technology to push, or rather abusing technology, to push society toward a post-capitalist socialist future, right-wing accelerationists promote societal collapse to enforce nationalist, authoritarian, and ultimately white supremacist agendas. Accelerationism is the most inherently violent and dangerous ideology circulating in the global white supremacist extremist movement. Accelerationists believe that a race war is not only inevitable, but desirable, as it is the only path to achieving white power by bringing about the downfall of current systems of government. Their beliefs are shaped in large part by James Mason's 1980s anthology of essays titled Siege, simply Siege, which draws, for its contents, it draws upon Charles Manson, the Russian Jewess Ayn Rand, and the prominent American neo-Nazi William Pierce, author of the monumentally influential novel titled The Turner Diaries. Accelerationists, ergo, call for the expulsion or extermination of Jewish people, ethnic and racial minorities, and white race traitors, a category that includes race-mixing white women, academics, journalists, and politicians. Their online conversations are molded by a belief that other white supremacists are insufficiently extreme and that only violence directed against the political system can lead to the establishment, or rather re-establishment, of white power. So now let me articulate the key beliefs and objectives of accelerationist groups. Remember, this is not an avocation of some liberal, what do they even call it? Antifa. I'm not Antifa. I am a fascist, not an anti-fascist. And at the time I worked for the Department of Defense, I was ordered to do as much research as possible into the white supremacist insurgency that ultimately overtook the American and Canadian militaries. As a result, I know of what I speak from a professional background. So I can tell you Accelerationist groups share several core beliefs. Number one, the inevitability of collapse. Accelerationists assert that postmodern societies are inherently unstable, and any attempt to preserve the current order is futile. Number two, the abuse of violence as a catalyst. The right-wing accelerationist movement, in particular, advocates for violence as a means of accelerating collapse, often targeting government institutions, law enforcement, and other societal symbols. Number three, anonymity and digital organization. All these punks are very much online. In fact, they're keyboard warriors more than anything else. Many accelerationist groups operate primarily online, abusing encrypted platforms and social media to recruit, spread propaganda, and coordinate activities. In other words, they encourage action on the part of others while staying home all day and jacking off over kiddie porn. Number four, apocalyptic ideals. They envision a post-collapse world where their ideals can thrive, often glorifying a new society free of perceived impurities or constraints. They can rape whoever they want. The right-wing movements focus on race-based conflict. Race-based conflict and civil unrest has made it particularly dangerous, leading to violent attacks and fostering divisions in already polarized societies. And this brings us to accelerationism in practice, the notable cases and groups. Accelerationism's influence on real-world violence has become more visible over the last decade. Certain groups have directly acted on these beliefs, launching attacks intended to disrupt societal order and spark widespread chaos. Some notable cases include, number one, the AWD, the Atomwaffen Division. That means Atomic Force Division, an American neo-Nazi group that abuses accelerationist ideas to justify violence against minorities and government entities, known for violent propaganda and explicit calls for terrorist attacks. AWD exemplifies the far right's adaptation of accelerationism. Number two, the Christchurch and El Paso attacks. These mass shootings, carried out by individuals influenced by accelerationist ideals, demonstrated the ideology's impact. Both attackers had manifestos that echoed all the themes of societal cleansing and hastened collapse. Number three, the Boogaloo movement. Known for its ambiguous alignment with far-right ideologies, the Boogaloo movement advocates for a second American Civil War, often targeting law enforcement and government institutions to accelerate societal breakdown. These groups have attracted attention from law enforcement agencies globally due to their violent tactics and the ideological threat they pose to social cohesion. This is what brings us to the role of technology and social media. Digital platforms have played a crucial role in the spread and organization of accelerationist movements. Social media has amplified these groups' messages, reaching individuals who might not have encountered such ideologies otherwise. Encrypted messaging apps and niche online forums provide spaces where followers can share resources, strategies, and propaganda without fear of immediate detection. Accelerationist groups often rely on memes, videos, and other content designed to recruit young, disillusioned individuals, preying on existing societal grievances. These digital spaces not only radicalize, but also allow accelerationist groups to operate across borders, making it harder for authorities to track their actions and prevent potential attacks. And this, of course, brings up whatever countermeasures and law enforcement challenges can be, organized to respond. But the very nature, the decentralized, anonymous nature of accelerationist groups makes them particularly challenging for law enforcement to counter. So I would offer some strategies and challenges associated with combating accelerationism. Number one, monitoring online platforms. Authorities monitor social media and encrypted channels to track potential threats. But with privacy concerns and data encryption, this approach has limitations. Number two, international cooperation. Given the global nature of these movements, law enforcement agencies must work together to share intelligence and coordinate responses to prevent attacks. Number three, community-based interventions. Preventing accelerationist recruitment efforts involves addressing the underlying societal issues that make individuals susceptible to radicalization. Governments and communities are working to provide more mental health and support resources as preventative measures. All that is done away with by the second Trump misadministration. If anything, the lunatics are put in charge of the asylum. Number four, legal restrictions on hate speech and extremism. Some governments have enacted policies that limit extremist content online, but this raises complex questions around free speech and digital rights. I've already addressed them in past episodes. I'll certainly address them again in future transmissions. Which brings us to the future threat of accelerationism, the bad influence of multi-billionaires on a government reset. The growing interest of influential multi-billionaires, including Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and others in reshaping governmental and societal structures, aligns with every aspect of accelerationist thinking. Through platforms, policies, and economic power, certain multi-billionaires advocate for a form of great reset that echoes all the accelerationist calls for swift, disruptive change. This malapproach leverages the power of technology, social media, and substantial capital to challenge all existing government norms, policies, and regulatory frameworks, always portraying them as outdated obstacles to innovation. Elon Musk and others have expressed ideas that challenge traditional government structures, seeking to overhaul or sidestep established frameworks through private initiatives. Exempligratiae their support for autonomous governance models, such as seasteading or off-world colonization, represents alternative visions of societal order. Musk's ventures into space and ambitions for Mars colonization, for example, carry undertones of reimagining human governance outside of Earth's traditional political systems. Although framed as ambitious innovation, all these ideas, resonate only with accelerationist themes. especially in their focus on breaking down the current system to catalyze what they see as essential progress. Multi-billionaires' critiques of government control over industries like energy, transportation, and data privacy can also serve to justify actions that circumvent all regulation, inevitably destabilizing traditional governance models. In a climate of political polarization and public distrust, these visions will only become rallying points, subtly encouraging societal shifts that accelerate the existing system's fragmentation, thereby paving the way for a new order shaped only, indeed exclusively, by private interests. By leveraging influence and resources to foster a rapid devolution or even erosion of governmental control, multi-billionaires contribute to an accelerationist-like vision of collapse and rebirth, with mega corporate agendas often stepping in where public systems fail. The public systems, of course, would never have failed had they not been sabotaged by the mega corporations that rely on government to socialize all the costs while privatizing all the profits. This is great power stupidity exemplified. The ultimate alignment of techno-magnates with these disruptive ideologies raises crucial questions about the future of democracy and governance in a world shaped by the priorities of a powerful few. In conclusion, the rise of accelerationism presents a formidable challenge to America's global security, posing a threat that goes beyond mere political differences. By understanding the motivations behind this ideology and recognizing the tactics of accelerationist groups, policymakers, and the public can do better to counter the destructive influence these movements seek to exert. The fight against accelerationism will require a blend of vigilance, legal reform, and societal support, ensuring that the drive for change is pursued through constructive rather than destructive means. Understand that the war on accelerationism will be, for our next world war, what the ideologies of World War II represented to the belligerents of the 20th century. Accelerationism is the enemy, and we will verge via accelerationism into a new dark age, whereas once before the church fought diabolism. The new religions and the old church must confront and combat Edomism, because accelerationism is Edomic. It is indeed correctly referred to as Edom accelerationism. So, what are your own thoughts? Should someone who was never elected by the people have access to our federal system? Let me know in the comments. Because the stock market's Trump election bump is over now. Tariffs were the fatal blow. Yet Trump's trade war is the United Germany's game changer, even as France has stepped up to help the Ukraine after the American empire suspended all intelligence sharing. Whatever it takes, again. Here we have something from our man Brendan. Unemployed persons or those looking to earn extra income are invited to participate in the upcoming cotton harvest at Hannay's Plantation, Dayrells Hill, Christchurch. Harvesters need it for West Indian Sea Island cotton. I mean, oh my fucking God, we're back to slaves picking cotton. You know, the term cotton picking used to be a euphemism for calling you a nigger. Hey, you cotton picking motherfucker, meaning you're like, hey, you nigger son of a bitch. That's all. Yeah, well, now you can tell people you really are a cotton picker. I mean, wonder how many blacks will volunteer for that shit, even if they're getting paid. I think it's too much intergenerational trauma cutting too close to the bone. Now, last Sunday, the Greater British Prime Minister Keir Starmer declared the need for a coalition of the willing to support Ukraine. He did so from London's Lancaster House, the same location where Mario Draghi once pledged that the European Central Bank would do whatever it takes to protect the euro. Actually, this is the wrong icon for answering to his post. I got to give it this icon. And instead of this one, I would have to give it, Government of Barbados. Damn, Barbados is looking for wage slaves. That's, and it's got a slave background all its own. Now, after what I've just described, that London's Lancaster House, the same location where it was once said that whatever it takes to get the euro going. Well, 48 hours, 2 days later, the United Germany's Merz used Draghi's catchphrase. He used Draghi's catchphrase when talking about efforts to defend das Vaterland, the fatherland, as he announced plans to set up a 500 billion euro infrastructure fund. Meanwhile, the European Union will propose extending 150 billion euros in loans to boost defense spending. And since France has offered to share intelligence with Ukraine after the United States announced it was suspending all its intelligence gathering with Kiev, capital thereof, in that country's ongoing war with the Russian Empire, Merz has just shifted Germany's defense policy into warp speed. Security policy. Security policy has become the most urgent challenge for Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, and its prospective government isn't backing away from it. Defense topics were largely absent as a campaign issue in the run-up to the United Germany's recent elections. Nevertheless, when CDU leader Friedrich Merz, now the likely next United German Chancellor, announced his 3 priorities for any potential coalition government the day after the vote, the United Germany's defense policy was first on his list. Since then, developments in transatlantic relations have only made the issue more urgent. Now, as the first meetings to negotiate a possible coalition government take place in Berlin, debates are taking place on the directions of security and defense policy for Europe's largest and economically strongest country. I can only tell you that changes are to be expected. In interim, I will answer the riddle I posited earlier tonight. The biggest loser of Trump's trade war is the American consumer. Markets are spiraling, but trade groups, retailers, and all experts concur that Trump's tariffs won't just hurt Wall Street. Even as the American empire runs headfirst into a trade war with our largest economic partners, The Trump misadministration claims the average consumer won't be hurt. They're certain to be wrong. On Thursday, Donald Trump signed a few more executive orders, among the scores he's churned out since taking office. These were unique, since they partially reversed orders from just 2 days before. It was the latest backpedal by the White House in the face of furious fallout both at home and abroad to his 25 percentile sanctions against Canada and Mexico. With markets plummeting, automakers yowling, and Canada pounding its chest, Trump announced he would exempt some goods from both countries, but only for a month. If that sounds familiar, it's because this is the second month-long delay Trump granted on his own tariffs. Today's announcement, or rather, I would say, it was, Wednesday's announcement, the midweek announcement. It came after Trump spracketh with the Mexicano Presidentes, Claudia Sheinbaum, who has sought to negotiate with the 78-year-old president, while the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau struck a more strident tone. The Trump misadministration did take pains to say its other threatened tariffs would move forward as planned in the coming weeks and months, but after weeks of threats, little follow-through, and now reversals, Wall Street has apparently decided the only safe thing to do is sell. So the S&P 500, Standard & Poor's, fell to a 4-month low. In his Castro-length speech to Congress, delivered yesterday last week, the president claimed victory while proving that even the most unhinged address can be boring if it goes on long enough. While addressing Congress, midweek last, on Tuesday night, President Donald Trump said, "Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again. And it is happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There will be a little disturbance, but we are okay with that. It won't be much." But trade groups, retailers, and experts concur the tariffs won't just hurt Wall Street bankers, which are the only people Trump cared about when he made that statement. The United States Chamber of Commerce said tariffs will only increase the economic pain being felt by all Americans, warning that the complaints, or rather the companies it represents, will be forced out of business. The head of New York's Federal Reserve Bank said tariffs are guaranteed to lead to higher inflation while they persist. Tariffs essentially function as a regressive tax, meaning they create a larger burden on low-income taxpayers than any wealthier people who can easily afford to pay those costs. Jack Jang, a political science professor who runs the University of Kansas's Trade War Lab, attested, and here I quote his T, "Where tariffs are very predictable is that it's going to hurt consumers. It's a rich man's war, but a poor man's fight." The Peterson Institute for International Economics estimated that Trump's original tariff plan, which factored in 10% duties on red China, would cost the typical American imperial household more than $1,200 each and every year. The top 1% of households would be impacted the least, of course, while the poorest Americans were expected, as always, to be the hardest hit. It's always the people who can't afford it who pay the most. At the Bloomberg Invest Conference, held, I think it was just into the weekend, Gary Cohn, Trump's former chief economic advisor, said, "The reality of its poor people or less highly paid people consume 100% of their paychecks." Or to read his quote correctly, "The reality of it is poor people or less highly paid people consume 100% of their paychecks." wealthier people consume a very small percentage of their paychecks. The things that are being tariffed are things everyday people buy. Well, earlier into the weekend, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, argued that with markets tumbling and the S&P 500 erasing all the gains it made since Trump's election in November, this last week's tariffs are just a bump in the road. The misadministration has now slapped 25% duties on all imports from Mexico and most imports from Canada, along with 20% levies on market Leninist Chinese goods. When asked about the market's downward spiral on Fox News, Bessent said, "Wall Street can continue to do fine, but we have a focus on small business and consumers. Major companies, including Best Buy, Acer, and Target, are weighing price hikes. A handful, such as Chipotle, have said they will attempt to absorb the entirety of the costs to keep prices manageable for consumers, but that's not sustainable for any companies in the long run, especially since more tariffs are promised to be issued." Vehicles from major automakers such as General Motors and Ford Motor Company will cost between $4,000 and $10,000 more for gas-powered models, or as much as $12,000 more for an electric vehicle with parts from Mexico and Canada. According to Barclays, profit margins of the Detroit 3 automakers will be wiped out without price hikes. And despite Trump's lie that farmers are going to have a field day right now, they're also set to be hurt by his trade war. Produce, including avocados and strawberries, is set to become more expensive because of the duties on the United Mexicano states. The People's Republic of China, which the Department of Agriculture expects to be the third largest market for American imperial agricultural products, has issued tariffs on goods including chicken, soybeans, and corn. During the trade war, in Trump's first term, the federal government spent more than $60 billion to bail out farmers hurt by his tariffs on communist Chinese imports. In a statement issued Tuesday, the American Farm Bureau Federation said it was concerned about the tariffs' impacts, said group warning, adding even more costs and reducing markets for American agricultural goods will create an economic burden some farmers may not be able to bear. Meaning any farmer that's not part of a giant agribusiness co-op is going to die. The longer the tariffs are active, the greater the impact they will have on companies and entire economies. The president is already moving to issue even more tariffs, which will only exacerbate all of their effects. Trump has teased duties on foreign aluminum, steel, copper, cars, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, timber, lumber, and agricultural products. He's also discussed hitting the European Union with 25% tariffs and issuing so-called reciprocal tariffs. Although the official reasoning from the White House is that this first round of tariffs, the duties on Canada, Mexico, and mainland China, is to force action against fentanyl smuggling, which I've already deconstructed, Trump is also abusing trade policy to convince companies to make products in the United States of America. For many companies, that could only be a years-long effort. John Denton, the Secretary General of the International Court of Commerce, or rather, Chamber of Commerce, concludes, and here I quote his T, "Just because a politician decides that you need to reorganize your supply chains, and even if they offer money, it actually is much harder than everyone thinks it is. It's taken years to develop those valuable supply chains and the interconnectedness. The idea that globalization is dead is kind of wishful thinking for some. The reality is, it's just going to change. This is what brings us to Trump's imaginary victories. The torrent of far-out policy that Donald Trump has announced during the first month of his second mispresidency has left pundits struggling to find method to the madness. Some say it is all a negotiating tactic. Trump starts by staking out an extreme position so that he later has space to exchange concessions with the other party without giving up anything valuable. They point to Trump's 1987 book titled The Art of the Deal, which encourages readers to do things that are bold or controversial, despite the fact that there be no guarantee Trump has even read the ghost-written work himself. And of course, another minus is that Peter Moon was always recommending it. So you know it's shit. This interpretation aligns with the common characterization of Trump as a transactional leader. As I said, it's a misinterpretation because he's really just fucking stupid. One who makes deals that produce short-term benefits without regard for longer-term considerations related to credibility, ethics, democracy, or the rule of law. There's just one problem. Trump has demonstrated far more reckless bluster and hasty reversals than any strategic thinking at all. Oh, here we are. U.S. pro-Palestinian student activist. The arrest of the campus protest leader comes after the president, set down the new rules against free speech. There you go. Thank you, my man Brendan. Don't be afraid to come on and talk about it if you wish. Let me realign myself after that. Okay. Now, when I talk about Trumpidity or stupidity, so incredible, so dysfunctional, it could only source from Donald Trump. This is certainly the case with tariffs, a tool that Trump views as a foolproof means of compelling other countries to bow to his will. On February 24th, he confirmed that 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico would be going forward on time, on schedule, on March 4th. Trump announced the tariffs soon after his inauguration on February 1st, saying they would go into effect 3 days later. By the time February 4th had arrived, however, he had postponed them for 30 days. So, was March 4th to be the day of reckoning with Canada or Mexico making major policy concessions or else facing the wrath of Tariff Man? There was actually every reason not to consider it very likely. It was not just that the tariffs violate the USMCA, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, which his own first misadministration negotiated. This extreme step is very damaging for these United States as well as the targeted economies. While Trump's cultists have never recognized this, Canada and Mexico most certainly do. Consider the automotive industry, which is highly integrated across North America. In the short run, corporate strategies and investments in production facilities would be are being radically disrupted, because they can no longer source labor-intensive components cheaply from Mexico, which only undermines our global competitiveness. Moreover, the concessions Trump asks from Canada and Mexico are not really in their power to even deliver. For starters, he demands that they halt the flow of fentanyl into these United States. But most of that fentanyl is brought in by United States citizens who are fish belly white. You can follow them because they bounce like cue balls, rather than migrants crossing the Mexicano border. And almost nothing in terms of narcotics comes from Canada. They deal in selling senior citizens legal pharmaceuticals on the cheap. Trump also insists that Canada and Mexico eliminate their bilateral trade surpluses with these United States. But bilateral deficits are merely components of the overall American imperial balance of trade, which is determined macroeconomically, meaning national savings minus investment. Any reduction in a country's exports to these United States will result in a corresponding decline in American imperial exports to the rest of the world, owing to factors like declining foreign income, United States dollar appreciation, or retaliatory tariffs. All three forces came into play after the introduction of the 1930 Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, and they will do so now. This probably explains why Trump pretended that the fig leaf concessions made before the February 4th deadline, Canada saying it would appoint a fentanyl czar and Mexico saying it would move some troops to the border, were meaningful enough to warrant the tariffs postponement, even though they have very little impact. And it all suggested that Trump would do the same this week last. In fact, we have now arrived at the non-method to Trump's madness. First, he declares war, delighting his supporters, even though these declarations, such as his designs on Groenland, Panama, or Canada, are so outrageous that they initially seem like a joke. He sticks with them, requiring a radical adjustment in expectations as the initial shock begins to wear off. But when the intrinsic unrealism becomes apparent after all, he kicks the can down the road and eventually declares victory, despite few real gains. We have seen this all before. During Trump's first midterm, he insisted that the NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, in his words, the worst trade deal ever made, be scrapped and replaced with the USMCA, in his words, the largest, fairest, most balanced trade agreement ever achieved. But the differences between the two agreements is so minor as to amount to plagiarism of the original print. Trump 1.0 also included the abuse of tariffs to compel communist China on the Asian mainland to agree to an historic trade deal dubbed Phase 1, under which the communist Chinese empire committed to purchase $200 billion of additional American imperial exports by the end of 2021. But those purchases have never materialized. Oh my. And it is not just trade. Trump threatened in 2017 to rain down fire and fury on North Korea if it did not abandon its nuclear weapons program. and then acted like his 2018 meeting with North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un amounted to a major victory. In reality, the meeting was an American imperial concession that North Korea's leadership had long desired, and Kim went on to complete the development of long-range missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads. In all three cases, the summit with North Korea in 2018, the USMCA in 2019, and Phase 1 with Market Leninist China in 2020, the original confrontational buildup and the resulting climactic transaction got a lot of public attention, but the ultimate failure to affect the course of events did not. As Trump touts his non-achievements, the costs to the American empire, to these United States, including damage to the international trading system, as well as to the United States government's credibility and America's soft power and global leadership, pile up, to say nothing of the ultimately catastrophic costs of strategic failures like the incipient rupture with Europe. It is not that Trump has no real victories. He can destroy USAID, for example, because the domestic political constituency for international development assistance is small and weak. But the millions of people around the world who suffer as a result already know whom to blame. Here too, Trump's success will cause outsized harm to all America. This is not a strategy. In Hermann Hesse's 1932 novel titled The Journey to the East, a play on the original Chinese novel about Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, titled Journey to the West, a group of pilgrims in the Journey to the East novel, in simulation of the Journey to the West written in ancient China. Hermann Hesse's novel, Journey to the East, a group of pilgrims sets out on a spiritual quest, going in the opposite direction from Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. In this case, the Westerners pilgrimaging to the East on their spiritual quest are guided by Leo, the name of the Lion King, a seemingly humble servant, get the irony, who tends to their needs and keeps them all organized. But midway through the journey, Leo suddenly disappears, proving himself the king in effect, because the pilgrims, the pilgrimage, or the pilgrimage of the pilgrims, collapses into chaos. The travelers, who believed themselves to be the journey's true leaders, are lost without Leo's quiet but essential presence. The same risk follows from the loss of seasoned government professionals, the career civil servants, administrators, and experts who keep the postmodern state running smoothly, usually far from the spotlight. When they are abruptly defenestrated, as is happening at key American imperial agencies like USAID or USAID, the FBI, the CIA, the NSF, or the National Science Foundation, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, acronyms as NOAA or NOAA, and the NIH, the National Institutes of Health. Governance does not simply continue as usual under new leadership. Rather, fragmentation, inefficiency, and dysfunction prevail, just like among Hesse's pilgrims. Though he is just one man, in Hesse's story, Leo represents all the anonymous bureaucrats and civil servants who keep our ship of the state afloat. As the heart of this issue is the principal-agent dilemma, a concept introduced by economists Stephen Ross, Michael Jensen, and William H. Meckling in the 1970s to describe a problem that can arise when one party acts on behalf of another. That's what's at the heart of this issue. Again, so you can look these people up, read up on what they taught us. At the heart of this issue is the principal-agent dilemma. This concept introduced by the economists Stephen Ross, Michael Jensen, and William H. Meckling in the 1970s to describe a problem that arises when one party acts on behalf of another. In government, political leaders, the principals, rely on bureaucrats or officials, the agents, to translate their decisions into action. While political leaders naturally want their directives to be followed precisely, bureaucrats are guided by their own specialized knowledge, ethics, and imperatives to prioritize long-term stability over short-term outcomes. To overcome this mismatch, the principals in the second Trump misadministration are seeking to replace or simply eliminate all the agents. But such purges always backfire, or at least usually do, because they're not done right. Because, well, once a paranoid leader has sidelined all his own agents, he no longer possesses the means to govern effectively. There's no one to act out his vision of governance, or, in effect, to realize his fantasies. Now, paranoia is a dangerous mindset in governance. A leader who constantly suspects his own officials of disloyalty will begin to see enemies where none exist, as with Trump's perception or misperception of threats emanating from the deep state. This amorphous, and indeed, in a sense, non-existent concept. The result is a vicious cycle. As more officials are dismissed or sidelined, institutional knowledge is lost, governance becomes less effective, and the leader's fears are reinforced by the very dysfunction he himself has created. Instead of a smooth-running administration, the government becomes reactive, chaotic, and incapable of long-term planning. All this can play out in multiple ways. For agencies like the FBI and CIA, forced recruitments, well, that's a kind of draft that I know will happen, but more immediately, forced retirements and buyouts inevitably eliminate expertise needed to monitor threats to national security, reduce morale, and discourage prospective employees. Moreover, replacing seasoned professionals with political loyalists risks compromising the collection, analysis, and sharing of intelligence. American imperial allies are already reluctant to share any sensitive information in fear that it will fall into the hands of Elon Musk or Tulsi Gabbard, leading to poor decision-making at the highest levels of government, because there's no information, no concrete or factual information reaching the head of state. Similarly, American imperial foreign policy will suffer now that, with the destruction of USAID, it has lost its long-standing connections with local communities around the world, weakening America's diplomatic reach and influence and making it harder to advance American imperial strategic interests. And the loss of experienced professionals from agencies like the NSF the National Science Foundation will impede all research, delay any technological innovation, and weaken America's ability to respond to emerging challenges and risks, such as those stemming from artificial intelligence, climate catastrophe, or public health crises. From his first moments in office, President Trump has issued a torrent of executive actions that strike a blow to climate policy, renewable energy development, and environmental protections. The influential Nazi German sociologist Max Weber, who laid the foundations of modern administrative theory, proved that a professional bureaucracy is necessary for effective governance. Career civil servants understand the complex processes behind budgeting, law enforcement, disaster relief, and infrastructure projects. Without rule-based, merit-driven systems that keep government functioning beyond the whims of political leadership, governance breaks down. Equally dangerous is the attempt to run public administration like a private company, where success and failure are measured only in accounting terms. Efficiency, cost savings, and profit. While fiscal responsibility is important, applying corporate-style financial controls without an understanding of public sector purposes can only lead to disastrous consequences. A financial controller or accountant borrowed from Tesla may identify potential government savings that look rational on a balance sheet, but that will lead to much greater long-term costs. A striking real-world example is the SKAT, the Skat, a Danish tax authority scandal of the 2010s. In an effort to streamline operations and cut costs, Scott underwent aggressive staff reductions and implemented other reforms to improve, quote-unquote, efficiency, such as dismantling internal fraud detection units, outsourcing critical tax collection functions, and betting heavily on automation. The result? Criminals exploited the weakened system to siphon off an estimated $2 billion in fraudulent tax refunds. The supposed cost-saving measures ended up costing Denmark far more than they saved. Treating governments, or I should say mistreating governments, as if they were businesses, will only undermine their core functions. A well-run administration requires not just financial oversight, but institutional knowledge, strategic foresight, and a deep understanding of the unique demands of governance. Prioritizing short-term savings over long-term stability weakens state capacity, renders public services unreliable, and opens the door to corruption, inefficiency, and systemic failure. By aggressively shrinking key agencies and viewing career officials as adversaries rather than experts, the Trump misadministration is shifting from the traditional principal-agent dilemma, where bureaucrats resist leadership, albeit passively, to a paranoid principal dilemma, where the leader, in a desperate attempt to assert dominance, ends up alone, unable to trust anyone, and incapable of governing effectively, ergo radicalizing what was once passive resistance into active rebellion or mutiny. And understand that when I say all those branches of service who are obligated by their oath that every service person takes to defend our country from enemies foreign and domestic, are obligated to kill Donald Trump and Elon Musk, that all of them are treasonous by their inaction, along with all honorably discharged veterans who are also obligated to kill Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Understand, they have no out. They claim safety in numbers. Their numbers make it mutiny. They are mutinous services, mutinying against defending us. They will only be deployed against us, the very public they were incepted, founded to defend. Therefore, in mutiny against us, they are our enemy. It's all quite legal, and it's all quite logical, everything I say. As in the novel titled The Journey to the East, where the pilgrims find themselves lost without the quiet Leo, the quiet king. A government that dismisses too many seasoned officials may soon find itself without the glue that held everything together. But a leader who is also paranoid, who sees his own agents as potential enemies, risks isolating himself within an administration, a misadministration, that is both ineffective and deeply unstable in a world without empathy. Elon Musk's ketamine regimen chronicles the death of empathy. Its decline is destroying humanity, and we should be concerned that Elon Musk sees it, empathy, as a problem. Empathy, the ability to truly feel and understand what someone else is going through, is at the heart of what makes us human. It's what connects us, helps us build relationships with other humans, animals, and nature, and allows society to function with kindness and fairness. But what happens when that empathy starts to fade? When people stop seeing each other as fellow human beings with emotions, struggles, and dreams, and instead view them as obstacles or tools to be abused. The consequences reach far beyond individual interactions. They shape the very fabric of our world. We are already witnessing the dangers of this decline in empathy in various aspects of society, whether in politics, economic policies, corporate greed, or the increasing desensitization to human suffering. The consequences are severe, affecting individuals, communities, and global stability. And when powerful figures like Elon Musk have the gall to declare that empathy is a weakness rather than a strength, it signals a highly disturbing shift in societal values. Let me try and explain or articulate the consequences of a society lacking empathy. Number one, rising social divisions and polarization. Empathy helps us step into someone else's shoes, making it easier to understand different perspectives and find common ground. Without it, society becomes divided. People stop seeing each other as individuals and instead see only labels like political party, race, religion, or social class. When that happens, conversations turn into battles. And instead of working together, we become stuck in constant conflict. The more we lose empathy, the harder it becomes to create a world where everyone has a fair shot at a better life. Number two, the exploitation, or should I say, the normalization of exploitation and injustice. Because when empathy fades, people become more accepting of systemic injustices, exploitative labor practices, wage gaps, and the mistreatment of the most vulnerable populations become just the way things are. Those in power, whether mega corporations or governments, capitalize on this indifference, prioritizing profits over people. The result? Worsening working conditions, increasing homelessness, mass disease, and a growing gap between the ultra-rich and the struggling masses, wallowing in misery and epidemics. 3. Desensitization to human suffering. A lack of empathy numbs society to the pain of others. It's why people scroll past tragic news stories without a second thought. It's why homelessness is ignored. It's why mental health crises are stigmatized, and why war and violence are accepted as inevitable rather than preventable. You see, when suffering becomes background noise, solutions never come. Number 4, the decline of meaningful human connections. Empathy is the foundation of relationships, romantic, platonic, familial, and professional. Without it, relationships become transactional rather than genuine. People begin to see others as replaceable, expendable, or even as competition rather than as loyal companions or allies. Loneliness and depression skyrocket in a world where people no longer feel seen, heard, or valued. Number 5, increased narcissism and the worship of self-interest. A lack of empathy fuels individualism in its most toxic form, narcissism. When society rewards those who prioritize self-interest above all else, it creates a culture where power, wealth, and success are valued over kindness and community. The rise of multi-billionaire technoverlords. You can copyright that term. Technoverlords and oligarchs and corporate monopolies at the expense of everyday workers is a direct consequence of this shift. This brings us, putting it all together, to Elon Musk's view on empathy as a problem in Western civilization. Elon Musk, a man revered by all too many as a genius entrepreneur, has been outright vocal recently about his disdain for empathy, going as far as to claim that Western civilization suffers because of empathy. While Musk said he believes in empathy and that you should care about other people, he also thinks it's destroying society. This statement is not just revealing about his personae. It's totally false and very alarming. Musk's belief that empathy is a weakness rather than a strength reflects a Weltanschauung, a worldview, where only the strongest survive, where success is measured in wealth and technological dominance rather than collective well-being. It also speaks volumes about his own personal trauma, narcissism, and detachment from the struggles of everyday people. Indeed, from the struggles of everyday life. Number 1, Musk's view reinforces a cutthroat, survival of the fittest mentality. His disdain for empathy aligns with the belief that people who struggle should fend for themselves rather than expecting societal or governmental support. This ideology is eerily reminiscent of social Darwinism, the idea that the weak should be left behind while the strong, meaning the wealthy, powerful individuals, dictate the future. Number 2, a multi-billionaire's perspective is that empathy is an inconvenience. For someone like Musk, whose wealth is built on relentless ambition, in fact, I would dare say that Elon Musk is a thimble full of talent in an ocean of ambition, the sweat of others, cutting costs, and automation that ultimately replaces human labor, empathy is an obstacle. It forces leaders to consider how their actions affect people's lives rather than just focusing on profits and innovation. By dismissing empathy, Musk and others like him justify mass layoffs, or at least rationalize them, along with rationalizing unethical business practices and the exploitation of workers under the guise of progress and reform. Number 3, Musk's own narcissism and emotional detachment. Many critics have pointed out Musk's erratic behavior, drug abuse, and all too obvious disregard for human emotion, whether in his abrupt mass firings at Twitter, now X, his treatment, or rather mistreatment, of employees, or his dismissive attitude toward the struggles of the working class altogether. His lack of empathy betrays a personality steeped in narcissism, an inability to see beyond his own self-interest, and a fundamental detachment from the very people who fuel his wealth and influence. So, what happens when society follows Musk's ideology? If Musk's belief that empathy is a weakness is widely embraced, the world will become an even harsher, more unforgiving place. In fact, some points to be made. Point: the social safety net would continue to crumble, leaving the vulnerable completely abandoned. Point: corporations will face fewer ethical obligations, accelerating worker exploitation. Point: mental health crises will worsen as emotional support systems disappear. Point: extreme wealth inequality will become permanent, leading to unrest and ultimately inevitable societal collapse. Simply put, a world without empathy is not a world that most people would ever want to live in. Let me, a vampire who preys upon your kind, tell you what to do. Because I'm here for your blood, and in that sense, as the source of that blood, I'm here for your boys, because being heterosexual, I'm not gonna have sex with my food. I want you to have a healthy society, because good blood comes from happy lads. Let me tell you how to restore and protect empathy in society. Because you dumb fucking humans don't know anything about it. Why does it take a vampire to tell you how horrifically you behave, how stupid you are, how violent you are, what pieces of shit you humans truly are? You don't deserve me to feed upon you. Now, despite all these alarming trends that I've just articulated, empathy is not lost. Here is how you can help reclaim it. Number 1, promote emotional intelligence in schools and workplaces. Empathy isn't a feeling that the Republican reactionaries and libertarians tell you that it is. It is a skill. Teaching emotional intelligence from a young age will help create a more compassionate future for us all. And tell that to any stinking red motherfucker who tells you that you're a snowflake, that you're feeling. It's the MAGA knots who feel the most of all. They're always feeling violent. They're always feeling offended. Everything they have is based on feeling and nothing based on intellect. Obvious. Well, rendered obvious by their policies. So understand, emotional intelligence is not a feeling. It is a skill, a professional skill on par with that of carpentry or nuclear engineering. Number 2, hold leaders accountable for their words and actions. Multi-billionaires and politicians who dismiss empathy should be challenged. In fact, they must be. Public figures shape societal values. And when they promote toxic ideologies, it's crucial to push back. Number 3, prioritize policies that reflect compassion. From healthcare to workers' rights, policies should be, must be designed with people in mind, not just profits. Societies that prioritize well-being thrive in the long run. Number 4, reconnect with community values. Empathy starts at a local level, strengthening communities through support systems, local initiatives, and grassroots activism will create a ripple effect. Number 5, resist the dehumanization of others. Whether in politics, social media, or daily interactions, recognizing and valuing others' humanity is a powerful act. In conclusion, the future of humanity depends on empathy. Empathy is not a weakness. It is the very glue that literally holds high-functioning societies together. And the moment we dismiss it, we open the door to a world ruled by greed, selfishness, and abject cruelty. Elon Musk's dismissal of empathy as a problem is not just misguided, it's dangerous. It reflects a growing detachment between the ultra-rich and the rest of society. A mindset that prioritizes, well, purports to prioritize power and efficiency over human connection. If we allow empathy to fade, the consequences will be irreversible. But if we actively nurture and protect it, we can ensure that the future remains one where humanity, not just technology or wealth, will thrive. Now, to understand Elon Musk's role in counter-empathic technovation, we have to ask, is he an engineer or does he just hire them? Elon Musk is behind some of the most ambitious techno projects. Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, and The Boring Company. No, I'm not making that up. It's like tunnel boring, B-O-R-N-G, but yeah, it's also really boring. There is, however, one question about Elon that people cannot seem to agree upon. Is Elon Musk an engineer? Or is he just the guy with big ideas and the money to make them happen? His official title at SpaceX includes Chief Engineer, which at first glance might seem like the end of the debate. But let's be real. If you own the company, you can give yourself whatever title you want. What people are really asking is whether Elon actually does the engineering work or if he just surrounds himself with other people who do it. To answer that, we need to look at both his background and how much hands-on involvement he really has. Now, I've gotten several questions about this, and I'll present the questions from email and answer them. Is Elon Musk an engineer, and does he have an engineering background? Short answer, not in any conventionally acceptable sense. Elon has degrees in physics and economics from the University of Pennsylvania, but he never got an engineering degree. That doesn't mean he's clueless, of course. He's always been a hardcore science fiction and applied tech fag. He purportedly taught himself programming as a kid and sold his first game at 12. Or rather, he paid his biographer to claim just such. Does being self-taught, well, being an autodidact is the term, does being an autodidactic or self-taught engineer count? After all, well, you got the geniuses in the old days of barnstorming like Tesla and Edison who didn't really have any degrees. They were just really brilliant people, actual geniuses who did the hands-on work, who built their shit with their own bare hands. Turns out, in the postmodern world, depends on whom you ask about whether an autodidactic engineer is a thing. In a Reddit thread discussing whether Elon qualifies as an engineer, one user put it bluntly. He's not sitting at a desk doing CAD or computer-assisted design models or running simulations. He asks the right questions and makes high-level decisions, but that's not the same as actually being an engineer. And that seems to be the general consensus across all the Reddit and Quora threads. He's knowledgeable, but he's not the one crunching the numbers or drafting blueprints. Instead, he heads up on the technical details, absorbs information from experts, and then pushes his engineers to do things they might not have thought possible because generally they really aren't. So, another question from email. Does Elon do any engineering? This is where things get interesting, and the debate gets a little heated. While Elon may not have any engineering degree, plenty of actual engineers said, he knows his stuff. According to people who have worked at SpaceX, per Reddit, he's not just a passive CEO, but we know that. In fact, he micromanages to his own deterrence. He gets directly involved in technical decisions, challenges design choices, usually like an idiot, and insists on understanding the details. One Redditor who claimed to be working with him at Tesla described it like this. He's not an engineer in the sense... I'm sorry, I'm choking on these words. This poor son of a bitch. Bear in mind, this guy is monitored by all his co-workers. He doesn't want to get fired. What the fuck is he going to say? Anyhow, what he says is, he's not an engineer in the sense that he's writing code or designing circuits, but he understands the underlying physics better than most people in the room. But of course, when all your electronic correspondence is monitored by your employer and reported by your co-workers, you're going to be sucking butt. But the mythification tracks with what we're fed about how Elon operates. He's promoted as a man obsessed with first principles thinking, a problem-solving method that breaks everything down to its most basic truths. This is presumably how he approached SpaceX's early struggles with rocket costs. Instead of accepting that rockets are expensive, he asked, what are the raw materials that make up a rocket, and how much do they actually cost? That kind of thinking led to SpaceX building reusable rockets, slashing launch costs, and shaking up the entire aerospace industry. But the bottom line is that engineers don't consider Elon to be one of them. Of course, nobody who is actually educated is convinced. There's a big difference between understanding engineering concepts and actually being an engineer. In many fields, the title engineer isn't just something that you can ever claim. It's something you have to earn. Civil engineers, for example, need degrees and licenses to legally call themselves engineers. Otherwise, you are breaking the law because you're endangering lives. That's why so many people take issue with Elon calling himself one. As one Reddit user in an engineering thread put it, I've spent years getting my engineering degree and passing certification exams. Meanwhile, this guy just reads some books and calls himself an engineer? Others understood where this individual was coming from. If engineering is a profession with very strict qualifications, then Elon most certainly does not fit the mold. On the other hand, if engineering is reconsidered to be all about intuitively solving complex problems using science and technology, then romantically he does. Oh, great, I've got a new email. This email's great. So, is he an engineer or not? Honestly, it depends on how you define the word. If you think being an engineer requires a formal degree, a license, and hands-on design work, like the rest of the fucking world that lives in reality does, because you don't want idiots just claiming they can design a bridge or a building and risking literally thousands of lives, then no, Elon is most certainly not an engineer. He's a technical leader who understands engineering, but he's not sitting at a desk writing any equations because he's too fucking dumb. He literally cannot. But if you believe, as in a faith, that engineering is more about capriciously applying scientific knowledge to solve real-world problems for self-aggrandizement, then yes, Elon is a romance engineer. Maybe the best way to describe him is this. He's not the guy building the rocket, but he's the one making sure it gets built. At the very most, Elon Musk is just an intuit engineer of ideas and theories with another dumbass take. This time on avian flu. I've honestly lost count of how many outrageous, misleading, and outright dumb fuck stupid things Elon Musk has tweeted this year. His own AI considers him one of the biggest sources of disinformation on Earth. This time, the multi-billionaire chain czar has set his eyes on chicken. Musk claimed the Biden administration ordered, his words, an insane slaughter of 150 million egg-laying chickens. But here's the thing. Not only does that have nothing to do with Biden, it's what the vast majority of scientists recommend in this context. Culling chicken is a grim approach, but it's considered essential to halt the rapid spread of avian flu. The H5N1, hemagglutinin 5 neuromodase 1 bird flu, has a mortality rate close to 100% in chicken. They're all going to die if you don't kill the ones that have it. When the virus shows up on a farm, it's a death sentence, a mass death sentence, and all animals are euthanized to reduce their suffering and limit the risk of spread to other animals and humans. The virus is already endemic in cows and has jumped to cats and therefrom to human beings. And it kills. So on X, Dr. Francois Balloux, whom Elon Musk slurred as ball out, is the director of the University College London Genetics Institute. And he explained in context, where I quote therefrom, "Whenever I see a tweet by Musk on any topic I know something about, he's totally, utterly wrong. Elon Musk has become the ultimate outrage disinformation machine. Culling all the chicken in a farm where H5N1 is circulating is the correct response, epidemiologically, ethically, and morally, and it is standard procedure globally. Over 10 billion chickens are being killed each year in the United States, generally far less humanely than the 150 million that got euthanized because of H5N2 exposure." Granted, the virus isn't just passed on by chicken, it's also passed on by wild birds. But the goal for now isn't to wipe out the virus, it's just to limit the damage and reduce the risk of the disease spreading to other flocks and therefrom into humans. Because, let's face it, you generally are never going to interact with wild birds. Unless you're a fucking hunter or some weirdo or naturalist or something. Or scientist or something like that. But otherwise, no, the rest of us don't interact with wild birds, so we're never going to catch avian flu from wild birds. We're going to catch it, or the only way we're going to catch it, is from chickens. So, another email. So what is Musk's alternative? That's a good question. Rather unsurprisingly, Musk has not offered any alternative. Maybe Kevin Hassett, Trump's top economic advisor. Yeah, Kevin Hassett is Trump's top economic advisor. I don't even want to go into that fucker's background. Maybe he has a plan. A couple of weeks ago, he also criticized Biden's approach by saying, Biden plan was to just, kill chickens. And they spent billions of dollars just randomly killing chickens within a perimeter where they found a sick chicken. My oh my. I mean, nothing gets by this guy. So, Elon Musk, the modern day, the postmodern day, Lex Luthor without the brains and minus the bald head, while sporting a new Scooby-style do no less, festers just as much ambition, influence, and controversy. While he's not yet consummated his twisted dream of world domination, he retains totalitarian control of Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, The Boring Company, X, formerly Twitter, and holds a major stake in AI development. All while casually stripping people of their jobs as the self-proclaimed head of Dodgy. With that much power packed into one eccentric multi-billionaire, you'd think he'd prioritize keeping his mind razor sharp, not running a beta test on his own brain. Instead, medical reports have surfaced proving that Musk is regularly abusing ketamine, a dissociative anesthetic known for its hallucinogenic effects, cognitive impairment risks, and, in some cases, out-of-body experiences, which, let's be honest, might explain some of his tweets calling people certain names that fifth graders use. So, should we be concerned that the man launching rockets, controlling AI projects, and taking stock prices in real time is a self-medicating with a mind-altering drug, no less? Even SNL, Saturday Night Live, could hardly resist. Picture Mike Myers, the Halloween dude, donning a chainsaw, attempting a Musk impression, and suddenly glitching out mid-sentence, eyes swirling around his head as the camera awkwardly zooms in. What did he say? He said, Mars, synaptic pathways, dodgy is the future, before freezing completely, requiring a Neuralink intern to smack him on the back like an old TV set. But this isn't just late night comedy material. It's a legitimate concern. Let's break down what we know, what the risks are, and whether Musk's ketamine abuse will impact national security. For that, you've got to know what ketamine is. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic that was first developed in the 1960s. Yes, that great decade into which I myself was delivered into this world, for surgical anesthesia. It is widely used in human and veterinary medicine and has gained attention in recent years for its potential in treating depression, PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, and chronic pain. So, believe me, I'd like to check into it. However, it also has hallucinogenic and dissociative effects, which have made it popular as a recreational drug. So let's look at the medical uses of ketamine. Surgical anesthetic. Ketamine is commonly used in hospitals and emergency settings because it provides fast-acting pain relief and sedation while maintaining breathing and heart function, unlike opioids, which can suppress respiration. It's used as treatment for depression and PTSD. In recent years, low-dose ketamine, especially the nasal spray form, which is known as S-ketamine, has been used in clinical settings for patients with severe treatment-resistant depression and PTSD. Usually these people are already in a rubber room or a straitjacket. They're institutionalized. It works by stimulating glutamate receptors in the brain, which can create new neural connections and rapidly improve mood, sometimes within hours. It's used for pain management, which would be my primary interest. Ketamine is also used for chronic pain conditions and in emergency settings for burn victims or trauma patients, as it provides pain relief without suppressing vital functions. Now, ketamine is a horse tranquilizer. Many people refer to ketamine as a horse tranquilizer because it is also used in veterinary medicine. However, this nickname is misleading because ketamine is used in both human and animal medicine. Vets, or veterinarians, use ketamine to sedate large animals like horses, dogs, and cats, preceding medical procedures. While the drug is potent enough to sedate a horse, it is also an FDA, or Food and Drug Administration, approved for human use, just in controlled doses. The problem comes when people misuse high doses recreationally, leading to dissociation, hallucinations, and serious cognitive impairment. This brings us to the risks of ketamine use or abuse. Short-term risks being confusion, dizziness, and impaired coordination, hallucinations, and dissociation. I should point these out. Point, confusion, dizziness, and impaired coordination. Point, hallucinations and dissociation. Point, increased heart rate and blood pressure. Point, nausea and vomiting. Point, slurred speech and cognitive fog. In terms of long-term risks, cognitive impairment. Point, cognitive impairment, memory loss, difficulty concentrating. Point, bladder damage. Chronic ketamine use or abuse can cause severe urinary problems, including ketamine bladder syndrome, which can lead to incontinence. So we're going to see, or he already is, Elon Musk is a diaper baby. He's a full-blown adult diaper fag. Point, addiction. Users can develop psychological dependence, leading to frequent and escalating use, or rather abuse at that point. Point, mental health effects. While ketamine can help with depression in controlled doses, recreational abuse will worsen mental health issues. Matthew Perry's tragic end. Here, let me give you a link. And I'll enter this into first our live stream and follow up with entering it. Well, our call ended, for God's sake, so that takes care of that. Aristides' phone died, or he rolled over and butt bumped it and hung up. Now, Matthew Perry's tragic end, right there, before your eyes. You can access that file. Ketamine played a deadly role in that actor's overdose. The late actor Matthew Perry, best known for his role as Chandler Bing on the sitcom, the situation comedy titled Friends, which went on forever, tragically passed away on October 28th of 2023 at the age of 54. The Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner determined that his death resulted from the acute effects of ketamine, an anesthetic that has hallucinogenic properties. Contributing factors also included buprenorphine, drowning, and coronary heart disease, or rather coronary artery disease. Perry had been undergoing ketamine-assisted psychotherapy sessions to treat anxiety, with his last known session occurring the week prior to his death. However, the medical examiner's report indicated that the ketamine levels found in his system at the time of death could not have resulted from these therapeutic sessions, suggesting other sources, meaning the dumb motherfucker was abusing ketamine for kicks. There's treatment, which you get under moderation, meaning you're actually moderated by a professional, and then you go home and just dose this shit, you're an idiot. At that point, you're just a loser. But this tragic event underscores the potential dangers associated with ketamine misuse, especially outside of controlled medical settings. And this brings us to Musk's ketamine abuse, what we know so far. Musk apologists insist that Elon microdoses ketamine to manage depression and occasionally takes higher doses at social gatherings. Musk himself has effectively confirmed these reports, and his own past public statements testify that he promotes the abuse of psychedelics and ketamine for mental health treatment. The big problem, however, is how much and how often he's abusing it, and how it's affecting his ability to make critical decisions. Consider his security clearance and SpaceX. Musk's ketamine abuse is definitively a fucking problem. As CEO of SpaceX, Musk holds a crypto top secret security clearance, which grants him access to highly classified military and aerospace projects. However, ketamine abuse should complicate or actually jeopardize this clearance, as prescription pharmaceutical use, let alone substance abuse, is a major red flag in national security screenings. So here's where it gets interesting. SpaceX's legal team has reportedly warned Musk. Reports indicative that SpaceX attorneys have actively discouraged Musk from seeking higher levels of security clearance that would ultimately reach cosmic top secret, fearing that his public drug abuse, including past marijuana incidents that would have led to, well, a lifetime in jail for 3 strikes you're out if he wasn't Elon Musk, could trigger a formal investigation. Now, the government has revoked clearances for far, far less. The United States government has strict drug policies for individuals in sensitive positions. In the past, employees at NASA, the Department of Defense, and even private aerospace contractors have lost clearances over much, much less than what Musk has openly bragged about. In any sane, situational context, this should cancel all SpaceX's future contracts. SpaceX has been awarded billions of your tax dollars in federal government contracts, including projects critical to United States defense and space exploration. If concerns over Musk's fitness for leadership become a liability, it could and should affect SpaceX's ability to secure any future military and NASA partnerships. So while Musk's fanboys may brush off his ketamine abuse as no big deal, the United States government might not be so forgiving. Or will they? Americans should be concerned. Theoretically, if Musk is abusing, well, rather, let's say he is using ketamine responsibly, under full medical supervision, then he's no different than any other multi-billionaire seeking alternative treatments for stress and depression. Though I always wonder why they're fucking stressed and depressed when they're fucking multi-billionaires, you've got nothing sane to be stressed or depressed about. But let's be real. Point. This is the same guy who tweets impulsively and wipes billions off the stock market with a single fucking meme. Point. He smoked weed on a Joe Rogan podcast, sending Tesla's stock into a tailspin and triggering an SEC, a Securities and Exchange Commission, investigation. Point. He named one of his kids XAE, as in the combinative letter of A and E, XAE A12. The name Kyle, occulted. X is the Greek letter chi, CHI, which has a K sound in the ancient Hellenic, meaning it's actually correctly pronounced Chi in the ancient Greek. The double AE, meaning the combinative letter of A and E, makes an I sound, as in AI, I, and refers, well, that should be self-explanatory. And A12 refers to L, or the 12th letter of the alphabet. So he's really calling his son Kyle, which I'm sure they use privately, but publicly, this poor little fucker is, well, tainted with an occult name, a spell name, a grimoire name, to summon demons, or rather, in this case, the kings of Edom. Point. Elon Musk has just welcomed his 14th child. How can any parent think that's a good idea? Should you be an attractive female sitting next to Elon Musk at dinner, he may, if you are very lucky, offer you one of his most precious assets, his sperm. Maybe it's one of his jokes. Or maybe those rumors are not true, just like most of the stuff he ejaculates onto his own platform. Not true. Still, like the unelected monarch he is, he does like to boast about how many children he has fathered. 14 so far that we know of. I don't know whether to discount the one he has disowned for being trans and infected by the woke mind virus. Anyway, he has lots. And I'm sure he has lots more than he even acknowledges. He believes everyone should. Boris Johnson was another sperminator. The numbers were not just not his forte. Boris Johnson never learned to count, so once it got past 10 fingers, he was lost. Well, he also took off his shoes to count his toes, and I think it went beyond 20, and after that he just stopped counting. So one might think Musk's obsession with procreation has to do with insatiable lust, but most of his kids were conceived through IVF. I'm sorry. It's not intravenous. It's in vitro fertilization. He welcomed his 14th child with Siobhan Zilis. This is their 4th child together. I think calling this woman his partner may be a stretch, however. Zilis took to her X account to announce the birth of Selden Lycurgus. I didn't make that up. Selden Lycurgus, Lycurgus. However, she did not reveal when the baby was born. So, Musk also has half a dozen other children with his ex-wife, Justine Wilson. 5! Meaning all but one of which were conceived via in vitro, IVF, in vitro fertilization. Their first child, a boy named Nevada, died of sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome at but 10 weeks of age. Just 10 weeks old. Then he had another 3 with the musicianess Grimes. MAGA influencer, Ashley St. Clair, has recently petitioned in court to establish Elon Musk as the father of her baby boy. He also often abuses surrogates. All of this, of course, is readily available to the second richest man in the world after Putin. I have known several couples whose failure to conceive was because of the guy's inability to produce sperm with enough motility, though the woman often received the brunt of the blame. In a sense, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, embodied this. He was married at least 5 times, maybe 6. Well, his 6th one was my mother, so 5 times before my mother. And, well, often alcohol, smoking dope, or antidepressants means the sperm are just too stoned or can't really be bothered to get to the egg. With Musk's history of depression and self-confessed drug abuse, one has to wonder. Still, this pronatalist has the technology to prove his virility, if such a thing even fucking matters. After watching him rampage around with a chainsaw like a 7-year-old on a sugar rush, I see it clearly does. The whole issue for the pronatalist movement is the belief that women are not having enough babies to replace the existing population, leaving us with an aging demographic with no one to look after them. Whisper it, because no one wants to hear it. But that is why we need immigration, because these people often act as carers, care providers. Oh, and a new question from email. How were you born if your dad's sperm was too drunk or to make it to egg? I explained that at great length. My mother used the sperm of Adolf Hitler, which she had gathered under the emperor's orders before there was even a Second World War. Or rather, World War II started in 1933 with the Jewish declaration of war on Germany, so it was during wartime, which was why Hitler had declared a state of emergency, and went from being merely Kanzler to, well, Führer, the leader. And, well, Emperor Hirohito wanted my mother to collect some of his sperm for cloning purposes, and she had enough test tubes of it from more than one encounter where she kept a test tube or 2 for herself, and was really easy for her to get it because she was young and attractive, and Hitler was, well, open to the experience of an exotic massage, if you will. And as a result, I was ultimately born, maybe some 30 years later, 40 years later, and we can calculate pretty much clearly the time it took, but it was less than half a century later that the sperm was, of course, refrigerated and in such a state, quite stable, and ultimately she applied it to herself internally, usually, with a dropper. And this was in combination with sex encounters, or rather sexual activity with my legal father, so that he thought that the children were his. Actually, he didn't think my sister was. She came out looking quite different, very dark and swarthy and hairy. He thought she was looked like a little Filipino to him. So he thought she was the birth of a different sexual encounter with someone else. And she was born out of wedlock. And that almost ended their relationship. But then I was born and I looked exactly like him. In other words, I was born with faintly blonde hair and, of course, the purple eyes. Alexandria's Genesis. And as a result, my father took to me, and, that was after their marriage, of course. So the end result was he knew it was him because he had Alexandria's Genesis, or purple eyes. So who else could it be but his being the father? And as a result, well, they stayed married forever after that. But I was not really his child, or very likely not, for all the reasons I've articulated. Not only his drinking issues until he stopped drinking, which was well after I was born, but also because of his exposure to radiation, multiple exposures to radiation, hard radiation at Inuitak, Bikini Atoll, and various thermonuclear test sites, hydrogen bomb test sites, not just nuclear, but thermonuclear, all over the Pacific. So when it comes to backtrack onto Elon Musk, where I've just said we need immigration because, you know, you're all not reproducing fast enough, the part that's also missing is that combining motherhood and a career does not figure in today's world. Journey to Japan. Not one 30-something woman you will meet there will show any interest in ever getting married or having kids. Their 20-something siblings don't even bother dating. This situation is the same in South Korea. It is global, and it is not going to be solved by multi-billionaires impregnating as many women as possible. Watching Musk drag around his 4-year-old son, Little X, Musk even personally made certain to take him to Auschwitz for juvenile Jew-doctrination, one wonders exactly what he thinks childcare is anyway. What 4-year-old wants to go to late-night banquets at Mar-a-Lago where there are no other children? Why does Grimes have to plead in public for Musk to respond to matters affecting their kids? It's all beyond gruesome. And if Musk has no real idea how to be an actual father, then we can look at his own childhood for clues as to why. It was a time when he was bullied, when his father, Errol, always took the side of those who bullied him and repeatedly told him he was a moron. His father then had 2 children with his own stepdaughter. In Walter Isaacson's biography of Musk, a friend said that Elon's hands shook whenever he saw his father. So, whether we want to diagnose Musk with PTSD or Asperger's, we can all agree that he had no good role model. But I would love to take him to parts of the African continent where I served as a mercenary. He is Suid-Afrikaner, South African after all, where women, through lack of choice, are having dozens of kids. I went to Uganda to help a charity with contraception. In Uganda, most 19-year-olds had at least 2 children. I met women in their 30s with 13 kids, often looking after their sisters' ones as well because the sister had died in childbirth. I mean, it's a roulette game. It's Russian roulette. The more kids you have, the more certain it becomes you will ultimately die in childbirth. I once ran a security escort for Corps women who were there to offer contraceptive implants, and women from the villages walked 50 miles to get them, even though the nurses I guarded all too often were met by men with machetes. And if I had not been there to intercede, they would have been hacked to death. They would have been dismembered alive. So the issue here is that the wrong kind of people are having kids. Poor people. What Musk ultimately wants is humans to do the labor that bots, however sophisticated, will not be able to do. He sees the underpopulation crises as a civilizational collapse. Doubtless, he will have more kids with daft-ass names. I myself suggest Protentio for the next one, short for Protentio Patrum Meorum Ego Sum. That's Latin. For the extension of my father's I am. The one word that none of these pronatalists ever use, I note, in names for their children or anything else, their rationalizations for violence and terrorism and suppression of women. I have never encountered the term love in any of it. We have children, even when in difficult circumstances, out of love. This is not a word our new sperminating overlords like much, is it? It's rather too human for them. And being human is, of course, exactly what they are so desperately trying to get away from. So the fact that Musk's pathological lack of judgment is even further altered by ketamine isn't exactly comforting. The fact that the man who effectively controls SpaceX, Tesla, all American AI development, and even our satellite communications via Starlink, is routinely abusing a dissociative drug. The question isn't, should we be worried? But rather, why aren't we talking about this at all? In final thoughts, we're talking about a multi-billionaire in a K-hole. Elon Musk's misinfluence and power are undeniable. But with that much power comes a level of responsibility that demands clear thinking, sound judgment, and stability. Since Musk's ketamine abuse is all too obviously affecting his decision-making, leadership, and it should be impacting his security clearance, then it's not just his problem. It's a problem for everyone relying on his vision, businesses, and contracts. After all, when the guy launching rockets and controlling satellite networks is also known for tripping and glitching on ketamine, maybe, just maybe, we should be asking who's really in control of the fucking future. Because the dodgy takeover is worse than you know. What's happening to the United States government right now is bad. What comes next is worse. If you've all felt overwhelmed by all the dodgy news, you're not alone. You'd need too much corkboard and yarn to keep track of which agencies it has occupied by now, much less what it's doing there. Here's a simple rubric, however, to help contextualize the dodgy updates you do have time and energy to process. It's worse than you know. Dodgy is hard to keep track of. This is by design. The only information about the group outside of its own mistake-ridden ledger of savings cometh from media reports. So much for being maximally transparent, as Elon Musk has promised. The blurriness is also partly a function of the speed and breadth with which Dodgy has operated. Keeping track of the destruction is like counting individual bricks scattered around a demolition site. You may be aware, for instance, that a 19-year-old who goes by Big Balls online plays some role in all of this. Seems bad. But you may have missed that Edward Korestein has since been installed at the nation's top cybersecurity agency, and the State Department and the Small Business Administration as well. And he has a Department of Homeland Security email address, and, by the way, also had a recent side gig selling AI Discord bots to the motherfucking Russians. See? Worse than you think. Even if that feels like old news by now, remember that it's actually still happening. Every day, a fresh incursion by Big Balls and his cohort of 20-something technologists. In fairness, they're not all young. Some of them are old enough to present conflicts of interest, so flagrant that they literally lack postmodern precedent. Similarly, you've likely heard that the United States Agency for International Development has been gutted and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has been put on ice. All true, all bad. But here's what that means in practice. Fewer people globally have access to vaccines than they did a month ago. More babies are being born with HIV/AIDS. From here on out, anyone who gets ripped off by payday loan companies or, say, social media platforms moonlighting as payment services has lost their most capable defender. Keep going. The thousands of so-called probationary employees Dodgy has fired, including a significant number of experienced workers who had just been promoted or transferred. National Science Foundation staffing cuts and proposed National Institutes of Health grant limits will combine to kneecap all scientific research in these United States for a generation. Terminations at the United States Department of Agriculture have sent programs designed to help farmers into disarray. On Wednesday of, the week before last by now, the Food and Drug Administration canceled a meeting that would have given guidance on this year's flu vaccine composition. It has not been rescheduled, to my knowledge, so we may not have a flu vaccine this year, which means we're going, how do they call it? Just bare, buck-ass naked before the viruses. This time, there's a term for the countries that didn't take viruses seriously. Term for countries. What is that? Countries that did not vaccinate. Okay. Vaccine hesitance. Well, this would be vaccine absent. We're fucked. We're just plain fucking fucked. And, well, let me continue. If you don't care, let me present it more bluntly. Don't care about science or vaccines? The Social Security Administration is going to cut its staff in half. The Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD or HUD, is going to be cut by as much as 84%. Hundreds of workers who keep our power grid humming in the Pacific Northwest were fired before a scramble to rehire a few of them. The National Park Service, the Internal Revenue Service, all hit hard. So don't make any long-term bets on getting your checks on time, keeping your lights on, buying a home for the first time, or enjoying Yosemite ever again. Don't assume all the things that work now will still work tomorrow. Speaking of which, let's not forget that Daji has fired people working to prevent bird flu and to safeguard the United States nuclear arsenal. The problem with throwing a chainsaw around is that you don't make clean cuts. The agencies in question have all tried to hire those workers back. Fine. But even if they're able to, the long-term question that has never been answered yet is, who would stay? Who would work under a regime so cocksure and incompetent that it would mistakenly fire the only handful of people who actually know how to take care of the fucking nukes? And when they tried to rehire them, they found out they had none of their personal contact information. So nobody's been rehired, and the nukes are now abandoned. Anybody could theoretically walk in and set them off, or run off with them. It would take a trailer truck or long hauler and other means to be sure, but it can be done. And then take them to other sites to be triggered. We are now. Well, you're going to start seeing cities blow up. With mushroom clouds, no less. And according to the recent report from the Bulwark, that brain drain of everyone, no longer wanting to work for our government has already begun. It's already underway. Those people who are fired are never coming back. And this is all before the real reductions in force begin. Mass purges of civil servants that will soon be conducted. It seems with an assist from dodgy modified automated software. The United States government is about to lose decades of institutional knowledge across who knows how many agencies, including specialists that aren't readily replaced by loyalists. Elon Musk has, at least, acknowledged that Daji will make mistakes, and promised fast fixes. He even called one out specifically on Wednesday of the week before last, the cancellation of a USAID program designed to prevent the spread of Ebola. During an appearance at Trump's first cabinet meeting, he said, "We restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption." This, of course, is not the case at all, as the Washington Post first reported. Not only has Ebola prevention not been restored, it was and remains severely diminished. But the Trump misadministration also said midweek, the week before last, that it would terminate nearly 10,000 contracts and grants from USAID and the State Department. Many of those contracts represent an attempt to lessen some form of suffering in some part of our world. It's too many individual stories to tell, too many tragedies unfolding, too far away. It's worse than you think, in the same way that your brain breaks a little when you try to picture how deep the ocean is. It's worse than you think, because by the time the courts catch up, the damage will already have been done. It's worse than you think, because the people running the government seem to have no higher mission than to watch it burn. Federal agencies could absolutely be more efficient, But we're long past the point where efficiency is a plausible goal. Dodgy's cuts have no apparent regard for civil society or opportunity costs or long-term strategic thinking at all. Their targets are Elon Musk's own and Project 2025's targets. They have found no fraud, just democracy at work. They're obviously eager to see what happens when it no longer does. It's worse than you think, because so far all Dodgy has done is drop a boulder into the middle of a pond. If you think this is bad, just wait for the collateral wave effects. Elon Musk's $1 spending limit is already paralyzing federal agencies. The Dodgy mandated credit card freeze is delaying shipments of critical supplies, stalling travel, and stopping employees from doing their jobs at all. Last month, the Trump misadministration placed a $1 spending limit on most government-issued credit cards that federal employees use to cover travel and work expenses. The impacts are already widely felt. At the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, scientists aren't able to order equipment used to repair ships and radars. At the Food and Drug Administration, laboratories are experiencing delays in ordering basic supplies. At the National Park Service, employees are canceling trips to oversee crucial maintenance work. And at the Department of Agriculture and the Federal Aviation Administration, employees worry that mission-critical projects will be stalled. In many cases, employees are already unable to carry out even the most basic functions of their job. To quote a USDA, United States Department of Agriculture official who was granted anonymity because they aren't authorized to speak to the mass media about the looming crises, the longer this disruption lasts, the more the system will break. The NIH, the National Institutes of Health, is made up of 27 institutes and centers, and its Bethesda, Maryland campus is spread across more than 75 buildings. Young mice and rats that are 6 to 8 weeks old are typically used for drug and vaccine studies, but some of the animals in their lab have now aged out of that window and will have to be euthanized without ever having served their purpose. A researcher at the National Institutes of Health who tests new vaccines and treatments in rodents who requested anonymity as they aren't authorized to speak publicly about the agency says he has had to put experiments on hold. His lab is not able to get certain necessary materials such as antibodies which are needed to assess immunoresponse. They say NIH workers have been using internal listservs. These listservs to ask for reagents and lab equipment from other buildings or institutions to try to compensate for shortages, but they're not always able to track down what they need. To quote us they, "We have animals here that are aging that will pretty soon be too old to work with. Sometimes you need something that's really niche, and you're just not going to find it from someone else on campus." The change cometh as Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency continues to hunt for alleged examples of waste across our federal government. Late last month, Dodgy announced that it was working to simplify our government's largest credit card program, which issues GSA, or Government Services Agency, smart pay, travel, and purchase cards for Federal employees. GSA is also, what is it, the Government Services Administration, I believe. It's like, I used to work with them tangentially. As I said, they're headquartered in San Bruno, California. General Services Administration. It's been so long since I've used these acronyms. And I'm, forced to actually look them up after all these years because, welcome to age. I've taken a lot of drugs intentionally to get to this point. So believe me, in a sense, it was worth it. There's a lot of painful memories that I have erased consciously, quite intentionally. But unfortunately, you also pay the price when you're dealing with recollection of things like this shit, because it makes me think of other painful things. So basically, late last month, Dodgy announced that it was working to simplify our government's largest credit card program, which issues GSA, or General Services Administration, smart pay travel and purchase cards for federal employees. Now, the Wednesday of the week before last, that agency claimed 24,000 cards had been deactivated. That credit card program allows federal workers to bypass the typical procurement process required to buy goods and services. A 2002 report from the Department of Commerce said that by avoiding the formal procurement process, GSA estimates the annual savings to be $1.2 billion. It also enables federal employees to avoid paying sales tax on expenses that the government is exempt from. At the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, labs that analyze samples to ensure that food, drugs, medical devices, and cosmetics are safe and meet regulatory standards are already facing shortages. Recently placing an order for pipette tips, an essential laboratory supply, but finding out that that order was put on hold, an employee at the FDA who requested anonymity because they aren't authorized to speak with the media, told Wired magazine, and here I read therefrom, "Now we are running out, asking colleagues at other offices to share what they might not be using. While we are always acutely aware of when Congress's funding is going to run out, we are able to order supplies to keep things going in the lab. This abrupt ending felt like the rug was being pulled out from under us." In addition, workers say FDA labs now have to go through a lengthy process to order liquid nitrogen, which is used to keep ultra cold freezers running, the kind of cold that can only exist in a laboratory. These freezers preserve samples of cells and other biological material that reflect years, well, actually decades, in many cases, of research. Delays in getting liquid nitrogen tanks will destroy that material. Previously, new tanks could actually be acquired the same day as putting in a request. Now, it takes a week or so to receive a tank after initiating a request. An employee at the the Environmental Protection Agency, who requested anonymity, has gone on record to say that her facility is not able to place regular orders of liquid nitrogen at the moment. These samples are used as part of research on detection and remediation methods for chemicals such as PFAS, which are found in many products and break down very slowly over time. To quote a she, "We have dozens of these freezers full of important environmental samples that are imminently at risk of being lost because we can no longer get our regular shipments of liquid nitrogen. Scientists are being forced to jerry-rig the connection points on these freezers to accept pressures of liquid nitrogen they were not designed to handle. Divisions are resorting to bartering with each other to obtain needed items." Resorting to bartering with each other to obtain needed items. Now, the FDA and the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, have not responded to my request for comment. The credit card freeze also means that federal researchers who were working on scientific manuscripts cannot pay journal fees, meaning they cannot submit their work to certain journals for publication. So there is no longer So here we are again. Here's SCCC hitting me with what I've already explained, but I will read it for educational purposes. Douglas, remember how you used to always talk about the laziness of government workers who came into work and never did anything but drink and play video games? It's hard to fault Trump and Musk when they are trying to put a stop to that. Douglas, if you could, can you comment on if you believe that not everyone gets targeted falls under the same umbrella as others that get targeted? I understand and appreciate why it gets done, but it was not meant to be used this way. Too many innocent people get tossed in the mix with the guilty. There are no checks and balances. And as you know, intelligence is only as good as the source it flows from, and you and I both know the types of people that get used for it. 90% of them anyways. My apologies, Douglas, I just got to the chat. No worries, and thank you to T-Tank Barry. He says, support Douglas Dietrich. Oh, I noticed SCCC said good morning, Douglas, earlier. So, welcome aboard, honey. At any rate, as I've explained before, yes, for years, I exposed the fact that the fact that anything is functioning at all is nothing short of a miracle. That every day you look out your window and you don't see mass cannibalism, mass rape, and mass extermination in the streets of people just killing each other anarchically is a miracle that you should thank God on your knees for, because the government is not governing. There's nobody at the government effectively doing anything. And I stand by that. The overwhelming majority of people get paid a whole lot of money to do a whole lot of nothing. Worse than nothing, they're sitting, you put it very innocently and wholesomely, many of them are sitting down jacking off to porn all fucking day. Much of it child porn. All of this was uncovered by the Pentagon, and people can look this up themselves, after which nothing was ever done about it. Sure, all that's true. But as I said, when you've got a situation like in the old historic days, where a real true story, a knight wanted to go on a crusade, he had gotten older, and he no longer fit into his custom-made armor, and there was no time to forge another suit of armor, took his sword and cut his own belly off, and died in agony, and, of course, never survived to make that crusade. That perhaps was his own form of seppuku, as the Japanese would call it, or ritual suicide, self-immolation, in the most painful possible manner to atone for his inability to crusade in the name of God. Now, when it comes to Uncle Sam, you take a look at a morbidly obese man. Pretend Uncle Sam is fat, morbidly so. This is a problem. Just like with that knight, if they had been in a different time and place, they could surgically have been cured. A surgeon could fairly easily, the right kind of surgeon, taken out their fat, even secured a band around their stomach inside their body so that the stomach could only expand so far, so they could only eat so much because there was only so much their stomach could retain, and that alone would appease their appetite or basically prevent them from overeating. And as such, well, in other words, yes, you can save a morbidly obese individual by taking such measures surgically with a scalpel. I am the person who is fit to use these scalpels to rehabilitate a government, because I worked at all levels of government, at the county, state, and federal levels. So I know government inside and out. Nobody else can make that claim. I mean, literally nobody. There's nobody who's worked in government in as many different levels as I have. Not only that, but work with the government as a private contractor as well. So I know all the angles. And what I can tell you is I can rehabilitate government surgically. Elon Musk is confronted with Uncle Sam weighing 700 pounds and about to die, collapsing under his own weight. And he takes a chainsaw and begins cutting off Uncle Sam's blubber like he's a whale. And Uncle Sam dies screaming in agony. Doesn't just die, but dies horribly. That's what's going on with our government right now. This is why I say what I say, and advise, of course, that Elon Musk needs to fucking die. Literally die. He needs to be killed. This is an individual who is killing you. He's killing your government, which will ultimately kill you. He is your enemy. He is your nemesis. He is a mortal enemy because he is killing you by killing the government which keeps you alive. As poorly as it did, as malfunctional as it was, as non-functional as it was, it's better than nothing. So he's leaving you with nothing. And if you want to live, the only way we can is to kill Elon Musk. So, again, back to the task at hand. There was an employee at a federal forensic lab has told the Fourth Estate that spending limits mean the lab is no longer able to pay to ship evidence back to agents, effectively halting its ability to do casework. Before a case goes to trial, defendants have the right to access and review evidence that the prosecution intends to use against them, which includes access to the evidence in their case. Defendants are able to send that evidence to an outside lab for analysis if they choose. Same forensics lab worker who asked to remain anonymous has been quoted as saying, "Cases cannot progress until we return the evidence. I basically cannot do my job right now." NIH employees were told that travel cards, that's National Institute of Health employees, were told that their travel cards could not be used at all for 30 days, forcing scientists to cancel plans to attend a major infectious disease conference for this week. USDA employees at the Pest Identification Technology Laboratory have stockpiled reagents used for molecular tests in advance of the spending limits, according to the USDA official. FAA, Federal Aviation employees, who travel to work on and test aviation systems, worry the credit card freeze will prevent them from completing their projects. One employee attesting that, "We are allowed to use our personal cards in emergencies, but none of us trust them to pay us back now." The impacts have hit the NPS, the National Park Service, as well. To quote as one employee who was poised to go on a trip to oversee road maintenance at a national monument when the change went into effect on February 20th, "Unless I want to pay for it myself, I can't go. I can't pay for my hotel, my rental car, fuel for the car. Now I can't carry out the mission. Today, instead of focusing on other work, I'm focused on 3 different contingencies on how to handle this. Do I go? Do I call my engineering team and tell them to reschedule? And if so, when? The project is on an indefinite hold." A memo written to staff at the National Park Service specified that all travel that is not related to national security, public safety, or immigration enforcement should be canceled if it begins on Wednesday, February 26th through the end of March 2025. A long-term decision on the travel policy, it said, will come at a later date. Some NPS, or National Public Service staffers, were able to travel in February despite not getting official clearance. They have now been told no travel will be allowed in March. To date, according to a source familiar with the situation, roughly 75 trips have been canceled or rescheduled. The National Park Service has not responded to my request for comment. Some government employees say they were given a warning prior to the change being announced on February 20th. Another current employee at the National Park Service attesting that, in their words, We went out and bought cases and cases of toilet paper the night before. There's a general acknowledgement that things are going to break. That employee works in the Pacific West region, which manages federal land in California, Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Nevada, as well as parks in Arizona, Montana, Guam, and American Samoa. While the GSA did allow for the possibility of exceptions to the clampdown, the employee claims there are only 4 purchase cards with spending limits above $1 available for the entire region. Some of these parks pay for services like internet and wireless on purchase cards, leaving staffers wondering if their work devices will soon be cut off, if not cut off already by now. The current employee explaining, before someone can fix a bathroom, a work order has to be issued. That happens electronically. Like any business, we rely on email, Teams, and chat to get things done. The spending limits reflect Musk's belief in zero-based budgeting. After he purchased Twitter, he slashed the budget to 0 and forced employees to justify every expense. He also froze people's corporate credit cards. On the All In podcast in February, the angel investor Jason Calacanis, who was part of Musk's transition team at Twitter, explained, "With the Twitter pausing of payments, at some point we were in a meeting at 1 a.m. on a Saturday, and it was like, hey, let's turn the credit cards off to see what bounces and what happens. And of course, we started getting calls. The people who come first, they probably the ones who are in on the biggest grift." Well, employees see it a different way. The current NPS staffer expositing that, in their words, there are so many controls in place to make sure fraud doesn't happen. I honestly believe the only fraud occurring is being committed by Musk, Russell Vought, and Donald Trump. All that while Dodger staffers themselves draw 6-figure government salaries on your tax dollar. They've just rechanneled all the money to themselves. Multi-billionaires crash the economy, generate mass panic, then buy everything on sale. Capitalism, or late-stage capitalism, the land of opportunity, where the rich somehow always get richer, and the rest of us are left wondering why our retirement savings just evaporated overnight. If you've ever watched the stock market plummet, as it is now, seen businesses fold, and felt the collective anxiety of a nation sinking into recession, congratulations! You've just witnessed the ultra-rich playing their favorite game, Economic Monopoly, the multi-billionaire edition. The stock market in 2025 has been nothing short of a financial roller coaster, and not in a fun way. After a promising start to the year, all major stock indexes, S&P 500, Dow Jones, and NASDAQ, have taken a beating, erasing all the gains investors had been counting on. The biggest culprit? Escalating trade tensions and aggressive new tariffs slapped on imports from Mexico, Canada, and Red China by President Trump. Now, when I speak of Wall Street's roller coaster, 2025 has already wiped out all stock market gains. These moves sent shockwaves through the market, stoking fears of inflation and slowing economic growth. Investors, already on edge, started pulling their money from stocks and shifting it into treasury bonds and other so-called safe havens, triggering an even sharper decline. The result? The Standard & Poor's 500 plunged into negative territory for the year,
while the NASDAQ took particularly heavy losses, a clear sign that uncertainty is gripping Wall Street. It's an age-old strategy of wealth accumulation. Crash the economy, introduce or induce panic selling, and scoop up undervalued assets for pennies on the dollar. While everyday people are desperately liquidating their savings, multi-billionaires are strategically buying everything on clearance. Real estate, stocks, businesses, even entire industries. So let's talk about how this game, or shall I say, let's talk about how this game works. Who has played it before? And, most importantly, how you can stop being the pawn in the economic chess match. So this is how the multi-billionaire playbook works. Remember, I work with one. Number one, trigger an economic panic. Whether it's through rising interest rates, manipulated media narratives, corporate layoffs, or speculative bubbles, multi-billionaires know that fear moves markets. Number two, sit on cash while everyone else suffers. They don't panic, they prepare. While average people scramble to sell assets for survival, the rich hoard liquidity and wait for the perfect moment. 3, buy everything at a discount. The housing market crashes, they buy up properties. The stock market tanks, they invest in companies at rock bottom prices. When all the dust settles, they own more than ever. Number 4, reap the benefits of the recovery. As the market rebounds, their new assets skyrocket in value, making them even wealthier than before. Historical examples. The greatest wealth heists in history. Point, the Great Depression from 1929 to 1939 was Rockefeller's power play. The stock market crashed in 1929, sending millions into poverty. John D. Rockefeller and other elites swooped in, buying shares of now bankrupt companies and gaining control over enormous swaths of industry for next to nothing. Meanwhile, the average person, unemployed and barely surviving. In fact, many did not. Point, the 2008 financial crises, Wall Street's housing jackpot. The housing bubble burst and sent millions of Americans into foreclosure. While people lost their homes and jobs, hedge funds like Blackstone started buying up foreclosed properties in bulk, turning them into rental empires. Today, corporations own more real estate than ever, thanks to the panic of 2008, which occurred on my birthday, October 20th. Then there was, point, the COVID-19 crash of 2020. The multi-billionaire boom! When the world shut down, markets collapsed, businesses closed, and unemployment skyrocketed. While the average American was worrying about paying rent, multi-billionaires like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg saw their wealth increase by trillions as they bought up stocks at record lows and expanded their corporate empires. Now the rise of AI has market veterans debating whether history repeats or merely runs the same bubble algorithm with new inputs. The dot-com bubble burst 25 years ago. What does that history say about stocks today? On March 10th of Anno Domini 2000, of the common era, the Nasdaq Composite Index peaked at 5,048.62, more than double its value from just a year earlier. Internet startups with .com slapped on the end of their names and little more than ideas to sell to investors had soared to astronomical valuations over the previous half-decade. But all parties come to an end. Within weeks of that high, the index began its fall, with a mix of factors spooking investors. Eventually, the Nasdaq shed more than 75% of its value, wiping out $5 trillion in market capitalization. The age of irrational exuberance was over. A quarter century later, the rise of AI has market veterans debating whether history repeats or merely runs the same bubble algorithm with new inputs. Some market watchers see structural differences preventing an immediate collapse, while technocritics warn we're debugging the same old bubble logic. Beyond balance sheets lies a deeper concern. We keep forgetting that the social costs of techno-revolutions outlast their market corrections. That structural shift from public to private funding represents one of the most significant changes. While Netscape's 1995 IPO sparked a gold rush of public offerings from internet startups, today's most prominent AI developers, OpenAI and Anthropic, remain private startups. Well, they remain private despite valuations in the tens of billions. They can access enormous capital without facing public market scrutiny or quarterly earnings pressure. The companies leading today's tech wave, the techno wave would be my term for it, or techno tsunami, I would call it technonami, or texnonami, also differ markedly from their .com predecessors. In Anno Domini 2000 of the Comanal era, many market darlings were freshly minted startups with minimal revenue. Today, AI innovation is largely funded by cash-rich techno giants, including Microsoft, which trades as MSFT, Google, which trades as GOOGL, and NVIDIA, which trades as NVDA, companies with diverse revenue streams and substantial profits. This concentration of resources among established players may provide a cushion against market volatility that didn't exist during the .com era. According to Kei-Rong Zhao, a finance professor at Columbia Business School, there be similarities between the market today and 25 years ago, as some investors grow quite nervous. But if the moment we are in ends up bursting, the market structure means things will look different than Anno Domini 2000 of the Comanal era. To quote Zhao, the big companies can survive if there's a crash in the market because they have other ways to raise financing, whereas the small guys get eliminated. The .com bubble was characterized by a lot of IPOs, with companies trying to get into the biggest asset class in the Nasdaq. Today, due to regulation and many other structural changes, new investments nowadays have been through the private equity market. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, an IPO is an initial public offering or a stock launch in a public. It's a public offering in which shares of a company are sold to institutional investors and usually also to retail investors. Yet, not all market observers are convinced we'll avoid a reckoning entirely. Gene Munster, managing partner at Deepwater Asset Management, said today's AI boom has runway left, but also an expiration date. For Munster, the key indicator isn't current valuations, but the psychological state of the market, which he sees as euphoric right now, meaning it's riding on a high. He defines euphoria, that intoxicating moment when rational investing gives way to the fear of missing out, as when the forward price to earnings multiple exceeds 50 times. Today's NASDAQ trades around 25 times earnings, but Munster said that euphoric threshold could be reached by 2027, potentially triggering what he describes as a spectacular burst. While Munster said he believes the substance of AI will eventually exceed the hype, that likely won't happen in time to avoid a market correction. To quotist the Munster man, by the time the numbers start to improve, the bubble will have burst. I lived through the dot-com bubble. I don't want to see people's lives get blown up, but I also think that AI is going to be more impactful than the internet. I still think we got another 12 good years left in the market. Unfortunately, it's going to end in the same way that it did 25 years ago. Yet, for all the structural differences between eras, some experts warn that we risk repeating the same fundamental mistakes. The techno-historianus, Mar Hicks, a history of technology professoress at the University of Virginia, and the authoress of the work titled Programmed Inequality, forewarns that a retrospective view of previous technobubbles often minimizes their negative impacts. Those harms include substantial erosion of privacy norms and labor market transformations that began during the first internet boom. Early e-commerce, electronic commerce companies like Cosmo.com, remember that? Kozmo.com? Of course you don't. Used venture capital to offer services at unsustainably low prices, conditioning consumers to expect convenience without cost. A precursor to today's gig economy, with Hicks concluding that while Silicon Valley's memory may be short, its executives aren't entirely forgetting history, they're strategically misremembering it. Today's AI leaders appear to have studied the dot-com collapse primarily as a public relations case study rather than a substantive business lesson. To quote a she, that led to getting people used to this idea that you can have anything for free, essentially. It made it so that people either don't think about the labor and paying the labor of the people who are doing this work, or it completely changed the structure of the labor market. The way in which they're being mindful is they now know what they have to say in order to maybe get people to not get upset about these new revolutionary technologies. They're giving lip service to it because they don't ever address any of the real problems. So protect yourself if you're not a multi-billionaire. Alright, now that I've explained the game, how do you play it smarter? Here's what you can do to avoid being a victim of the new multi-billionaire wealth grab. Number 1, stay the hell away from crypto! Nothing more need be said about that. Number 2, stop panic selling. The biggest mistake people make? Selling assets out of fear. If you do own stocks, real estate, or other investments, don't let temporary downturns scare you into giving them up cheaply. Number 3, build your own cash reserves. The rich stay rich by having liquidity during crises. While you don't need billions, having an emergency fund of 3 to 6 months worth of expenses means you won't have to sell assets at a loss when things go south. Number 4, buy when there's blood in the streets. Yes, it sounds ruthless, but the phrase exists for a reason, and it's why the rich get richer. when markets crash, it's a sale. If you can afford to, invest when others are fearful. Whether it's stocks, real estate, or even starting a small business. Number 5, own assets, not just cash. Inflation devalues cash, but assets, stocks, gold, yes, Bitcoin, if you can handle it like Vin. Real estate, REITs, RITS, that's real estate investment trusts, tend to appreciate over time. Don't let your savings sit in a bank losing value. Put them to work. Only if you can afford to do that, of course. Remember, this is not my personal advisement to you at all. This is my observation of the game. Hey, I've been personal security to more than a few multi-billionaires. Number 6, pay attention to market manipulation. Multi-billionaires love spreading doom and gloom narratives to scare people into selling. Always question mainstream mass media narratives, or alternative media narratives for that matter, and follow where the rich are putting their money, because their actions speak much louder than their words. Final thoughts? Play their game. Don't be their pawn. Multi-billionaires are not evil geniuses pulling levers behind the curtain. They're just really good at playing the economic game. The key difference? They stay calm while the rest of you panic. So next time you see headlines screaming, "Recession incoming!" or "Stock market crash imminent," take a deep breath and ask yourself, who benefits most from all this fear? Because if history has taught us anything, the economy always recovers. But the only question is, will you come out ahead, or will the multi-billionaires own everything by the time it does? In the time we have remaining, let's take a look at chat. SCCC says, I think we have reached a point in this country politically, if one looks at it without bias or favor, that shows why Germany was purged of all the corrupt politicians in 1933. Douglas, your interview on Coast to Coast back in 2012, I believe it was, not with Mr. Well, but with George Norrie, was that removed from internet? Not all of them, just one of them. I recall the Secrecy Act being brought up to you, and not long after I could not locate that particular interview. Let's not forget, on top of all of that you've just mentioned, all the sheep sent their gold in. I remember Leo Laporte on ZDTV there in San Francisco always predicting this. Thank you for your input. I appreciate that. And yes, they've probably scrubbed that, but if anyone can find it, deep web or otherwise, let us know. Send it to John Warrington or our man Nemo Albano. I think both of them, either one of them has it. Especially John Warrington probably would. So, in the last hour remaining, I'm just going to go light. Small change, huh? And speaking of chips, what happened when other countries got rid of their pennies? Trump's own attack on the penny came after Elon Musk's Dodgy already had targeted the coin for elimination. Talk about a memorable coin toss. No, not the one at the Super Bowl. On Sunday night a few weeks ago, President Trump announced on his Truth Social network his newest target for elimination, the penny. Talk to end the penny's production has been bandied about for decades among government officials and economists. However, the talk became policy when, over that weekend, President Donald Trump ordered the Treasury to stop minting new pennies. So that Sunday night, via a post on his Truth Social site, while I was hosting transmission, Trump wrote, "For too long, the United States has minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents. This is so wasteful. I have instructed my Secretary of the U.S. Treasury to stop producing new pennies. Let's rip the waste out of our great nation's budget, even if it's a penny at a time. And this is what he's left with. Trump's attack on the penny came after Elon Musk's Dodgy already had targeted the coin for elimination. The Department of Government Efficiency, helmed by Elon Musk, posted a similar sentiment the preceding month on X, noting that the cost of producing each penny far outweighs its value. A conundrum called negative seigniorage. You can look that up. Negative seigniorage is spelled S-E-I-G-N-I-O-R-A-G-E. Among all the contentious battles that the Trump misadministration and Musk find themselves in over government spending, this is the one that most economists and others in the monetary ecosystem seem nonplussed about. According to the Federal Reserve, there are 114 billion pennies in circulation, or $1.14 billion worth of pennies, or 0.006% of all the money in circulation. It costs $192 million a year to produce pennies, about 4% of the mint's operating budget, but only 0.00003% of the United States federal budget. This expense makes the penny expendable, according to economists. The United States Mint produces billions of pennies each year, more than 3 billion last year, even though each one costs 3.7 cents to produce. The price tag for the billions of pennies minted in the last year alone was more than $85 million. One potential downside to getting rid of pennies would be an increased reliance on nickels, which are even more economically inefficient. It costs nearly 14 fucking cents to produce a goddamn nickel. That should be the priority to eliminate, but although Congress authorizes U.S. mint production, telling Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent to halt penny production isn't completely out of left field. For an article for the New York Times Magazine last year, the reportress Katie Weaver spoke to an expert in the constitutional law of money from Harvard University, who said, "There's nothing in here that indicates the secretary has to issue pennies." That assertion, though, has yet to be tested or validated by either Congress or the court system. There's actually precedent for that. In 2020, the United Kingdom's Royal Mint said it would stop producing 2-pence coins, as well as 2-pound sterling coins, for a decade because there was an overabundance of them. The coins remain in circulation and are recognized as legal tender. But this doesn't mean getting rid of U.S. pennies would be easy. Lawmakers have tried before. In 2006, when the price of zinc, the primary metal in pennies, hit a record high, an Arizona congressman proposed a system of rounding for transactions that would render the penny irrelevant. A decade later, other lawmakers, also from Arizona, where the biggest copper mine in our country is located, introduced a bill to stop the production of pennies altogether. These bills were never taken up by Congress. So it comes to rounding up prices. Because banishing the penny will alter the prices of many small ticket goods. Qualifying that it's not clear if businesses would tend to round up or down, David Gully, an economics professor at Bentley University, said the estimated cost of making a penny at around 3 cents is an economic burden Because millions vanish under couch cushions each year, the U.S. Mint must produce a steady stream of replacements. Prices would have to be rounded to the nearest 5 cents to allow for cash payments and correct change received back. That will be the end of the $6.99 fast food combo meals. I mean, I weep. That pricing decision does matter, with some citing the penny's impact on inflation, but even that appears minimal. In Canada, which eliminated the penny in 2013, cash transactions are rounded to the nearest 5 cents, based on the total amount of the transaction, not on each individual item. To the extent rounding up occurs more frequently than rounding down, cash consumers would be paying the price for the cost efficiency Trump and Musk are seeking, meaning people like me, poor people. Now, what happened when other countries eliminated their 1 cent coins? Well, in short, not fucking much. Countries that have eliminated low denomination coins have saved the cost of minting the currency, and cash transactions are rounded up or down in 5 cent increments. Some Americans are reacting to the end of the penny with a sense of humor. Eileen Kalholtz, a retiree in Bright, Indiana, said, "How will people give their 2 cents?" But it's not entirely a joking matter. If anything, countries that have eliminated the lowest value denominations of currency often implement subsequent changes to phase out the next smallest increment. In other words, it may be time to start keeping an eye on another coin in your piggy bank, the nickel. It takes 3 cents to make a penny, but 11 cents to make a nickel. Nate Throckmorton, an associate professor of economics at William and Mary, says, well, he so says, it's the nickel we should worry about. Watch your back, nickel. Now, let's check in with Canada. When Canada got rid of its penny in 2012, it allowed the coins to remain in circulation and legal tender, but encouraged merchants to round monetary amounts to the nearest 5 cent increment and implemented a consumer education program so shoppers would become accustomed to the idea. Today, the practice of rounding up or down to the nearest 5 cent increment when paying with cash has become as ordinary to Canadians as being a fan of ice hockey or something. Still, Canada's experience in eliminating the penny shows there are some additional costs for consumers to bear. Always the consumer. A 2017 paper by the Canadian economist Christina Chung, obviously of Chinese descent, found that penny rounding in grocery transactions imposed a rounding tax of approximately $3.27 million from Canadian consumers to grocery vendors. For a typical grocery store, however, this amounted to an estimated additional revenue of $157, indicating a minimal impact on individual consumers. As for Australia, Australia took 1 and 2 cent coins out of circulation in 1992. More recently, there was a push to get rid of the 5 cent coin as well, meaning that every transaction will be rounded to the nearest 10 cents. That effort did not succeed. But in 2020, the head of the country's national mint predicted that 5 and 10 cent coins will eventually meet a graceful death as fewer people use them. In New Zealand eliminated 1 and 2 cent coins in 1990 and then took things a step further in 2006 with the elimination of its 5 cent coin. Researchers found that prices actually went down instead of up. One government official suggested that market competition was enough to keep retailers from trying to game the system. Sweden was an early adopter of the trend. It stopped production of its lowest denominator coins, the single ore, and the 2 ore back in 1972. 1 ore was worth 1/100th of a krona, the country's primary unit of currency. In subsequent years, Sweden gradually eliminated other coins smaller than a single krona denomination. If I heard correctly, I think that they eliminated money altogether. They use a credit system now. I might be wrong. It's just what I heard. The bottom line is that America's remaining cash consumers are getting hit again. Eliminating the penny will only, not only eliminate it'll only eliminate the penny itself. Not necessarily something that costs $5.16. There are still people who use cash for many payments, like I do, people like myself, and these consumers will be the most impacted, but the effect will be modest as more payments move away from physical currency. As recently as 2015, 1/3 of transactions in these United States were by cash, but that has now fallen to under 20%, and it is expected to continue on the decline. But that means people at the bottom of the economic ladder, like myself, will probably feel any penny pinch the most. Per Ajay Patel, a professor of finance at Wake Forest University School of Business, anyone writing a check or using a debit card or credit card could have the correct amount paid since no actual cash changes hands, and pennies would not have to be paid by the buyer or returned by the seller. The individuals paying for this benefit will be those who purchase products and services using cash and will continue to do so going forward because they are either unbanked or unable to access debit or credit cards or a digital wallet. Unbanked? What a fucking concept. Talk about terrifying. Note that President Trump is only ordered the cessation of minting new pennies, not their purge from use in the currency system. So people can continue using pennies until they are slowly reabsorbed into the banking system and are eventually melted down to recycle their zinc and copper. The actual elimination of the penny is decades into the future. But hey, your saved penny may increase in value. Still, Little said, the gazillion pennies hoarded in piggy banks, sock drawers, and hiding under your car seats will gradually increase in value. Concluding that the financial services sector won't miss the pennies, Gates Little, the CEO of the Alabama-based Southern Bank, has said, eliminating the U.S. penny wouldn't make any difference in the economy. I can't think of how it could hurt. Pennies would become more scarce over time and eventually increase in value. In the near term, they might become useless, depending on how the Treasury treats them. I would think that would have to be in phases so people could convert them to other denominations, thus removing them from the system. There are pockets of population around the country where both of these outcomes actually matter. Note that the Amish will feel the pinch right now. Of her own area in Burton, Ohio, which includes thousands of generally cash-using Amish, note that, Laura Maike, M-A-I-K-E, Laura Maike is bullish on a world in which the end of the penny means existing pennies increase in value. I mean, when you, I guess, are like living in a primitive existence like that at Stone Age level, that's exciting or something. Pennies depicting 12 sheaves of wheat were discontinued in favor of today's Lincoln versions in 1958. To quote a she, I have a wheat penny sitting in my jewelry box because I knew when I found it nearly 20 years ago that they were becoming increasingly harder to find. Here in Northeast Ohio's Amish country, we still use pennies regularly. How would this work for cash-only transactions? it would be impossible to give exact change as the purchaser or seller. By the way, I get sheaved pennies all the time, and I just fucking spend them. I don't even bother to save them. My dad used to do that, my legal father. It's not worth it. Prefacing that studies have shown that rounding prices to the nearest nickel does not lead to significant inflation, David Smith, an economics professor at Pepperdine University's Graziadio Business School, warned that businesses might round up more often than down, no shit, leading to a slight inflationary effect, while qualifying that there are other benefits to getting rid of the heavy-to-transport pennies. Eliminating the penny will save taxpayers millions of dollars each year. In addition, the production of pennies has environmental costs, including the mining of zinc and copper. Eliminating the penny will have a positive environmental impact. So now we get down to making heads or tails of the question. Most of the arguments for keeping pennies are arguments against phasing out cash transactions in general, which some advocates say is detrimental to low-income people who don't have bank accounts. I have a bank account, and it would still be detrimental, because cash is all I use. I don't have good credit. I don't have any credit. The use of cash has been declining for years, however. It accelerated during the pandemic as more people switched to contactless forms of payment. According to the Boston Fed, about 18% of transactions were cash-based as of 2022. This is all very frightening to myself. Now, according to the, I think I need to source them for any further information. But if the United States does decide to scrap the penny, officials will have to decide how to treat those coins going forward. Some countries that have eliminated their version of the penny simply stopped minting the coins, but let the ones already produced remain in circulation. Other countries stopped making them legal tender after giving people a period of time to turn in their coins. In most places that have eliminated small denomination coins, cash transactions are rounded to the nearest 5-cent increment. Cashless transactions are still calculated to the cent. Some people in favor of keeping pennies argue that consumers would lose out because all of the prices that currently end in 9 would be rounded up by a penny. A 2007 study dispelled that concern. Wake Forest University economics professor Robert Waples found that the odds of rounding up or rounding down are about as even as, a coin toss. So, that was a light note to end on tonight, this morning really. Let's take a look at what SCCC said. She said, "Take care, my friend. Time to head out. Yuan Hiping Yu Ni Tongjai." Thank you, honey. Alright, kisses. Let me intro one of those to her. Alright, we're going to close up transmission. Anybody, for those of you who are listening, the call dropped. So we're streaming still. No problems with that. I'm ending at this point. I feel I've earned my pay for the night. Contributions are desperately needed for me to pay rent. So, by all means, whatever you can afford, in fact, go beyond that. I don't care whether you can afford it or not. Contribute to my PayPal account. You can find the link right there on screen. And if only my... here's what we'll do. Oh, there he is. Vril. Yeah. Good man. Goddess bless you, kind sir. That's my Aristides. Alright. So, thank you, my main man. Alright then. We're going to call it a day. Give that a few minutes. So, you got to leave. I got to keep stream going long enough to make certain that uploads. Otherwise, if I cut off the stream too quickly, that's not going to upload when the video is published. So, I want to thank all of you who stayed with me throughout the night, which a good number of you did. Hopefully this will get plenty of hits after publication. To all of you, I just want to thank you for your support in general. And we're going to be back on Wednesday night. It's going to be a George Knight night. He'll be with us for several hours, at least 4, as he says, hopefully longer. And other than that, I'll be monologuing. And so he said the phone died. He's recharging it now. Okay, good man. And thank you so much for that information, Aristides. Deeply appreciated. In interim, all right then, everybody. You all know where to be on Wednesday night, daylight saving time. We're going to be here 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Atlantic. And, all right. I'm dead meat in the water. I'll try and call around for private roundup, maybe, or maybe I won't. And I'll probably get to sleep as soon as possible. Let me check out my calendar, see if I'm hit with anything tomorrow. And of course, we can always go back to the toxic Jeffrey Epstein case. There's big questions remaining around that because, yeah, there's major unanswered questions in that case. At any rate, let's take a look here. Oh, it's a it's a immuno booster day. Also, let's see now. Well, the Gas Tech Convention has begun. Cera Week on site the Hilton Americas and the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston, Texas. Sugar Daddy will be involved. And we are into the 14th 311, well, what in Japan is known as 311, their version of 9/11, the Nipponjin Aikokusha no Hai, the Japanese Patriots Day, and National Sanjuichi Senseme Terror Attack, Day of Service and Remembrance. This is, of course, due to Fukushima Big One nuclear power plant meltdown under impact of unrestricted cyber-nuclear environmental warfare, which, yeah, I can go into on Wednesday, which will be kind of the aftermath of September 11th. And with that, I'll have to add that into, no, I won't have to add that into summary of tonight's show, thank God. That'll wait for summary of the next episode. Today, thank God I can fucking sleep. Okay, I'm gonna sleep throughout the fucking day, the majority of it. Sheila Gavin gives kisses in return, honey, and hearts, and love you, Sheila, love you dearly, and let's party someday. In the meantime, just give it a few more minutes to make sure she uploads with the episode. A few more moments, and I'll shut down from here. Probably won't talk about Epstein. That's like cheap shit, really. I mean, not to dismiss or belittle all the suffering that fucker caused. And that's a good term for him, fucker, right? That's what he did. But yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can handle. There's only so much sleaze I can handle, okay? All right then. Yeah, that's more Ian West territory, which means it's a sewer of shit, which is what he evolved to swim in. He's a sewer turd. Okay, all that being said, great number of views already. Good viewer duration. Good concurrent viewers. Hey, honey, love you. All right. And again, a final question from email. Yes, that's me in the photographic image in thumbnail of live stream. Embedded in thumbnail of live stream is a genuine Dietrich photograph. That's myself in drag. Yes, that's what I was trained to do. This is not drag in the sense of RuPaul, which is, like I said, just basically bipedal parade floats. That's
what I consider to be bullshit, and they can have fun all they want, but that's not what I do. I was trained as a child assassin, a child prostitute assassin, and I'm proud of it. Meant to lure men in and finish them off by taking advantage of their own cocksure weakness and desire to not only rape a young girl, but usually follow through with that rape once they find out you're a boy. But they're also, by that time, extremely vulnerable and usually missing all of their weapons. So, all of that being said, we will end stream in a matter of moments, and let's breathe. Give it just a few more moments to make certain Sheila Gaben's latest entries settle into the record, so to speak. Otherwise, they get blown away when the episode uploads. And with that, send me your money and come back to us on Wednesday night. Okay then. To all the girls, kisses, hugs to the guys, and we'll be back before you know it. Wednesday will be here like Tuesday never happened.